Chapter 7. With a lever big enough I can move the world. A Battletech fanfiction. By Andrew MageOhki Norris. War is often theorized to be diplomacy by violent means, and politics by nonverbal expressions, as thinkers have theorized. I prefer Sun Tzu's theory, that supreme excellence in battle comes from winning without said battle. Anyone who has actually been in combat, and isn't a complete murderer does. The trick is pulling it off. Sometimes you do. And you'll never realize it. One thing about politics, diplomacy, and in essence, human interaction on a societal scale, is it is a massively complex system. An old Terran movie once had the main character comment, "Life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you'll get." Any action at that level, meant to shape that level, is often like that. You never do know what you'll get, though you can often predict, but often, your actions will blindside you. The real trick, in the end, is it for the better? From the Journals and Notes of Kikyo Onishi, New Avalon Press, 3291 AD, as part of the A Century of Chaos, The Movers and Shakers series. See Chapter 1 for disclaimers and other information. I would like to thank Drakensis for kibitzing and editing, JG/Joe Gunnarsson, of Wattili fame, for the same, Valas, K/Fofer, Minako/Scratz for kibitizing. Y'all made this go a lot faster than the first two, thank you. Psychosoma deserves a special shout out for helping Rainspire, some basic visualization and idea throwing. Main Control Room, Castle Watchtower, morning, December 10, 3015. Hans's eyes swept all of us, as he ended last night's meeting then and there, for all to, as he put it, consider the ramifications. He then called us back together the next morning. "Thank you all for coming." He looked at Ludens, and nodded once. "You were wise to remain out of the meeting, Mr. Ludens, and I applaud you." The man nodded. "Thank you, sire." He tilted his head. "By any chance, did you read the information I sent?" Hans sighed. "I did not, please summarize for me." "Last evening's meeting was a bit distracting." I couldn't hold a snort back, and Case's soft chuckle indicated he agreed with me. I dreaded to think what Evie was up to, but she wasn't here. "Newport News," the head shipwright was referring to the new Grange, "has all internals except her transit drive fully certified, though the acid test." Hansa nodded in understanding. "We are placing armor on all but the rear as we speak, and that part should be done roughly by the 15th. We are ahead of schedule, and it looks like no later than by the 1st of February, she'll be ready to slip her moorings and test her drives." Hansa smiled. "Excellent." He nodded once. "And I brought along enough crew to at least nurse her to a hidden system close to New Avalon, so that problem isn't yours." "Thank you, sire. We are doing 2 jump ships at a time, and have already activated 5, with now 3 in process. I estimate about another 16 months, though it's possible I can cut that down to 12, if we're allowed to keep the new Grange here, while we fix the Detroit." He smiled at that. The Detroit was the Belknap ship, which was designed to build factories, as Kerensky aptly proved in the Rim after conquering it. Amorous Empire forces during the early states of the Liberation Campaign had struck at the class without mercy, and given the losses in the uprising, it was no surprise that only one had made it to Terra, and she was unaccounted for, as Kath had confirmed that Cologne hadn't gone with the Exodus. Hans's eyes narrowed, but he waved the shipwright to continue. The man did. "All the spare parts, that we haven't earmarked for Detroit, or the jump ships, are loaded on the behemoths, ready to go, as those are activated, and I'd say honestly, by the time we release Detroit and Newport News, all of them are able to go as well. The other easily portable equipment? Foff. Colonel Steiner's report says enough. Outstanding. Do please focus on the warships enough to jump them, and then of course the monoliths, Star Lords, and invaders." He received a nod. "We can afford." He paused, wondering at his words, then shook himself with a smile. "As I was saying, we can afford to lose the merchants and scouts. What we cannot lose is Detroit and Newport News." He fixed the man with a steely stare. "Which is why I am very concerned about keeping Newport News here." The man looked solidly at his prince, and responded. 2, no 3 reasons, sire." Hansa nodded, impressed at the man's steel. "First, we are fabricating Detroit's replacement drive with the tooling here, as well as her armor plate and other parts she needs. Second, even compared to Newport News, this station is far ahead of her ability to repair. While the new Granges live up to their reputation, make no mistake, sire, they are slower than a proper shipyard, which this Hughes is." Hansa nodded, signaling he understood. "Finally, sire, it was actually not my initial idea, but Colonel Steiner's." Hansa turned to the blonde. "When we get Detroit ready to go, sir, we can move out the ultra-large components, the main new Grange-class core extruder, and those bays associated with her. While they're jumpable, they need warships to do so. And they'll fit compacted or attached to Detroit and Newport News. And we can load other components, dropships, and raw metals, as well into and on the ships. Hansa thought about it a moment. Agreed. Approved. It just means the roughly 4 aerospace regiments I have here aren't going anywhere. He shrugged. I was hoping to bring 2 home, but what is. He nodded once. When Detroit is certified to leave, and come to New Avalon, 1 regiment comes home, 2nd does when the last warship is ready, and the last 2 come when the jump ships are leaving, with the last station modules. Regarding those, Richard, he was referring to the shipwright, who reacted in pleasure, how hard will it be to remove them? Not very. Not very at all, in fact. He shrugged. Putting aside that while they buried them in an asteroid, to begin with, it is fairly clear part of the time they spent prepping the station to be moved. Outside power runs and tunnels and some other quarters and a few small factories, which we will pack up, realistically, we can unlock and have ready to start heading to New Avalon, each station part in a day. 2 at most. Outstanding. Hansa's smile was savage. Richard, I promise you, when you return home, your grandchildren will be amazed at what you bring them. I'm thinking of at least a county. Ludens began to protest, only to have his monarch raise a hand. Hansa grinned. To those who do great deeds, and beyond any reasonable expectations, come great rewards. Our best case was 24 months from now. You're telling me 17 months. Even if it slips by a month, or even 2. He shook his head. You've earned it. No argument. Sire, it'd not have been possible without the Baroness people. He protested. I'm not sure. Hansa tsked. And if you think I don't have plans about that, Richard, you're mistaken. Don't worry, it's all being prepared. I started to feel a sandbag falling. I shook it off, I'd figure a way out of it. Well. The shipwright thought for a moment, then stood up. I'd like to make it 12, so if I could. With not only my permission, but my sincere gratitude and pleasure. Hansa grinned. Hansa waited till only Ran, Kath, Case, Justin and I were still in the room. Well. Justin actually picked up the conversation for his prince. You all do realize we're going to want more details about the, how did you put it, Colonel? The future that was. Kath snickered. Yes, and I suspect narco-interrogation is planned. Hansa snorted. I'd not say no if you agreed, since it also includes memory enhances, as Justin explained to me last night, but in this case, not required. He looked at Justin. And if certain people suggest it, they will be looking for work immediately. If I don't have them shot. My blink was met by Hansa's eyes. I'd have to say. He cut off my statement. What you have done, and what you've put on the table is more than enough to earn you any consideration my realm can give you. Even if it's not in the realm's best interest. Or so I think. And my thoughts are what matters. Case shrugged. Meh, I expected it, plus it's been a while since I've last read the shit, at least a year for CYOA, even if she wrote what she remembered down, and might have wrongly, as for the rest. He snickered. I want the videotape. I need blackmail. Hansa snickered at that. You realize they'll have blackmail on you, do you not? Case's grin was amusing. What's blackmail between friends? Hansa's laugh answered him. Case sloppily saluted and nodded once. I'm going to go play with science. As amusing as that may be, permission will be sought. He nodded. Turning to Ran, he nodded once. As I've noted, Catherine and half her unit have already left, and honestly should be on New Avalon. I understand you've sent some of yours, as well as CYOA sending some of hers. Case had slipped out after that. Yes, sire. Ran collected his thoughts for a moment then nodded once. We sent by and large, all the foot infantry, and in fact, all the ground vehicles, and by this time, all reconnaissance elements. We've also sent at least a company each of MageOhki. Hansa's eyebrow indicated he wanted the marshal to expand. The ground vehicles and their crews really didn't add much to either our combatability or our capability to well, acquire this asset. Hansa nodded. Same with the foot infantry, and the reconnaissance elements, plus their need to keep in training. The jump infantry at least has some ability and understanding about space infantry combat, and of course the marines. We sent back the least capable mech warriors, as well, for the same reason. I believe we're sending along another company each, just about when the chains charged, plus the rest of the ground vehicles, plus the support personnel least suited for this. He looked at me. I nodded. That is more or less what we're planning. And as we start disassembling the station, more of the support personnel will go back. Less here, less questions about exactly what we found, no. Hansa nodded. And the marines and aerospace elements stay as long as needed. Kath picked up that. Actually, yes. We really want the marines, in consideration, considering that for the year before the uprising, it appears that the SLN was testing a Nighthawk variant here. Hans's eyebrow rose. They removed several of the reconnaissance aspects, but kept the stealth armor, to fit in space operation capability, including the needed thrusters. It's in essence, powered armored marine infantry. Hansa blinked. Blinked again, and then took a deep breath. Please tell me the specifications for Nighthawk is here? I've looked at what the cores have, and while it didn't say. No, they don't. We likely could develop an ersatz Nighthawk from this, no question, or quite possibly the real one once we reverse engineer their electronics, but only what appears to be the actual full field testing version of what I'm calling the Devil Dog. She tilted her head. I'm lead on that aspect, since I uncovered it while trying to figure out why the commanding general didn't take the station. Kath paused and Hansa interjected. Any luck there? Hansa was very interested. Kath shrugged. Nothing I can say for sure is accurate, but some station personal logs make it clear that Kerensky was short personnel, and didn't want to send people here, instead of along the Exodus route. As his only reply put it. If Amaris and the great houses haven't found you yet, it's unlikely they will over time, and I need you, not your equipment. I already have 2 full hues. So, a combination of a lack of people to crew the ships and move the station, and well, a lack of need. Hansa tilted his head. That doesn't quite. I'm not sure, but it's quite possible he was hoping that some things would remain and eventually be found after you all got finished blowing each other to bits. Catherine didn't mention it was also possible he didn't want to bring more warfighting along with him. His actions on arriving in the Pentagon, plus along his route, showed he was disarming, not preparing for a new campaign. Possible, doubtful but possible. Hansa shrugged. In the end, does it really matter why? No, Your Highness, it doesn't. Catherine Steiner, freeborn blood named of Cloud Cobra and Clan Wolf, agreed with the Scavenger Lord. It just means you can rebuild now. That it does. Hansa's eyes grew distant. That it does. This time, gods, I hope, for the better. Dining lounge, dropship Xanadu, castle watchtower, evening. One thing that wasn't mentioned in the books, though hinted at, is Hansa can be and usually is a gentleman, and treats the ladies in his life as such. There's hints that other Davian males generally did so as well. Explains why they seem to have decent married lives, at least. I was reminded of this, simply by a private dinner for 2, Hansa was a perfect gentleman, doing everything that the classics would do while dining with a lady. Hold your chair, wait till you're seated before sitting, you name it. Even with said lady in a little black dress, all he did was the appreciative and slightly lingering enough to indicate to the lady in question, that yes, he noticed, and yes, lady, you look like a million sea bills, and yes I do appreciate it, without going over the line into drooling or open perversion. In my and the original Kikyo's experiences, that's a hard trick to pull off. I couldn't resist. I'm afraid I have to ask, do you have tutors for being a perfect gentleman? The books didn't say nor state how good you are at being such. Hansa blinked, then grinned. Of course I did. But I found watching Jimmy Stewart, Bogart, and Errol Flynn much better examples. He nodded seriously, though the twinkle in his eye indicated he wasn't being that serious. I broke out into laughter. I'm sure that Grant and Wayne would be so disappointed to have missed out on being legend for behavior, though based on what I know of General Stewart, I believe he'd be pleased. Hansa snickered. Was he really a general? That was 1,000 years ago, and while I'm not saying history's been edited. He paused for a moment. And considering America's so-called stars of a similar age 20 to 30 years later, bit hard to see it. I nodded. Bit before my memories go, but yes, an Air Force general. Had to scheme, from what I knew, to get his 2050th mission as a bomber pilot over Germany. I shrugged slightly. Best way to put it, was, and I guess I can be an authority on this, even though I didn't live through it, I studied it as a historian, last life. Hans's eyes narrowed at that, but I wondered why. Was the era of 1946 to 1970, in a lot of ways, the baby boomer era, more or less, rapid upheaval, and rapid shock at America assuming the world leadership role? I shrugged. Another theory, and my view, was the kids reacted to their parents' cloying influences, and well, reacted. Ah. He shrugged. We'll get back to that, I think, but first, business, before the food comes out. He looked slightly sheepishly. I have some ideas on how the split should really go. He pushed over a small folder, and I opened it, while sipping at water. My eyebrows rose slightly, as I leafed through it all. Are you sure you can get away with this, without the courts or your champion knifing you in the back? Hansa sighed. Yvonne is not in the best of situations with me at this moment. I had Truxon and Allard do a full review of some actions, and some situations in supply and other aspects. Let's say this, some of Michael's and the Dragoons' complaints previously, are well warranted, and I know why. He shook his head. Michael is a snake, and I'm not sure if he's a cocksucker yet, but he will be. I shot back, a bit rattled. I am the first to admit, I'm not fond of your champion, and seeing her a bit restrained, well. I shrugged, calming down. But I fully agree with her on your brother-in-law. Hansa blinked, both on the strong language and the curse I used on his brother-in-law. Normally you're restrained in your language, so I must ask. Cocksucker. His tone was amused. I blinked. I picked it up from my memories of techno-thrillers. Supposedly FBI slang for a traitor, a person who spies on his home nation for another power, etc. Hans's eyes narrowed for a moment, then he nodded. Ah, the Federal Bureau of Investigations. And I have to admit, that's a fair term. Better than I've heard in some ways, worse in others. He shrugged. I don't disagree with the thoughts. What I disagree with is what it endangers. His eyebrow rose. I thought for a moment. Putting aside personnel and even equi. Oh, hell. Yvonne blew it, if she wanted to screw the weasel, didn't she? Hansa smiled. If he's a, as you so bluntly put it, cocksucker, one thing he'd do before moving to openly visit glory holes. I sputtered at how Hansa put it, unable to hold back giggles, to his roguish smile. Red Butler is such a cad, isn't he? I laughed outright at that. Anyways, he'd be sure of his troops and march. Yvonne playing silly buggers with supplies just helps him. He nodded at that. Most miss that. Yes. I sighed. However, a Karuk. I tiled my head, that'd make the fourth strongest power in the inner sphere, at least warship-wise. Hans's eyebrows furrowed. Me, I can see, who else? Comster, you, Dragoons, me. His eyebrows shot up, as his eyes widened, then narrowed. Wolf's mothballed them, hasn't he? And he's a SLDF in exile. Hans's tones were decisive, indicating he didn't think he needed the answer. Yes, in basic, to both, though the second is far more complex. And no, Catherine Steiner didn't say boo, we strays already knew it. I smiled slightly. She's not into betraying them, for one, and generally, I'll be honest, they're not bad people. I see. Hansa thought about it, and then shrugged. I wondered why Wolf stated he couldn't accept my apology, for what went down on his first contract with us, but he appreciated that I honestly meant it, and that I would see to admins. Now you know. I won't go into details, and those elements are the one area Kath doesn't want to talk about at all. What the SLDF in exile is right now, sure. The Dragoons specifically. Hansa nodded, I have some ideas. Already, mind you, and none good, but you're implying that it's possible they're not quite accurate. I shrugged. This is a pleasant dinner, not full-on debriefing, none of it's critical now. I shook my hair, the curls along my jaw trailing. Something to discuss. Hans's roguish grin answered. But when it's time for it. And that's not now. He nodded at the folder. So. At a first glance, it seems generous to us, at a second. I shrugged. If Helm pays out along with New Dallas. It'd be hard-pressed to say you aren't owed more, yes. He shrugged. I dare say Sandoval would have sharp words now, in fact. He smiled. Which I've already taken into account, this is just a modification of the agreed-upon contract, in a way that benefits everyone. I nodded. You want to stick my parts of the station at Panpur to fix challenge, and what better way? I tilted my head. It was a neat solution. The AFFS gets out of the notes they held on challenge systems that they couldn't collect, and the Federated Suns out of the notes, both real and implied, that I and my people were owed that arguably the Suns couldn't pay, while getting a small shipyard, and hopefully a bigger one, a bit later, where one already had existed. Win-win, except. Hansa nodded. That's the idea. I thought it was quite neat. I tilted my head and smiled slightly. On some things, CYOA original, and I'll admit, the 20th century person I was quite willing to be lead on. Several areas I wasn't, and Hansa decided that he'd step on those lines. Hansa's expression indicated he knew something was amiss, but couldn't figure out what. I knew, because it was an out-of-context problem. While it was more later, that it was obvious, that Hansa Davian was a control freak in his own way, he was also a master of delegation, and a lot of his initial and mid-range choices, remarkably like Elizabeth the Great, come to think of it, were very good at what they were picked for. But, as military, and in primis, being a Davian absolute federal ruler, not to mention an astute student of history, himself, he was programmed pretty much to be a control freak. 3025 and later didn't help. He was very much used to self-confidence, in himself, and trust in his judgment. The longer he lived, the more he was generally proved if not right, at least not wrong, the more this built. It'd not surprise me that by the end of his life, Arden, his right hand, his moral lodestone, was the only person who'd challenge him on any idea, or at least out of those who he trusted, as 3025 put a dent in that ability. I doubted Melissa Steiner would be a voice in military areas, Justin Allard. Good man, good agent, I just didn't really think he was the best at running an agency. I can tell you're missing why I'm smiling. Hansa nodded. You, to be fair, like me, have the vices of your virtues, mind and training. I kept smiling. While I am quite willing to accept direction, and to be even more fair, have no interest in running a corporation, I'm not that Lyran. He laughed at that. And I let the smile flicker away for an instant. I do not appreciate being told who'll run my assets, without even with your permission. Hansa blinked. He blinked again. It was clear he didn't really understand. Richard Samethal is if not the best businessman in terms of raw profit, is one of the best managers currently alive and not already a major CEO somewhere. He tilted his head. He's MIO vetted, and undergoing it again, in fact, and was my shortlist to take over salvaging challenge before you came along. He started to expand on this to only stop at my nodding, which hinted to him, it wasn't the problem. I can believe that. I can even believe he's the perfect man, who understands deferred profits, that workers are as important as machinery, and honestly less replaceable, and that he's so ethical and moral, it makes Saint Loyola look and nod at him in respect. I smiled sharply now. It's that I have had one conservator and manager of my assets, that was all that. I can't quite figure out a way to sue her yet, but I'm working on it. That's not going to happen again, not on my watch. Or would you like a regent appointed for you at 15 you had no say in? When we talk about me effectively becoming a major shipbuilder, by taking over a distressed company, I will want to be sure that the people I appoint, or have appointed to be in charge can do the job the way I want it done. He blinked. I had the lovely experience of seeing Hansa Davian, completely, utterly, and totally taken off balance, to the point he simply facepalmed at himself. Well, hey. He thought for a moment. Hey. Shaking himself. Okay. I see that now. He smiled ruefully. I'm not sure I agree there, but I'm sure we can come to a compromise, on that, and I'd like to suggest him as the first to interview. I thought for a moment. That's fine. I don't mind having a potential best choice pointed out. But locking you in without a hey, do you think? He tilted his head. I guess I assumed as an actress, you'd be more willing. I shook my head, amused. I'll say this, once I could voice a preference in directors, I made sure I got them. I tilted my head. Some are easy to work with, but bad at it, some are hard to work with, but they are masters, some are the rarest of them all, good to work with, and masters at their craft. I shrugged. Guess which I always shot for. He laughed, agreeing. And I suspect, you'd default to hard to work with, but knowing what they were doing, over easy. Art isn't, agreed. I shrugged, doing interesting things to my bust line, which his eyes flickered to, just briefly. But, if this is a suggestion, pending review and evaluation, without it being. Oh, agreed. Hansa sighed. I didn't think. His grin was a bit sheepish. I read the update as of before I left New Avalon profile, I thought through the implications of what you said yesterday. He trailed off. I smiled normally, and let him off the hook. But this. I tapped on the folder, was such a great idea, and neatly solved all the current problems, and older ones, how could anyone but agree? Hansa snickered. Add in the fact, that well. Joel, my prince. I barked out, snickering afterwards to Hansa's blinking, then guffaws. He finally calmed down. And, that, yes. He couldn't help but shake his head. Well, outside that, and another piece of business, those were the main issues that were of a not personal nature, though I will admit, I've learned a few things. He thought for a moment. Some unpleasant things I thought I had under control. Annoying. I smiled with a bit of empathy. Difficult things, about ourselves, to control and keep in check aren't easy, and when we think. I simply sighed. Annoying. Understatement. Hansa nodded simply at that. Second is more an idea, that is being worked on. Didn't bring it with me, because it's still an outline. My eyebrow rose in question. Operation Ides. I blinked. And I assume you want to use the heavy cavalry. I tilted my head. His nod answered me. The go date is roughly July 1st, though not solid yet, and will involve all the dragoons, your 1st Brigade, the heavy guards, and several other units. We're actually ahead of where our best hopes were in terms of equipment, though we're not at a point where we can begin raising new units. He sighed. One thing Detroit, your station, and well, a fair bit of the other industrial-related equipment will be going is to establishing new component lines. Then more lines, but focusing on vehicles. Your vedette variants look promising, as well as the partisan ones. I nodded. Battle mech factories were more assembly points, often with frames, armor, and some items assembled there, but weapons, electronics, engines, often shipped to them in interstellar freight. Putting aside the need to ship them, there were limits, and those factories too had slowed down and needed repair and replacement parts. Make sure this time we don't repeat the Cameron's intentional setup? Please keep components on the same world as the main factory. I pleaded. That, dear, you can be sure of. He nodded seriously. But, back to the operation, in Primus, I want Epsilon Eridani. He smiled. Not only does the map of the Argo that Colonel Steiner so nicely opened for us, confirm your statement nearly a year ago, I've seen your rebuilt Brutuses run around. Militia tanks my ass. He nodded. Better that factory and its output be in the hands of those who appreciate a good tank, wouldn't you say? I snickered at that. That was also something that happened in the future that would be, though much later. I conceded. So, basically Ronal, Small World, Epsilon Indy, Bryant, and of course Irandi. His grin indicated I figured out his intent. By and large, yes. Stretch goals depending on factors would be Outreach, Sirius and Kiad. He shrugged. Carver V would also be on the list. But I'm pondering telling Janosch, and seeing what he does, tempting. I thought for a moment. Heavy Guards, the 1st Brigade. I tilted my head. You want Sirius as an apology gift? I nodded sharply. That's roughly 6 jumps from Helm, and we could be there, with a bit of work within weeks after wrapping up Eridani. He grinned. Nicely caught. Good mind there, and you're missing a play. I might go ahead and give some of the weapons we found here, as well. He was referring to the 5,000 nuclear weapons we found in Castle Watchtower. All needed their hydrogen replaced, but in other regards, they were ready to go. The Star League had built to last, and had made the weapons pure hydrogen-based, cutting out the need for fission triggers. He shrugged. Maybe even some of the equipment, while selling some to Katrina. He waggled his hand. Both Katrina and Janosch have interests in common with the Federated Sons. Katrina is wise enough to know I will need to mend fences with Janosch, but can't neglect her. He nodded. The alliance temptation is still there, mind you. And I think we can bring Janosch in. I thought for a moment and shrugged. All I can say was he rejected it in 3020. Then again, it could quite simply be on who offered it, and his suspicions on why. Which ironically to some degree matched mine. Hans's eyebrow rose, demanding an explanation. I'd say that he was noting she was building more equipment than he was, and wasn't as in deep of a hole. The piece would benefit her the most, allowing her to restore the LCAF faster than he could rebuild the Free World's forces, and could disrupt his control over the nation. A slight shrug. Which, honestly considering things, might have been her objective all along. By time. He pondered for a moment, nodding. Makes sense. And a valid reason, but, you implied I changed her calculations. Correct. I thought for a moment, then added, reluctantly. It didn't hurt that you were the only one not to reject it rudely, nor completely out of hand, indicating that at this time you didn't think it was viable, and all things equal. I toyed with one of my curls for a moment in thought. The AFFS was the strongest and best it had ever been, and you were kicking everyone's ass. Why stop? Hansa nodded. Not when peace, even a short one, would at best be a draw for the Sun in benefit, I see. And if only I had responded as a leader and gentleman should. There's another way to build a military worthy of the name and fix problems. Gold gets you good soldiers. I thought about it, and nodded. I'm sure that wasn't her only calculation, nor even her main one, but I can't disagree. I do think being a mother, and seeing the risks to Melissa, put finding a way to change the paradigm of the succession wars, on the top of her list of things to do, after all. Well said, and nicely thought of. Hansa agreed. But, she was raised with an eye to sit on the Archon's throne, unlike me, to some extent, and she is very good at what she does. If the Lyrans can't do it themselves, by who can? He said calmly. And until you, I will admit, Lyran money is very tempting. I shifted tone. Back to the operation, in Primus, I agree, we'll want more details, and I have an idea or two on how to deal with the Highlanders, and some suggestions on how to distract the other main reaction force. Hansa nodded. And I'd want to hear them, but I just wanted you thinking. It's quite possible you'd have a 2nd Brigade ready to go, too. Won't be rejected at all. He smiled. The more you use, the less you lose. It was a hilarious concept of war. The concept of elite, highly trained personnel was the truth of warfare, and the losses in them were grievous. But when you could focus numbers of them, gaining not just a quality superiority, but a quantity superiority in the battle, the less both in absolute and in relative numbers did you lose. Or as Murphy's laws of combat, still worshipped here and now would say. Buddies are important. It gives the enemy more to shoot at. Some things never change. Hans's tone was somber. But, that's all for business. He pressed a button, and a steward, my bet and highly trained AFFS officer, came in and refilled our wine glasses. If it is at all possible. Of course, sir, madam. He bowed slightly. It will be 10 minutes, once I inform the chef. Please excuse me. Of course. With great eagerness. Was the steward's response, with a slight smile playing on his lips, as he departed. At least he's amused. I tilted my head. Captain. Hansa snickered. For something this important? Sergeant Major, of course. I paused and snicker. True, officers aren't allowed to tie their own shoes, generally. Oh, well said. All enlisted would so agree. He had to laugh at that statement. We shared a chuckle and a smile. Well. He leaned forward, eyes intense. I'd like to ask some personal, well, what could be considered personal questions. Some might be offensive or painful, and neither is intended, but I have reasons, which at least I think are good, to know, or at least try to get answers to. I raised my eyebrows. With the caveat, I retain the lady's right. He smiled at that. Ah, quite. On these questions, while I feel they are important, I'd concede the sons don't need the answer. But I'd want the answer. Agreed. Want does not mean I get. His smile widened, then he added. As I just got reminded sharply. I snickered and leaned back, sipping at the refilled wine. He took that as permission. For a moment he studied his wine glass, and thought. Finally, he spoke. How? I didn't quite get it, and I must have shown that. How do you keep going, who are you? The last was answered first, immediately and pointedly. Kikyo Onishi, daughter of Miya Onishi, younger sister to Ichigo Onishi, who needs more slaps, apparently, older sister to Aiko Onishi, who will do awesome things with the right backing. I shrugged. Who I was in a past life, or another life, is immaterial. He blinked at that. I see. His tone didn't quite say he did, though, so I answered the first question. I dealt with a drug-induced dream, or an ultra-powerful being, who wasn't incarnate, by simply deciding that I had to be who I am. Figuring that out is a lifetime, anyways, and I suspect by my own views one of the reasons we are here. I shrugged helplessly, not sure what he was asking. But, I got myself together, first by just keeping too busy, then when I felt I could, by accepting what is, and moving on. I'll be the first to admit, Aiko in her own way, by existing, was a great help, it gave me something to focus on, and care for, the twin sets of memories, both blessing and curse. I paused, nodding once. And those who've already dealt with it, also helped. Kath just shrugged, and reminded me in both lives I was raised with heavy Buddhist and Shinto views. Case, well. He pointed out that at least I didn't have to remember going through childhood twice, anyways, personally. Hansa blinked at that. He had to shake his head. I never thought of that. I'm imagining that would be unpleasant. He's implied it was, and that his parents held to the more typical outworlders, yes. I tilted my head, amused. Let's just say I'm not surprised where he is, and what he's done. Ha! He nodded at that. He paused and nodded again, speaking. Given what I know about Shinto and Buddhists, it'd have been a help, yes, I suppose. But the better question. He thought and then nodded. One set of your memories, I suppose, as you put it, left behind a life, suddenly. It'd not surprise me if you had a family and ones you loved back then. He shook his head. Some of the questions I'd want to ask, I don't suspect, I know, you'd deflect, now. He grinned at that. So, how? I nodded, it didn't surprise me he'd ask that question. I answered. I grin suddenly, and start to sing. I get by with a little help. Hansa blinked. I stopped the tune, and picked up. By having things to focus on. By my friends. By my family here and now. By accepting what was, what is, what will be, and I will do my best to make the will be, the best I can. I can't change the past, I can't go back, I can only deal with here and now. I said goodbye in my hopes for them months ago. None of them would want me to linger. He leaned back. I see. It sounded like he meant something different. Before I could inquire, he shook himself. No. I think I do see. And I admire that strength. I shook my head. More like screaming heebie-jeebies at the future that would have been. You could have fled. He returned to the intense stare. No. I didn't join the United States Army in '89, because I was a coward. I didn't join for just the GI Bill and other bonuses. I believe that good men, and good women cannot stand idly by. Hansa breathed. All it takes for evil to triumph. A sharp nod. I sipped my wine, and with a smile. Quite. I confront my fears, I don't take their counsel. Hansa thought for a moment, then smiled. Well, then. While I had other questions, those are the ones I most needed. Thank you. He was very sincere. You are welcome. I smiled back, playing with my hair. This was after all the third date and Kikyo original and now me, had very specific tastes for ideal. And I was looking at a very yummy dish. Before he could say more, the meal came out. Very tasty, but simple. Steak, fine potatoes, steamed broccoli and shrimp we had kept alive, all from part2. I had a pleased smile. I'm afraid I'm guilty of presumption and control here, again. Hansa semi-apologized. I waved my hand with a slight smile. Actually, this is the one time gentlemen not only get away with such presumption, they're expected to do so. Secret, I grinned at him. We ladies use it as a test to see how much you've learned. Hansa blinked. Then just shook his head. That explains some things. He raises an eyebrow as the steward was patiently waiting. I shook my head. That will be all, Sergeant Major, you have our thanks, and when we're ready for dessert, and after meal, I'll call, do please leave the wine. He was polite and considerate. As you will, sir. The Sergeant Major was getting a kick out of doing this, I could tell. The stories he'd be able to tell. We waited and sampled the food. Simple, but done perfectly. Not easy to do on a dropship, even one set up like Xanadu, or Camelot, Hansa's own dropship, and I nodded in appreciation. The steak was actually to my preference, the seasonings were about as close to perfect as was possible, and the wine was a perfect complement to the food. I see you used MIO. I couldn't resist snarking. Good choice. He grinned. They were amused, yes. He waved his fork. I'll admit, Chef Roberts has outdone herself. He tilted his head to my sudden pause. No, no kidnapping her for your own. She's convinced I'd starve or eat junk food if I didn't have her. I pause. Drat. I know. Don't feel too bad, you're not the first to have acquisitive thoughts about her. He grinned to take the sting out. I do suggest we pay her the highest compliment, though. With that, we set to doing so. Some light discussion on differences between military rations. I agreed that the quality of military food hadn't changed, or at least the bitching about it, but I did point out I was a spoiled actress from an early age. To be honest, I thought military food had improved somewhat. Soon enough, the dessert, and I would kill cheerfully to know how she got the mousse perfect, on a dropship, of all things, was devoured, and the wine and us moved to a nook near my cabin, with very plush seating, with lovely plants and a pleasant and fragrant perfume to enhance its comfort. Hansa smiled. Princesses, even ones modified like your lady, are sinful. I smiled in response, my mind already plotting the distance to the cabin. I'm sure you're curious on why I had an MIO agent portray you as my girlfriend. I actually wasn't, I thought I had the reasons nailed. No, not really, I assumed it was a shell game. Oh, hey, look, she can't be Lastek hunting if she's here, no. As well as a smokescreen to find anyone who'd be interested in making sure you didn't have a heir, as well as arm candy to keep greedy gold diggers off you. He blinked. First and third, yes. Easily. Second. I will ask Yvonne, all things considered, if that was part of the plan, or at least did she and the agent use it for that. I see. I shrugged. 2 out of 3 isn't bad. He grinned at that. I was sipping at my wine, when he smiled with a slightly devilish look in his eyes. Now, it won't be just a decoy. I think you'd make an ideal one, since I had a third reason you missed. Well, besides of course, the fact that I've been wondering exactly what you're wearing under that little black dress. He had cleverly leaned slightly to his right, as my spit take had sprayed my mouth full of very expensive wine into the plant behind him. After I had finished coughing for a second, I shot him a glare. You'll have to explain that logic. The first part. Second, that was the idea. Now, I'm beginning to rethink that. Hansa blinked, then hurried to explain. It's very simple. You intrigue me. Beauty isn't everything, as we're both aware, for various reasons, nor should it be. Our second meeting, he was referring to Bun Bun's cockpit. The situation was different than I expected, and that attracted my thoughts. All other issues aside, and I took care of one possible issue, tonight, you caught my attention by not being 99% of the Federated Sun's population. I know why, now, admittedly, but... I thought about that for a moment. Well, you're Hansa fucking Davian, badass, and one of the biggest trolls in the galaxy, I'd say. Pause. And for this time and age, one of the best. The setting pumped you up to be, well, James Kirk of Battletech. You don't need groveling or ego-stroking or respect because you got a title, you get respect because you damn well are worth it, all flaws, bad actions, bad choices put aside. That's what I see, at least. He laughed at that. I'd hope I didn't emulate some of his other behaviors. He put that aside. And that's what got me. I was extremely lucky, and to the point, I didn't think I'd be that lucky again, with Dana. He sighed, showing the wound was still there. But you said it best, she'd kick my ass if I didn't move on. She didn't want to be a duchess, she didn't want to be princess consort. But she accepted that, and kicked my ass when I needed it. You'd be surprised on how rare that is. Actually, no, I wouldn't, sadly. I shook my head. Let me say this, I know more or less when you're slated to die and from what, and yes, it's on the list of things to change. He laughed at that. But by that point, if you had two people on a regular basis that'd kick your ass when you needed it, I'd be shocked. Your wife. I shook my hand slightly. Not to speak ill of her. She isn't at all bad, and grows into her own, I do hope, but, the books and lore get quirky. I see, something to cover later. But I think if I seize the moment, I can be lucky twice. I didn't quite catch what he was implying, after all, I knew who his wife was to be, and he was right. He did get lucky, and the match had ended up a love match. You did. I shrugged. 3028 you marry her. His intense stare unsettled me. I disagree. You said she'd not yank my chain, at least in general, and I'd rather not wait 13 years. What? My blank look, from the video Hansa had managed to get set up, I learned later, had really amused Hansa, who didn't show it. It's simple. It's clear that while you're still not quite used to yanking my chain, you show no fear in doing so. Dana did. I have a chance to get what I need, to be the best man I can. You've clearly implied you know who I ended up married, and I'm seeing a hint, she was second best, or a compromise, or at best, me doing my duty to the sons. I don't want that. I was the product of that. Ian was. Our father loved us, and cared for our mother, but, she wasn't his heart. I think you can be. I'm not comparing you to Dana. That would be a disservice to you both. But, I think she'd approve of you, in basic. Some things. He waved his hand. I was skittering on ice. What have I done? I floundered for a second. Wait, you have a wife for you, one that you will have children with, and a healthy partnership. He raised his eyebrow. I'm not thinking that from what little I've heard. And I note you don't speak of my children with her. Who, out of curiosity? Melissa. His flat stare was indicating that he really wanted the last name not to be what he feared it was. Steiner, yes. Oh, fuck no. He snapped. Now I see why you aren't Katrina's fan. He shook his head. She's 25 years younger than me. What the hell? Why not Morgan? Hans's mind had snapped into calculation mode. Oh, Michael. I nodded. Hansa lived up to his reputation from the novels and lore. Right, no. 7 to 8, at most 9-year difference is much more tolerable than 25 years. No matter how much you're implying it wasn't a marriage of hate or at least pure politics. What? I repeat myself, once again. Silly me. I thought I was in control of how the new future would turn out. Ladies and gentlemen, see how silly I was? Hansa leaned forward. I want to see where we can go. I think you want what I want. Not the glory, but at the end I want people to be safe, happy, and better off. I think you're the one that can make that happen. If not directly, by my side, if needed, yanking my leash. I had the hilarious mental image of Hansa in a gimp suit, which I squished. I cast aside for a reason to escape this. He had already implied he was going to pursue what he wanted. Me. If you're wondering about your reputation, Matt, most of the noble girls and those who associate have similar, early on. Ran even has a lady he hasn't married yet, who's a countess. Hansa grinned roguishly. If you want a practical reason. You've implied I'm a great man, and did many things to improve the future that would have been. He paused. I like that phrase. He shook himself. But you're clear that I wasn't perfect, I made mistakes, avoidable ones in your eyes, and that I could have done better. He was intense. I couldn't speak, feeling like a mouse trapped in front of a hungry viper. I will be honest, I understand the saying behind every great man. He shook his head. Let's just say, you want to stop evil? Here's your chance. You'll have the biggest lever of them all over a major figure. His roguish grin returned. The couch. Breakfast nook, dropship Xanadu, late morning, December 11th, 3015. I came into the nook where the strays tended to assemble, slightly sore, and very satisfied. No, I'm not going to tell you how easily Hansa could carry me less than 50 steps, nor will I tell you what he found under the little black dress, or how he talked me into showing him after he completely trolled and blindsided me. Man was good, and a perfect gentleman in all senses. I could have likely killed Hansa's interest by being a dead fish, but first, I'm not that good of an actress with my body being the way it is, and second, remember what I said about him being a perfect gentleman? It applied everywhere. And he very much enjoyed what was under the little black dress, and the return that a lady does to a perfect gentleman. All hail the cougar! Evie snarked. I blushed slightly. Not that old. Ash's dry tones maybe physically. She shrugged. I have to admit, I think I'm going to have that pole-axed look framed. Might be the only time we see a real one from you, gods. I hope so. What? Case drily commented. We got the video up to when he picked you up. What? Kath shrugged. That's one way to avoid the Fedcom civil war. I seriously doubt you'd allow Victor to keep head in ass. I blinked again. Say what? Evie laughed. Damn it, and we don't have our own video cameras. I finally rebooted. He mentioned the greatest lever. Couch. He just might find out quicker than he thought. A toast with a cup of coffee was Case's response, with a dry laugh. Sounds like you're taking his proposal seriously. He paused. You realize that'll mean you can't do shit we need done. Don't you? I shake my head. Not all of it, no. I sighed, looking at Asha. And in your story, you weren't allowed to be a carefree merc either. I should have seen this coming. Kath's response was to the point. Could have, should have, would have. Whatever. Now what's next? She looked around. Yeah, Kikyo wanted to bone the troll, who cares? She has and Hansa is in the mood to get more sweet and sour. Oi! I shot back, unamused of the Germanic blonde's snark. Evie was too busy laughing, and Case snickering. Isn't that sushi? Was his response. I could throttle the pole. No comment. I don't kiss and tell. He shot back, a reluctant grin on his face. Downside. I was actually hoping we could keep that on track, sexbot. But no, someone had to wag her shapely ass in front of his nose. He sighed. Kath shot back, responding. Upside, no Fedcom civil war. For the same reasons. We could have avoided it. Case finally admitted to the truth, he was fully on board and not an asshole, not only in it for money, women, and booze. But no. I shook my head. To be honest, I don't know if we could have avoided wrecking it. I look at all of them. You did see his reaction to her name, didn't you? Case sighed. Yeah, I should have figured that, myself, and told you to keep your mouth shut. I looked at him. Fuck, yeah, I know, I'd have ranted about the bitch, too. He shook his head. Kath shuddered as her mind briefly thought about that woman and then mercilessly crushed those very thoughts. Yeah. If his instant reaction, and our babbling about Morgan's trustworthiness, I was referring to Morgan Hosek Davian, Hansa's heir at this point, though his father was the aforementioned cocksucker. Victor and Catherine would have nuked it. Correct. Kath nodded. And he has a solution he thinks will work. And he wants. She suddenly grinned. You're imagine that. See, want, have. Very clan-like, if I dare say so. She was hissed at by 4 people, but undeterred, finished her trolling. He likes that, add in our view of well, royalty for royalty's sake, which we all have. You pretty much set yourself up to be taken. Repeatedly. Was it at least enjoyable? Kath. I sputtered. I'm not that bad. 4 flat stares answered me. Shiny. You want, you get. Play Oz. Case shot back. Bloody magpie. Kath snickered, then responded as Evie was proving the truth about teenagers, and reminding me to thank the spirits I brought food in bulk. Reminds me. Need to order crayons in bulk too. I shook my head of the idle thought as Kath spoke. First and foremost, we've derailed, no matter how, the Hansa and Melissa marriage. I dunno if it's good or bad. Neither. Ash's soft voice broke in. The odds of Victor and Catherine. She shot a smile and an apology look at Kath's shudder, existing in our new timeline as it stood, were, low. She shrugged. Which pleased our resident Pole, I suspect. Case looked at her dryly. Try all of us, and you know it, girl. I know you derailed it in your story, so drop the act. It was a bit distasteful, admittedly. She sighed. And to Hans's credit, and my annoyance, the cabbit was right. I couldn't help but preen. And I suspect that he went into it like his father did, for the good of the sons. I winced at that. That's not good, at least he got beyond it. In the future that would have been. Kath shot back, looking. Here? Once he started looking at Kikyo here seriously. Fuck. I summed up. Case nodded. When you fuck up by the numbers, you don't do it halfway, do you? I didn't set. Evie looked up from her latest pile of pancakes. Didn't, couldn't, wouldn't, doesn't matter. Drive on, deal with here and now. He's got 1 point, and one good one. We all looked at the girl with no ability to color coordinate, and apparently a black hole for a reactor. And what's that, besides, don't you want crayons? I couldn't help but snark. That's a treat, and he's right. None of us are going to hesitate to yank his chain in private if he gets too far off the reservation. Not us. We're already dead once, we know it, we know what comes next, so, yeah, no fear. And we're faithful. Grow up, be glad he wants you back, and take him. Remind him who really is in charge. Repeatedly. You're nicer laid. I spat out my coffee and Kath wiped her face. Afterwards, as I was trying to catch my breath, the blonde clanner turned to the younger redhead. You, Evie, are despicable. The bright grin that answered her was all the proof we needed to know Evie would fit right in for sure. And was recovering from the trauma of all the things she had experienced. Still. I didn't know if I really wanted this lever. Briefing room, dropship Camelot, evening. Hansa flipped through the report, as he looked at Justin. So. He shrugged. Summarize. They didn't take the simulation seriously. Justin sounded upset about that. I'll admit that General Onishi tried, but honestly, sire, they treated it in general as a video game, and even the Baroness did, though she tried hard to not. Hansa shook his head, amused. I treat Sims as a video game, Justin, so does Arden, so does your father. I'm not interested in their performance, I'm, like the profilers, interested in how they interacted. They played to win, mind you. Yes, sire. Justin clearly thought on how to say it. As the champion's junior aide, I didn't think I'd be doing this, but my view, is they have a general view of what each other is capable of, and I'd point out that outside of immediate tactics, they referred to Colonel Steiner or the Baroness. He paused, thinking on how to say this. While I would say the general, aside from Kessler, is the least trained or experienced mech warrior, she and the colonel are the most experienced in tactical and operational thinking. As you say, they played to win. They also played to have fun at yours and a few heavy guards' expenses. Hansa quirked a smile. As they should, sometimes being a troll is useful. Justin nodded. It was clear that while they all referred to Onishi, or if she pointed at Steiner, her, they all had their points and views, and it was a free flow of thought and communication. I won't say hive mind, but they do know each other very well, and were just nudging, and well, their behavior indicated they weren't taking it seriously, unlike the battle ROMs we have from all their mechs. As in they were friends who knew how each other thought. And didn't stand on pride, formality, or well, what most would consider good behavior. Hansa pressed. Exactly. Justin paused and nodded once. Baseline reactions and new profiles are in there, but, we are still using enhanced interviewing techniques, are we not? I would prefer not to. Hansa quietly stated. And do you think it's really needed, Justin? I know your father didn't not tell you about his work. You misunderstand, sire. I suspect why they're all willing, with caveats in Colonel Steiner's case involving the dragoons, understandable, that, I would be. He paused, and shook himself. Forgive me. I was just trying to. Hansa smiled. Place yourself in their shoes. Good trait, Justin, and an excellent one. It turns enemies into friends if you use it right. Justin nodded. I hope so, and as I was saying. He thought for a moment. I understand your reluctance, they are proving to if not be loyal to the Sons or you personally, at least honest fellow travelers for your goals, which honestly, I would feel. Well said. Hansa smiled. There's other traits I value as well, but consider thinking on those, as lessons for your future service. Justin didn't quite understand, but nodded anyways. The reason I think, and our profilers agree, is they want to maximize what they have. Justin finished. Hansa's eyebrows furrowed. Kikyo had admitted she had forgotten stuff she read from her sources to him during some discussion last night, as she amused him with some tall tales that she had read. Or had a hand in writing. Which is why you used interview, instead of interrogation, is it not? You're trying to imply debriefing. Yes, sire. Justin didn't sigh, but Hansa noted he'd need to work on body language anyways. The drugs include memory enhancers, as well as a more free-flow thought, as well as disinhibition and several other traits, or so I was told. Hansa finally finished. You're thinking of the first two options. Justin nodded. That is exactly the reason. Colonel Steiner and Lieutenant Winter are at least 15 years past when they last were in a position to examine the future that would have been. Justin's lips twitched upwards, to Hans's own, and the shared amusement of those in the know. And Corporal Kessler, General Onishi, and Commander Blackwing have admitted that their memories aren't perfect. He paused. Hansa thought about it for a moment. Then another. Finally, he sighed. I don't like it. And I'll want certain questions explicitly off limits, and the debriefers to understand, if information comes up related directly to those topics, they are to forget it. And it never existed. Justin nodded. I can think of several ones that are, as the lady said, immaterial, now. Hansa grinned, his accomplice in trolling was learning. And it's to wait till New Avalon. I think your father would be ideal to supervise. Hansa relaxed, and stood up. Now, I go face the music. You don't have to worry about the couch, yet. Justin smiled. Justin, you are young. I can tell you this. Maybe not tonight. Maybe not this month. But I will be on the couch, hopefully if my goals work out, for last night. I promise you that. Hansa grinned. And it have been worth it. Justin's eyebrows furrowed. Are you sure that a lady that'd remember that far, and take vengeance patiently? That's the best quality in a lady worth any man's time. The trick is convincing them it's not worth it, or that you've apologized, okay, groveled enough. I need to get to work on that, now. Hansa smiled as he clapped the younger man on the back, and walked off, whistling off-key a tune only a few historians would recognize, and two red-headed females, one of which would grin, the other would face-palm. Castle Cormorant, Corps Mater 6, late evening, December 15, 3015. Wearing what wasn't considered high court fashion on New Avalon or Como Roder, but was a classy, to me at least form-fitting, silver-laced, backless and sleeveless black evening gown, with a slight train, that framed my assets perfectly, made me stand out, as if being on Prince Davian's arm and announced as his +1 didn't. Hansa had made his view of my choice of fashion quite clear. The strays following behind, along with Marshal Felser, didn't attract as much attention, since the Marshal was escorting Kath, and Case, once again proving he was almost as good of an actor as I was looking properly attired and, dare I say, Bondish. He'd have given Pierce Brosnan or Sean Connery a bit of a run, I'd say. He decided a cleaned up and properly attired Evie Kessler would work as his +1, and her struggles to not be properly dressed amused Kath and I. Shortly we were circulating, greeting the lesser nobles and political players of the realm, as a fair bit of their children of age would be going with us, plus 60 of the reaches most promising. Those were the real payoff to House Arano. They would return with arguably the best education anyone could buy, of a level if not equal to what could be had on Terra, just below. And in areas the reach, no, the inner sphere, desperately needed. The nobility and other shining lights would form a well-trained professional corps to build a military around. 40 College of Military Science officers, spread out over the areas, would translate into down the road, a hard core of military professionals, with the accumulated knowledge of 5,000 or more years of warfare, pounded into their heads by experienced professionals who knew what worked and didn't. Give the Augurans a pair of decades after both sets of students returned, and their successors, and the Reach would have a shot at being a player strong enough that no one would challenge them, lest they get challenged in return. Right now, they only survived as a viable nation-state because no one wanted what they had enough to risk a possible invasion by their enemies, though I'd say all three of their major threats could take them fast enough that the risk wasn't as high as they believed. Their new asset on Aruta would require careful handling to keep that status, however, and one of the prizes they had won, while not a full treaty of alliance, was a treaty of recognition and friendship with the Federated Sons. Just the recognition of their existence officially by the Federated Sons was a prize, and the friendship bit added to the implicit threat that the Sons were watching. But it'd not be enough, if the Capolians or Taruians really wanted them. Though if I read Hans's mind right, the Capolians wouldn't be an issue much longer, as he approved of some of my suggestions that I made late last night on Xanadu. After a bit, and discussing certain things, Hansa went to talk to Lord Arano and his brother-in-law, while I had the duty of entertaining the heir and Espinosa's daughter. Baroness, isn't that cold? Was the first words out of Victoria's mouth, while Camilla just looked a bit shocked. I smiled at the pair. No, it's not, though I do have a fur coat. Silver ice weasel, a mammal that lives in my barony, and is quite popular. I looked around. With the climate controls you have, I'd say most of you would be too warm. Camilla thought for a moment, then firmly stated. Father thought that since New Avalon, both the city and the world, are a mild climate, the winter desert nights would be a bit unfair to his guests. I shrugged slightly. New Avalon does have some winter areas, New Scotland, for example, has some wicked winters, and fine skiing. There's a reason Winterfell has her name, after all. I smile, as if to share a joke. But, I'd say after being on dropships for the fair amount of a year, any winter would be a bit much. I admitted. Victoria thought at that and nodded, not understanding, but accepting it was an adult thing. Kamiya on the other hand, had her eyes narrow. And Spencer wasn't too out of sorts for you. My eyebrow didn't raise at that, but the way she had phrased it. When a major nation state wishes to acquire items, lady, they will, by and large. I will point out that while we tried to do it without violence, and in fact were not the first to start firing, I was explicitly under orders to do what we did. Maybe not in those words, go get the Lastek on Spencer, but was quite clear what my mission was, and as a mercenary commander, obedience to legal orders by the rules of interstellar states, is required, if you want to stay in business and keep your people fed. I shrugged. Is it nice? No. Is it right? I paused for a moment, thinking. Before I could, Victoria broke in. She had to do it, because Prince Davian told her, and if he didn't, he'd be failing his realm. As a prince, he has to do whatever it takes for the sons. She turned an admiring eye on him, and my hackles rose, though settled when I realized it wasn't lust, but of what the person was, or thought to be. And how she treated the Spencer militia, and the world. What about her duty to them, as well? Kamiya's response was immediate, showing an ongoing debate between them. Ladies. I paused. There is that. And I'd point out we did leave some material behind, which from what I understand, Janosch has brokered a deal with them, with two of his corporations supplying the funds. That was information we had received today, and Hans's smile indicated he had pulled off a tasty henhouse raid. As far as I was concerned, extra stalkers and aerospace I could buy wasn't a bad thing. For war material. Not items that improve their people's lives. Kamiya replied softly. And what did you take from them that might have changed that? I thought long and hard. Taking a sip of the wine I had snagged during Kamiya's statement, I responded afterwards. While classified, Lady Kamiya, I can assure you, outside one item, and I'd suspect they'd have traded that for more war material as you so aptly pointed out, the other items, honestly, were not worth much, to anyone, except as items to fill in gaps or historical curiosities. And most likely, Mim or Safe would have stolen them, if the MageOhki did not. I shrugged. It was a lie, but it was one that both girls seemed to buy, and their ill-concealed pleasure at being brought into a secret, made them not question why I was doing it. Your prince could have offered them something similar to what my father negotiated with you. Kamiya finally spoke. I nodded. That would have been an option, at least before the shooting started. And I will concede that it would have been my preference. I shrugged slightly, amused by the too slight glaze at my words. But orders are orders, and Spencer was a mission discovered after those orders. And I'll be even more fair, those orders didn't change until our true situation was clear. Victoria's face grew pinched, while Kamiya's was a bit sad at those words. My father had thanked you for your aid, and I need to do so as well. You didn't have to. I raised my hand to stop her flow of words. That was being a decent human being. While one could argue it was a contract breach, at that point. I am sons born, sons raised, and I happen to know the prince's mind. Plus once we deployed that many ships, we honestly didn't expect the ruse to stand much longer, anyways. How many mercenaries would be that decent? Victoria asked. I mean, honestly, most are just in it for the money. No better than pirates, just official. I sipped again at my wine. Lady Victoria, I'd say you'd be surprised. I thought about how to put it, then nodded. There are units with reputations for decency, famous ones. Does the 15th Draken mean anything? I paused. Several other units, while not as noted for their work of that nature, do go out of their way to help, and most, agreed on not all, most are at least conscious of decent relations, and there is a fine line between objective raids to recover nationally important assets, and just taking every dish a normal civilian owns. Or slavery. I shot back. Victoria blinked at that. And I can tell you, there are those who put honor, duty, humanity, first, over contract. I tilted my head. You must remember, you can divide about 85% of your mercs into two broad categories, those who got kicked out or left their national militaries for being, well, unsuited for that service, to put it mildly, and find the mercenary trade to their liking, or those who grew up in it, and that's all they know. I'll concede the remaining 15% aren't, but I'd point out that's where the fair amount of problems come from. Kamiya thought for a moment. You're saying most mercenaries are just like anyone else? I nodded, as Victoria clearly wasn't sure about that. By and large, yes. We practice a more violent trade, but it's a trade. Outside your regimental-sized formations, most of our work is anti-piracy or protection, when the main militaries are away. I smiled. I'd point out that Colonel Wolf smacked the domains pretty hard a while back. Both girls nodded at that. Ladies. Hansa and their fathers appeared, while we were talking. Hansa had broken in, amused. While I'm sure an interesting discussion, it's time to sign the treaties, and General Onishi is my witness, so if you would be. Both young ladies nodded, as Hansa slipped my arm into his. After the ceremonies and speeches, Hansa once again claimed me, and we began what he admitted he hated, the circulation routine. Once finished with that, we had a few moments to ourselves. Hansa broke the quiet moment. Espinosa worries me. He's too much of a patriot and a strong man. My eyebrow raised at the last, and he ruefully grinned. Perhaps it takes one. He trailed off. You'll want to talk to Case and the others more. What dealt with the Reach was a game, and they played it, I didn't. I shrugged slightly, while speaking quietly. But yes, he's got the potential for being the worst type of. With this I grinned wickedly. Cocksucker, shall we say? I see. Worse than Michael. His eyebrow raised at the last, curious to what I'd say. Yes. As much as I'd be loath to admit it, Michael didn't cross that last, fatal line that would damn him as much as Amaris or even Anton. It's one reason why I argued for having their jump ship fleet refitted and refurbished at preferential rates. Can't be sure, but best to remove one possibility. I see, then Kamiya. Hansa's tone was light, his words were dark. I nodded. She's got a good heart. I disliked some of her choices, but her heart is closer to where it should be. Maybe too much so, she thought we should have bought Spencer off. Hansa barked a laugh at that. If they weren't willing to stay bought, or at least try for a deal with a Lyran noble, I doubt they'd have tried to deal straight with us. He shook his head. There is that. I smiled as another noble started towards us, and once again, we began the glad handing. You'd think being a noble meant you'd not have to deal with glad handing or other such political activities. I wish I could be doing something more fun, and Hansa clearly agreed after politely fawning over one middle-aged lady. His twinkle indicated he had an idea or two, a very enjoyable idea or two for later. But duty called first. And this was only the first of these nights, which would be a long stretch, if I agreed to what Hansa wanted, or at least thought he did. Kikyo stateroom, dropship Xanadu, Puta system, dead, mooring, New Avalon time, December 19, 3015. Hansa looked at his tablet, as he leaned back against the pillows piled up against the bed's headrest. While he hadn't moved into my dropship, he made the preference for sleeping arrangements clear. As he put it, the pillows were better. The fact he could say this with a straight face, impressed us all. His eyebrows rose and he clearly wanted to pitch his tablet into the wall. Sadly, he was wearing a loose sweatshirt with Nama on it, hiding his chest. I rolled over and rested my cheek in my hand, as the sheet slipped slightly, distracting him and changing his mood. So, exactly why do you want to dent my bulkhead? I asked teasingly, the slight laughter causing the sheets to slip a bit more. While his eyes roamed at the view, he sighed. Duke knew Certus's hooking, he quoted with air quotes, as the tablet was clipped to the nightstand. Even though we were under spin for simulated gravity, otherwise I'd have the sheets locked to the bed, so we'd not float off, habits died hard. It only took the first floating tablet, okay, 2, for you to learn to secure everything. Just in case. I was distracted as Hansa countined. To the chain at New Damasus. I tilted my head, outside the one system in the Reach, Goldra, we were in the black until New Damasus. I see. I thought for a moment, then shrugged. That is where we first actually appear in the suns, actually, so. I thought for a moment. Why do I think you have given orders no one not cleared by you or Yvonne are allowed on any of the Medusa ships? Hansa grinned at that. I suspect however, Hansa being a bit more serious as he fully looked at me, he's heard enough rumors to start requesting shares, and when stonewalled by the den, he's coming to make his case personally. And see if there's any truth to the rumors about us. I shrugged, giving him more to look at. Which he appreciated. If that's the truth, would your sister be with him as well? He nodded at that. Would not surprise me. Court ended somewhat early this year, and this way she can spend Christmas on New Avalon. He sighed. Which we will be in time for. Too much time, in fact. I winced, noting what he was implying. And instead of being a guest, and able to play the game, I'll be the hostess on your arm, and focus for the game. I shot back. And of course rivals sizing you up for a knife in the back, Michael, if what you've implied is true, figuring out how to make you a non-problem. Hansa listed. One thing I'd credit him with, was even though he wanted me, and was seriously considering long-term, he didn't sugarcoat what that'd mean. Well, he hadn't come out and say my days of driving Bun around the battlefields were over, but looking over some of his plans for the upcoming operation, led me to realize that was on his list of things to do. As if. I really rather not have him near anything important. Hansa finally admitted. Putting aside the suspicions you've raised, which to be honest, you share with Yvonne. I don't trust him, I don't think he'd use them for the betterment of the entire Suns, and I don't think he thinks long enough term to realize what they mean. He shook his head. As per your suggestion, the idea of a double-blind attack, focusing on Ares for the second prong, to draw the Big Mac into that battle, has merit. I think I'll present that plus a slight twist. My eyebrows went up. Oh. He nodded at my curious tone, his hands beginning to wander. Yes, I'll hint that the deployment of the forces assigned to the actual thrust, is a cover for Tikhanov. If he leaks it to Max, it's buyable, if he doesn't, nothing lost. Hansa smiled as he started to distract me. I gasped in a slightly breathy tone, ah. I paused, debating to bat his hands away, but decided to finish my thoughts and let my hands wander. And if the Big Mac is waiting at Ares? I have plans. Hansa leaned forward, and started to execute one. It didn't take much for me to be helpless to resist his assault. Briefing room, dropship Camelot, Puta system, dead, mid-afternoon, New Avalon time, December 19, 3015. As the dropship we were running the sim on was being winded back to the jump ship, Kath's bright grin indicated someone had fun in the sims, as she mallocked herself to the deck. I, on the other hand, was wrung out, exhausted, and was keeping my head on the table. Evie had joined me, while Asha was floating, with a loose grip on a handhold. Hansa, while looking like he was put through a ringer, had a relaxed smile, and Case was just belted into his seat, chilling out, completely loose. First, I would like to thank Prince Davian for letting us use Camelot's computers, since only Xanadu has a similar setup, and we couldn't connect her to the other dropships. Hopefully that'll be fixed soon, once Argo is up and running. Hansa nodded. I was curious what sims you wanted to run. Thank you for running me though one. Kath waved her hand. Not a problem, thank you for subbing in for me, in the Lance, though a Battlemaster was a bit annoying. I muttered under my breath. And what would have been more than a bit? Kath pretended to not hear, though Asha snickered, and Case guffawed, while Evie just flipped a finger at the blonde. Well, I'll summarize this quick. You all ran the sims that we, air. Kath paused and shook herself. Well, okay, the Dragoons did. It's a graded sim, and 70 is the minimum we require to be active. For your information, Prince Davian, the Davian guards ran this sim yesterday, and while only a few excelled, none failed. Hansa grinned. That's pleasant to know. Case whistled. Dare I ask if the hot redhead that was your boss got a 100? Kath smiled. When she does, we recalibrate. This is the 4th version. Case just nodded, smiling. Asha sighed. As you all should have figured out, it's set to filter out natural talents, so we don't use it on brand new recruits, but I have a baseline on all of you. Only thing that gives it fits, is Phantom, Asha, so I disabled that for you, until I figure it out. Then you really will suffer. I see. Asha's neutral tone indicated that she understood the upcoming fun for her. Kath looked around. First. She was broken off by a clang, as Camelot docked. The 30-minute to jump warning sounded, and she smiled. Okay, let's get this quick. Tactical and Lance group score. 83. Not too bad. Could be better, but working in Prince Davian, and well. Yes. Her smile turned evil. Scores from best to worst, individual average of the 2 sets of sims. First was your individual dueling and fighting along, second was how you did in the group. She received nods from everyone, with Case snickering still. Case. 99 first run, 98 second run. You are one crazy motherfucker, and I will never tell Tasha, otherwise she'd do her best to kidnap you for red-black. Kath was serious on the last. Ha. I'd show her what she's missing, and show her who the real mech warrior is. Case waggled his eyebrows, as he just grinned back. Kath paused for a long moment. I'm tempted to tell her now. She shook herself. Asha, Air Ops, 87 Tactical, 84 First, 89 Second. If you get tired of Kikyo's service, I'm sure most units would take one look at your ability and scoop you up. Remember, this doesn't include your knack. Asha nodded. It was challenging. And I thought nothing was as bad as that last fight in the Combine. The dark-haired Asian woman admitted, somewhat haunted. It's meant to push you to the limit and beyond. Harder you sweat, less everyone bleeds. Kath was however sympathetic to Asha's distress. She then turned to Hansa. 85, 81, if you weren't concentrating on a certain shapely rear, you'd have been higher. Hansa nodded. I figured she needed the help. He admitted. Blonde locks shook in weightness, as Kath shook her head. Sim is meant to counteract that, and well, yet. Wasn't the best idea. Turning to the other 2 redheads, the blonde grinned. I'm sure you know what I'm about to say, but when we get back to New Avalon, expect pain. I'm saying neither of you should be near a battlefield. I winced, without raising my head. Evie just flipped her off again. And yes, the sim can handle and did your trick of iron shooting. I do it, precisely so assholes like Morgenkel or well, ladies, like our own Asha, don't screw me. Hansa looked interested at that, but didn't say anything. Kath nodded, and went on. Evie, Troll Cust, 50 toe. King Crab, 43. Second sim, in your Troll Cust, 59. You do work well with a team, you just need to get better. Evie made a sound that sounded like agreement. I sighed, not raising my head. Kikyo. First, 52. You really need to remember you are not an infantryman. And infantry are very squishy. And you need to learn you are a commander, and you are piloting a fire support mech. She shook her head, as Case nodded. Absolutely right. I could have 100 ed if I wasn't busy bailing your ass out, Cabot. Case snarked. Actually, that was factored into your score. Second was 55, like Evie you do better with others, but really, you need to break habits and also get better being a mech warrior. She sighed. I know Hansa won't get this, but both of you would be eaten alive by my old Sako before graduation tests, much less after. You should not be on the battlefield. I just made a noise of disgust. Kath softened the blow, as she sat down and strapped herself in. Well, at least right now. You both have the ability to be good, not a Case, not me, but well within Hansa's range, or hell, most elite formations. But you have a long way to go. And if that battle where Bun Bun's cockpit windshield had to be replaced didn't tell you that, maybe this will. I didn't notice Hansa's narrowed eyes, in a sense he was making notes, and thinking about this. 52 on a Dragoon sim without ever having an actual trainer when I was expecting a 22. I'll take it. Evie snarked. King Crab's still offline and waiting for some parts that are hard to get a hold of or I need to CYOA a machine shop to make, so I'll stick to the Troll Cust for now. Kath smiled evilly. As I said. I got confirmation that GRY built a version of the gauntlet at Winterfell. Her smile grew wider, as the 1-minute alarm blared. I'm sure you both will enjoy it. I simply looked at the demon with blonde hair. I hated losing, but I had to wonder if getting a friend back was worth the demon I let into my life, and who seemed to want to make me her clone, in a week. Before I could bring up a response, I felt reality dissolve and twist around me, and I began losing my lunch. Kikyo's office, dropship Xanadu, New Damace's Nader Point, late evening, New Avalon time, December 19, 3015. I looked up as Kath came in the door, looking just a bit annoyed. Yes. I was curious what pissed off our resident clanner. First, why did I have to fish Evie out of the trash disposal on the park and pool deck? Kath's tone indicated that she was mildly curious. She made a crack that I was pregnant. I sniff. Sorry, I am very much protected from that. I didn't catch the sudden flash of something in the blonde's eyes, but caught her deep breath. Second. Kikyo, dear, what the hell are you thinking? She threw up her hands, and a tablet slipped out, and slammed against the upper deck, dislodging the chip that was in it. What? I was puzzled. I looked over the adjusted contract and agreement to divide the spoils. In basic, fine, and the rest of the council sent basic approval, yes. But, we need to talk. Kath put her tablet back with the data chip she had, and thwopped it to fix the screen. Okay AI. I was puzzled. Seriously, what was the problem? Oh, gods, I can see you can't tell the problem. Kath's sigh was obvious. You're too frigging generous. I blinked. You cannot keep giving out bonuses of this size. I concede that some are owed that, but to the unit as a whole? I'll be honest, they'll rather want the money to go to long-term investments to keep us fed and in basic pay. I blinked. I blinked again. Before I could counter. And remember, while Hansa is paying some of the costs of challenge and us taking it over, we'll still need money over and beyond that. We have factories to build, people to hire, security to run. Great Father. She threw up her hand, and the poor tablet hit the wall, this time breaking into 3 parts. I thought on how to put this. Kikyo before her 20th birthday, ironically for someone money grubbing, was strangely free with it, and really didn't wonder where her next meal was coming from. The 20th century person, was similar. Never mind. Sign this. She looked at her tablet. Okay, scratch that. I'll get a new one, and a very graphed copy, you'll sign that. I paused. What am I signing? Me, in charge of the finances and contracts for the unit, and your business manager. Kerensky only knows you need one. And Rayan already is worshipping my feet, for some reason. I'm wondering if your conservator didn't have some good reason. I almost rose, forgetting I was belted in, then sat back down. You're saying I'm going no money too fast, and need to hold a lot more back. Yes. We'll need it to expand challenge, to keep the unit running so we can be picky about contracts, and other such things. You just thought the people were doing well, and should have a share in the windfall. Not long-term about keeping them employed, or their pensions, or their death benefits. She finished her spiel. I really wished I could let my head fall to the desk, but... Fine. Get it. It came out petulant, and frankly, I wasn't sure I was happy with this, but I saw her point. I forgot I had no nation-state to back me up, and even with the agreements and contracts that challenge would get, it'd be a fair long-term project before it became the money printer it should be. Good. Kath spun on her heel, the maglock whining. She could have at least picked up the tablet bits. Park Deck Lounge, Dropship Xanadu, New Damace's Nader Point, Night, New Avalon Time, December 19, 3015. We were sitting in the nook, as Catherine Steiner brought us all up to date in short, pithy statements, to what had happened on the various fronts. While generally butterflies hadn't flapped that hard, a slightly higher than the future that was tempo of operations on the Draconis front had indicated that the AFFS was feeling its oats as mechs began to flow to units. As far as she could guess, it had inflicted more losses as well as the surprise fall of Tancredi, after Brian's Legion had surrendered Tancredi II to the well-supplied Davian units. That had happened about a month ago, and operational tempo had fallen significantly, but from what Kath had picked up from Wolfnet and what DMI and MIIO were giving her, in Primus, the snakes had been hammered, though it had cost the AFFS in numbers, if not every single new mech in ASF, but enough that Sandoval had pretty much ordered a operational pause, since in effect, the AFFS in his march was more or less the same as it was at the start of the year in strength and much more battered and exhausted. But Tancredi IV, one of the founding worlds of the Federated Suns, was back. Oddly enough, even with supply issues being dealt with by Hansa for the Capolian March, no operations had changed, and it seemed that the tempo was about the same. Kath's theory was that Hosek Davian was stockpiling in preparation for a coup, and if nothing else to keep the myth of New Avalon's neglect up. I'd ask Hansa later if there was more. The big change from what we remembered was the Anton Merrick situation. In Primus, Anton had actually accelerated the demand to surrender effective command and control of the Dragoons and penny packet them, by nearly 2 weeks. 2 months later, the Dragoons were on New Valentia and Hansa had snapped them up on a short-term garrison and then normal contract. I raised my eyebrows, but Kath shrugged. With the decampment of the Dragoons from Anton and they claimed Merrick service due to a contract breach, Jamie had recorded it, and presented it in the contract to the MRB and others, and with that, C**, gritting their teeth upheld the Dragoons' decampment. Anton's troops collapsed, with the vast majority surrendering, when Janosch promised no junior officer or enlisted would be executed or tainted for treason, only majors and above, and even those if they surrendered right now, could escape the noose, except for his son and Anton, of course. While the vast majority took him up on that offer, roughly a battalion and a half of the Ducal Guard had fled to Xi'an with Anton and Gerald in tow. Katrina hadn't done anything unexpected, actually, so in a lot of ways, outside the collapse of Anton earlier, and his escape, and the celebrations over the return of Tancredi IV being nearly 7 years before it was supposed to happen. We already knew about the increased production of the Suns, though Blackwell's increase again surprised all but Kath. So, wait, the snakes gave up Tancredi? Case demanded. Seriously? Not really, Pole. Kath shook her head. It's more that Robinson was more or less feeding the roughly 20 to 25 new mechs a month he was getting into taking that world back. We have reserves finally convinced the Dragon, that holding Tancredi wasn't going to be possible, so as a temporary measure, saved what they could. She snickered. It really didn't help that Robinson was launching raids up and down the border. Case smiled a bit coldly. Well, damn. Sucks to be them. 1 world down, several more to go. I so hope we can be there when Hansa retakes Mara. Kath snorted. I have serious doubts that we, as in the command task force, will ever see action on the Combine front. She looked at me. He might be willing to bend on the Capolian front, but on that? No. He's not going to risk that hurt again. She snorted at Case's groan. No, you had to give in to the shiny and get the shiniest prize of them all. Now we can't go kill snakes, damn it. Case threw up his empty hand, as the other had a bottle of Timbuktu Dark in it. I knew that'd come back and bite me. Kath soothed. It's not like she'll always be with us, it's quite possible that I'll be tasked to take over the command TF, on occasion. Case suddenly looked up, starry-eyed. Really? And then we go kill snakes? He paused. I'd even serve under you in that case. His tone implied more than just service in battle, mind you. Perv. She shook her head. Too young, back to the fish pond with you. Case sighed. Damn it, the lady's old enough for me, won't touch me unless they're hardcore cougars and those scare me, and those who will, are way too young. Sucks to be a teenager again, don't it? Evie chirped. Her attempt to paintball me for the trash incident met an odd fate, when she realized she had hit a dummy I was using to spar on, instead of me, as I had moved just at the same time she fired. I had then spent an hour chasing her around Xanadu. Hey. I sighed, looking upwards. And you are one too, get used to it. The other redhead flopped across from me, in that boneless way that teenagers often seemed able to do. Meh, rather not. So, when are we gonna get to killing things? I shrugged. I doubt Kath is going to let us near the battlefield. Before the blonde could speak, Case burped from a pull on his bottle. And if she lost her mind, I'd beat what the US Army should have beat into your pretty little head. Stars do not fight. You of all fucking people, in this time, should frigging know this. I sighed. He was right. Look, Pole, I never commanded a battalion, much less higher. So yet. While I was taught it, I never did it. I nodded. I'll need to be reminded of that. Two voices, one female, one male, answered as one. Oh, count on it. Hilton Head, Terra, morning local time, December 20th, 3019. Tojo Jarlath, the new official Prekenta Ram, head of Comster's intelligence, walked into his superior's office, and the Primus was enjoying a fine cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Ah, Tojo, would you like a cup? Julian Diapolo was in a fine mood. We finally got the exact blend of how the American presidents had their coffee during the last period of that so-called Cold War of theirs. Quite excellent. Tojo noted it'd not only be rude to refuse, but as he was a coffee connoisseur, an insult to his hobby. Softly, he answered. I would be delighted, sir. Excellent. Julian bustled, serving his subordinate personally, a rare gesture, and shortly both me were sipping the beverage the most powerful man on Terra once drank. Julian's smile indicated he knew the irony of the drink, and how much more powerful he was. Alas, all good things come to an end, thought Tojo, who reluctantly didn't ask for a second cup. As you know, you placed a tasking on Ram, Primus, it's complete. Julian tilted his head. Did I not? Oh, you wish to be complete, I presume. As well as some more recent information has come in, from one of our adepts, nominally part of Ro, but really a Comguard mech warrior we tapped for a mission. One Erin Larkin. I'm actually quite pleased with her performance, all things considered, even though I must admit I wished we had given her full training in Ro. Julian's eyebrow rose as he sipped at a second cup, then he snorted. Don't be that way, Tojo, pour yourself a second cup, it's Christmas and unless you report Hansa has Prometheus, nothing can spoil this week. Tojo obeyed with a rare thin smile. Thank you. As I was saying, Adept Larkin was assigned to join Baron Naka, the younger son of the Count of New Osaka. Julian nodded following along. I presume to see if he was left anything, and any locations. I would not be so gauche to say you are wrong, and you are of course correct in any manner. Tojo responded. No, you wouldn't, as if you had one vice and weakness, it would be a new coffee blend. I already have your gift this year, thankfully. Julian smiled, and Tojo returned it. She was able to give some information, then the young Baron fell out of contact. Tojo gave a shrug. She recently reported in, and is arriving on Terra for a debrief shortly, but in essence, the Baron was left enough to form a so-called mercenary band that did not register with us, then a location. Illyria. He was in command of that. Julian was disturbed. If the young adept took part in that, I will be, most disappointed. Make sure that's found out. Tojo nodded in response. Illyria had been sacked brutally by a combined arms regiment that hammered it flat. Only pictures were a purported mercenary command, and a death warrant issued by Katrina Steiner for the Baron, after his attainment. I don't believe she did, and even if she did, it could be argued it was needed for the mission we gave her, sir. Tojo reminded his superior. Find out, however, which it was if at all. Julian sighed. So. He did. What? The field library that Illyria had. Including its hardware research into Project Shield, or what Adept Black called Casper 3. The next generation of SDS systems, I believe. Tojo winced, at the look of fury on Julian's face. Sir. She got a copy, and we have it. She thinks she may have been able to corrupt elements, focusing on those specifically in HPG research in the core, but she's not sure. Julian's tirade was held just to hear that, then a slight smile crossed his face. Just the recovery of the data for ourselves, is a not-so-minor coup, I apologize, and a wonderful gift the young adept brought us, and as if you say, she has done a well done. Tojo nodded. She also attempted to destroy the jump ships and drop ships, but that wasn't successful. Truly a shame that. Julian shrugged. But, as you say, she is really Comguard, not Ro, so what she did, was exceptional on its own, I wager. As I said, I wish we had her trained in row, and if possible, I would like her. Julian's eyebrow rose. That was high praise. Let's give her some time to recover, then offer her the choice, shall we, my friend? Julian shook his head. As I remember right, those in row don't just have to be good at what they do, but like it to some extent. Tojo nodded. Yes, sir. So, do we know where the young ex-baron is going? And with what? Julian raised his eyebrow. 2 automated last-generation Star League Defense Force dropship bays, about the equivalent of 24 mech bays of the same nature, a few odds and ends, including 1 ground drone. An adept Larkin believes, the Combine. Julian's eyebrows furrowed. Remind me again, about the automated bays you refer to. Tojo paused for a moment, then spoke. As you know, part of the Casper system was the automated repair bay systems, used to repair and rearm various craft. Yes, I do. Julian wasn't upset, he understood that the man wanted to be clear. Tojo nodded, and continued on. The Star League sometime in 2750 apparently developed a variant that was used normally on Royal Command and other units, including some outpost castles. I've done some research, and we knew about them, just that we thought they were all destroyed. The Primus tilted his head. I take that wasn't the case. No, sir. They also use the same computers and similar tooling as most late-generation factories, such as Wagnar's or Koreans. I see. Miss Onishi, no Baroness Winterfell, now, her dropships had these. Julian nodded. One question answered, and a wry smile crossed his face. Well, that answered how Hansa increased his production. Tojo nodded. And presents us with a unique possibility. Julian tilted his head. Pray tell. We send technicians to help the Combine install these in a few factories, increasing their mech production by a small amount, say 20 to 30 a month, and as our price, acquire some for ourselves, which we will sell to the Confederation. We are helping with the project they have going, after all. Tojo trailed off, to Julian's thoughtful hum. I like it. I really do, make it happen, Tojo, and I assume that our technicians will be trying to see what data was recovered. He received a nod. Well, then. We'll keep having them find a clutch of buried battle mechs in reserve, then, since once your agents disable Hansa's recent windfall. Quite so, though the cost of taking Tancredi 4 back, pretty much expended the increased production the AFFS assigned to the Draconic Front, and Hosek Davian is playing games with his. Tojo spread his hands. The mission to infiltrate the production factories and the NAIS is still ongoing. And Miss Onishi's little activities recently? Julian asked idly. We don't believe she recovered a data core, at least not yet. Hansa Davian would be crowing about it, I believe. Though given what she and he left the Reach, it's fair to say they regained some more components for factories. Tojo sighed. We don't know how much, and it may be needed to, instead of mechs, have the Combine and Confederation find some of their own automated bays, to fix their factories, since we now know how to build them, or shortly will. We'll keep that in reserve, Yarlith. Julian shook his head. I can imagine the screaming at the young adept's failure. The Primus snorted. As you said, she didn't have the training. What she attempted and did successfully do, was more than we could reasonably expect, no? She at least tried to deny the Scavenger Lords the ability to increase their war-making potential. At great risk and cost. I thank you for that consideration. She seems to have a talent. Julian smiled at Tojo, who continued on, finishing his report. In summary, we think the upcoming operation is aimed at weakening the Confederation, but won't go for a year or more. It's possible, we presume it could go as early as March, but our views of the heavy cavalry and dragoons, which we expect to play a role in the battle, is that they're not yet ready for the roles. Both units are still integrating new personnel, and while large, not at where they want to be, or so we think. Julian took another sip of his coffee, thinking for a moment. At this time, I don't think we want to derail that. Let Maximilian learn his place. Julian smiled cruelly. He will need us more, and so will Takashi. Hansa will do Blake's will, then they will. And the young Baroness? Tojo's question seemed innocent, but was one he had asked before. I think now, yes, Tojo, if you could be so kind. Julian greenlit the request. And as for her sister, and brother? They too. And let us make sure that she didn't leave anything behind for others to find. Pointing at Tojo trailed off. Julian Diabolo, the Primus of Comster, and one of the most powerful people in the inner sphere. Merrick. Hansa is getting too close to them. Failing that, his attempts to woo Katrina annoy me. Loki makes a good foil. Blake's will be done, sir. Chapter 8. With a lever big enough I can move the world. A Battletech fanfiction. By Andrew MageOhki Norris. One of the debates when you theorize time travel, at least in my 20th century memories was, translated for 31st century people, would you go back and kill Amaris at 20, no as a baby, before he had committed the horrors? The question is, that I still don't have a good answer for, is when you know someone is going to be scum, do you kill him first? I never did get a good answer, as in one case, it was the right call not to, in another, it wasn't. Diplomacy, politics, Hades, most business, is the art of smiling at men and women you rather shoot. On occasion, in this universe, you do get to shoot them. But they get to shoot you, too, and incoming fire always has the right of way. From the Journals and Notes of Kikyo Onishi, New Avalon Press, 3291 AD, as part of the Century of Chaos, The Movers and Shakers series. Airlock, Dropship Camelot, New Damasus System, Midday, December 20, 3015. Hansa had insisted I be by his side as he greeted one of his most powerful vassals. Given it was Michael Hosek, who had added Davian after marrying Hansa's bastard older sister Marie, I tried to beg off. Didn't work, so here I was, magboots locked to a bulkhead, as Hansa greeted a lean, thin-faced man with braided black hair, an AFFS uniform with field marshal tabs and a practiced smile. I didn't buy it, nor did Hansa, and Michael's eyes were a bit flinty, as he turned to me. And so, this is the girl who brought us increased production. His attempt at a jovial tone wasn't bad, per se, but my trained ear knew it was false. I was just doing my duty to the Federated Sons, as any good citizen should. I demurred his praise, as Hansa nodded with an amused smile. Michael hinted at things, and was trying to imply I hadn't been rewarded enough, yet. But it's the duty of the first prince to reward such attention to duty, isn't it? And again, when you do it again. Hansa interrupted, and shook his head. We're still in discussions about the precise rewards she should receive. Kikyo has a will of steel, and isn't enamored of certain things most would take with pleasure. Michael blinked. Ah, well. Michael looked at his liege's body language, and mine, as Hansa slipped an arm around my waist, to steer us into the briefing room. I see. Well, then that is one way to reward, I gather. He shook his head with a smile. And a pleasant one. So, the media wasn't a false flag. I kept quiet, as Hansa just shook his head. At first, but... Well, Michael, I seem to remember quite well your pursuit of Marie. Michael smiled, though there was a faint ugly cast to it. As you say. May I offer my hopes that it leads to future happiness for you both and the sons? I smiled, as Hansa nodded. Thank you, Michael. As I said, we're still in discussions. Hansa's smile indicated several things. Well, I am sure most of the Federated Sons hopes for a very fruitful outcome. Michael nodded. As we headed to the briefing room, I wondered where Marie was. May I ask where her grace is, Duke Hosek Davian? I inquired politely. I actually was curious, since I suspected Marie had some pointed questions for me. Michael smiled a bit more naturally. Morgan, our son, isn't doing too well, from the rapid jumps, so she's tending to him. She told me she is eager to meet you. And would do so, shortly. We had arrived at the briefing room, and I looked at Hansa. If her grace wishes my time, then I need to finish some paperwork and deal with some issues, Hansa? Your grace? I think she deserves my full attention and as much time as I can give. I was polite about asking to get away from the weasel, and Hansa just nodded. Denying us your lovely presence, lady? Is a shame, but paperwork waits for no one, as anyone who rules or commands know. And yes, Marie and you have much to discuss, I think. Words that mere males should not be privy to. He turned to Hansa. I'm sure we have issues to discuss that is only for senior people to know, don't we Hansa? Hansa tilted his head at Michael, and smiled. There was an edge there that I didn't like. Did the issues between Hansa and Michael go deeper than was hinted at in the future? That was interesting. Oh, while I wanted to discuss some issues that Kikyo has a stake in, I do have some things that she isn't cleared for, and this is as good of a time as any, I suppose. And yes, Marie really does want to talk to you, Kikyo, she said as much in her letters to me. I took that as my cue to flee, though I did so without showing anything. Shortly I was back aboard Xanadu, where Evie and Case waited. Evie looked me up and down, and appeared disappointed, while Case just shook his head. I know you'd not skin the weasel yet, Sexbot. Damn it. Case sighed. Can I arrange for him to go pop, please? His attempt at kitten eyes in his scruffy mode amused me. Evie joined in with her more effective ones. Please. There is a reason I didn't bring you too, you realize. And we don't kill men for what they would do, we are civilized people in a civilized realm with laws and courts that actually work. Evie and Case turned to each other. Looked, turned to me and in unison. But it'd save the taxpayers money. I paused. They had a point, given all things, and the level of havoc Michael had done. But I steeled myself, like Espinoza, we couldn't kill baby cocksucker in his crib. No. If we get proof, we do it right. Case and Evie tilted their heads. Rios needs a raise, she really does. Case finally said. She's working for a bleeding heart. Before I could chase the two out to find their own amusements, outside of killing the weasel, Evie had the last words. Literally, if she keeps this up. Kikyo's office, dropship Xanadu, early afternoon. I looked up as Catherine walked in, trailed by 3 people. I blinked. I blinked again. Holy shit, it's Sean Connery and his younger brother, who has a hot redhead poured over him. I blurted out. Really, seriously, FASA and Cat Labs, what the hell? Breaking out in laughter, Catherine doubled over, while Jamie shook his head bemused. That's now 2 people who call me that, and I still don't know why. I looked at the laughing Natasha and Catherine, then at the bemused brothers. I think Natasha has seen some 20th century movies. I think I actually have a few of Sir Connery's films in Xanadu's library. Oh. Jamie blinked. He paused, blinked again. That explains how you knew it, but not Catherine. Nor how you knew that Anton was going to be well. Stupid. Panicked enough to break your contract, and seek leverage over you in any way. Jamie nodded, recognizing that I had caught his unsaid word, and was being polite. As good of a description, I suppose, General. He tilted his head. I blinked and face-palmed, hitting a button. Kyria, please bring some coffee and 8 mugs, and if you would be so kind as to have Lieutenant Winters and Corporal Kessler come. Jamie's eyebrow rose, but he took the invitation as meant, and settled into one of the loungers I had bolted to the deck in an apparently haphazard arrangement, while the other 3 dragoons, ex or otherwise, took their own, though Tasha seemed to like using Joshua as hers. The arrangement wasn't haphazard, as this way I had a clear view of the main hatch, and only had to slightly turn my head to directly view the majority of the people in the office. As a bonus, I had a fairly large area to have people stand in front of the desk, if I needed that type of environment. I simply waited till Kira arrived. She quietly served coffee, while paying close attention to Natasha Kerensky, as if she was a hungry pit viper, and left the serving setting in a large carafe of coffee. Jamie took a sip, and raised an eyebrow. I would pay good money to have your supplier, General. He trailed off. Kikyo, you have time on me, if nothing else. As I said that, Jamie's eyes narrowed. He sensed that I didn't mean age. Holy shit, he really is Sean Connery. A female voice blurted out, as Jamie turned his head, and Evie reacted shocked. Case looked at both. And his brother is an evil twin. Both must have gotten serious play. He grinned at both, and looked at Natasha. Name the place, name the time, and we'll see who's the best, and I gotta see Bill saying it's not you, Trashborn. Before Natasha even reacted, the Archon clone wrapped her arm around Case's neck and rubbed her knuckle on his head. Don't pull that crap with her, Case. Kath. Natasha asked her best friend in confusion. Numbskull here thinks he can pick a fight with number 1 because he has hacks. Hacks. I'm that good lady, what you all had hundred of years of hack scientists trying. I beat by being me. And I'm all natural. Case waggled his eyebrows. So, fight me. Natasha stared at him for a moment before eyeing Catherine, who ground her knuckles harder in response. Challenge her after explanations, you pole. Tasha, I didn't say anything. Wait for the explanation, everything will be obvious at that point. I'll take your word for that, Kath. I face-palmed. Damn it, you pole. I looked at Jamie who was amused, and Joshua who was eyeing a person who made a bespoke spider silk tunic and Somerset wool turtleneck look scruffy somehow. Jamie's voice broken in exactly the same accent and tone that the actor Sean Connery had used in Hunt for Red October. Considering that I had some questions, I suspect they'll be answered here and now, anyways without me asking. His smile was a bit quirky as Tasha and Joshua turned to him. I shook my head. You won't like them, and the best way to say it, is I doubt you'd believe them, anyways. I paused. The answers, at least. Catherine dragged Case to a chair and dropped him on it before settling down herself. Play nice for now. You can play with Natasha later. Case sulked, but obeyed, looking at the 2 older females in the room that were CAV. Alright, so. Since we're all here and sitting down, we may as well get started, Catherine began. This is a closely kept secret and, for reasons that will become apparent, it should stay as such. It is on the wild side of things, but, it's real. Natasha was definitely paying close attention to her best friend now, wondering where she was going with it. I am sure it might not come as a surprise, given my past as Cloud Cobra, that I have a much more spiritual outlook than most of us. Kath. Natasha said, looking scandalized she'd name-dropped that. Chill, Tasha. One of the things that many of us believe is in reincarnation, that our spirits would, after death, return to the living world as a new person. That sometimes the spirits who reincarnate can actually remember some of their past lives, and there have always been some reports of such claims over the ages. Rather hard to prove, usually, except, here we are. Jamie interrupted before she could finish. Really? That? Jaime's eyes flashed with something unusual. That explains a lot, if true. He tilted his head. Them too. I simply nodded. Yeah, Catherine confirmed. We all are, and, whether by accident or design, we all have enough in common that Kikyo tracked me down. And this is where things get crazy sounding. Reincarnation isn't crazy sounding. Tasha piped in. Not in comparison. You see, our spirits came from Terra, but from what we can tell it's not quite this Terra. In that Terra, an entertainment company developed a tabletop game in the 20th century called Battletech. It was designed to allow players to battle with giant war machines called battle mechs, and it featured a fictional setting where 5 great houses were fighting over the remnants of a star league. The lore would develop to encompass events up to the mid-32nd century, covering such events as the short-lived Amorous Empire, General Kerensky's Exodus, the First, Second and Third Succession Wars. Tasha broke in, amazed. Wait, that explains how you knew Anton was a betrayer. What did he do? Catherine nodded, taking the interruption in stride. Christopher was actually Prekentaram, manipulating Anton into bleeding the Dragoons and trying to force a resupply run. Comstar wants to know where we came from, and even now they've got their Explorer Corps out there, looking for us. They'd find us in 3048, triggering a clan invasion. As for what exactly would have happened in New Delos that I was trying to derail, and Kikyo managed to do so brilliantly, if rather bluntly. Anton would have taken our dependents in his HQ hostage, including Joshua, and executed them. Our response would have been swift and brutal, with you, Tasha, leading a company of mechs through the backwoods of his HQ, while the woods are on fire. A famous action, but I think we all agree we'd rather have the need for that avoided. Jamie nodded. And you, he turned to look me in the eye, nodding once. Wanted to be sure that didn't happen, did you not? I spread my hands slightly. I rather not have a fellow soul stealer decide killing her way till she found someone to put her out of her misery was a good idea. Tasha blinked, confused, as Kay sparked out a laugh. Not the same red hair type, Cabot. Evie is the soul stealer, you're just the succubus. Evie joined Case in laughing. Each freckle is a soul. Where are yours, Major Kerensky? Evie asked amused. Otherwise, you're not a good redhead, out to eat souls. Catherine chuckled as Natasha finally caught on to the reference. Instead of snarking, however, she mulled over Kikyo's words and what they meant before speaking up. You say I reacted to Joshua's death by seeking someone capable of killing me. It's a theory, Catherine said, that fits you. We can't be sure, and none of us wants to find out for real. I rolled my eyes as Evie coughed. Bullshit, was heard at least twice. I shrugged as Tasha went to glare at Evie. It's a working theory, and given group psychology and cultural norms that you grew up with, the most likely one. Humans are social animals, and we tend to prefer relationships. You don't have one, you feel like a useless waste. It's what it is. Evie broke down laughing. And you would take up the proper course, and become the most listed cause of death in mech warriors. She sniggered. I wonder how many freckles you'd have had. Case snorts. And only to be pulled down by the jade pigeons. If I recall right, it took something like 2 full trinaris. And even then, half didn't make it. He grinned. Poor shit birds. Something that we almost certainly butterflied away, Catherine interjected. Not that I don't mind teaching pigeons who the alphas are, but if they stay in the home worlds everyone is better off, including themselves. The sheer degree of self-destructiveness the clans got to after Operation Revival failed is only comparable to the degree of sheer spite and dumb shittery the Word of Blake got to when their cherished second. 3 hisses at the name of Word of Blake broke Catherine's train, as the strays all made warding signs suited to the cultures they now had grown up with, as if Catherine had mentioned the very devil himself's name. As I was saying, Catherine resumed with barely a pause after the unexpected interruption, the clans basically self-destructed after the clan invasion failed. Split between the clans that made it to the inner sphere and those who didn't. Then whoever the fuck it was made Il Khan, started reaving bloodlines left and right, and they had a goddamned civil war, with bioweapons manufactured to kill entire bloodlines in the mix. So yeah, let's not go there. Natasha looked horrified even as Catherine shuddered. Bioweapons? What? Stravog would use them. Case snorted. Better ask which one wouldn't, I mean, for all your pious words about civilians, Tanite worlds, what the leadership at the reaving did to blood spirits, I could go on, but, your scientists got tired of being below the warriors, and felt, hey, we breed you, so, you should be below us, and subverted Coyote. He shrugged. And it's not so much that the invading clans were much better, really. Nova cats get visions leading them to become good little combine drones, then get wiped, smoked kitties glaze a city or two with warships, and let's not get started on what Insanity Wolf gets up to. Catherine mutters Turtle Bay at the smoked kitty reference. Evie joins in cases derison. It's like all the clans period compete to see how many war crimes by the Ares conventions or even Nicholas' own guidelines they can commit. Honestly, if I recall. She looks at Kikyo, a question in her eyes. Ghost bears, diamond sharks, hell's horses, and snow ravens are the cleanest, yes, but outside the first two, if I recall right, even they do a bit of war crime for fun and profit, and the sharks, well, you know how they play. I pause. And frankly, the ghost bears by the last time I checked the future that was, in what the writers called the Dark Age, aren't really clan. And counting the homeworlds and inner sphere, I think maybe a dozen are left. Case and Evie shrug, turning to Catherine. Before they could speak, Joshua sighed. None of that surprises me, not really. All the heads snapped to him. He shrugged. As much as I hate to admit it, I suspect Curlin thinks the same, that the inner sphere society would corrupt the hell out of the clans, and the clans wouldn't take that very well. Jamie nods. I see it in the dragoons. Even the ones raised and well, the most ardent clanway believers. He spread his hands. Continue, Colonel. There's some irony there, because the IL Khan that started the Reavings was doing so under the idea they'd been corrupted by the inner sphere and he was purifying the clans. It was poetic justice that the end of that war was marked by his own reaving in the Grand Council by his fellow Khans after someone pointed out he'd been in the inner sphere too, Catherine said. But that's less important than the main takeaway from this. If the clans invade, they'll likely end up self-destructing, and it's vital we ensure they do as little collateral damage to us, in the inner sphere, as possible. Ideally, they don't come at all, or we change the situation such that a political settlement might become possible between the clans and the inner sphere. I've no real idea how to accomplish that, but given the clans would most likely want a new Star League, might come around to establishing one in some form that's acceptable to them. Or not. I'm more worried about keeping them out right now. Catherine paused for a moment before adding, one way of doing that could just be superpowering a great house to end the war, too. I shook my head. I've mentally noodled that out. Problem is, at best, given what you told us, my sandbox figure is 15 years before the clans invade, assuming we do manage to piss off Comster enough to send out lots of ships, at worst, 3050s. No great house, not as they stand, can win the wars, unless we superpower a union of two of them. Even then. I waggle my hand slightly. 3 would be better, though. There is a way, which is deeply depressing to one side of me, that the clans can fit in. Evie's eyebrows rose at the last. I call bullshit. Drac did it, in his story, along came a spider. I shrugged. Case looked up. Thinking warrior houses. I nod in response. Natasha raised an eyebrow. As in the Capellans? Making a clan fit like a warrior house? Who's Drac? Evie giggled. Bookworm, maniac, singing battleship. Actually a writer. As you might have guessed, any setting gets somewhat or fully creative people altering it, for various reasons, their interpretation, etc., it's called fanworks, and Drac, short for Drakensis, did several fanworks, more precisely fanfiction, set in Battletech. I don't recall the details of the story Kikyo referred to. Alternative universe, where the change from canon, is instead of 3055. I shook my head. Anyways, instead of dying during and after the clan invasion is stopped, Jamie Wolf dies at Misery in 3028. Leaving only one original Dragoon officer alive. I smiled at Natasha. You. I grinned at her recoil in horror. Curlin Ward. All 3 Dragoons turned to Catherine, who just shook her head with a smile, as I continued, gave Jamie orders to, and I quote, prepare the inner sphere for invasion. I tilted my head. Tasha there wanted to do them, but was actually a bit better than Colonel Wolf, because she realized she was out of her depth on how to do it, while Jaime's solution was to basically train the is to fight like clanners. I snorted at the last. Jamie considered the new information, especially regarding Curlin's purported orders, which he'd already suspected were his intent, but Natasha didn't react nearly as well. No. Curlin wouldn't do that, would he? You're lying. Catherine hopped out of her seat even as Joshua embraced the redhead. The blonde gently turned Tasha's face to look at her even as she lowered herself to be level with her. It makes sense. I sigh. Curlin, and to an extent Ulrich, his successor, are wardens. I'll admit that I believe they're the closest to Alexander's views, mind you, so there's some fondness from me, and if you're a warden, whose core view is to defend the inner sphere, doesn't that mean you defend it from the Crusaders? I tilted my head. In that view, you could argue that the Crusaders are breaking the unity, which I don't really get, mind you, but I understand the importance. I pause, then Case breaks in. And in a way, you could argue he was trying to protect the clans, too. I doubt that Kurlan had a clue what had happened, but... The pole turned outworlder shrugged. But didn't he actually take as a bondsman a scorpion so he could drain the guy of all the history knowledge? Tasha, back in Terra, miners used to have a bird called a canary inside a mine's tunnels as a warning sign that there was poisonous air building up and they had to get out. The dragoons are the canary for the inner sphere. Think about it, if all we're supposed to do is play mercenary to get some inside information, exactly why did we need to be as big as this? Why not simply send no more than a regiment? Or a battalion? Or even better, send 2 or 3 smaller units, hire out to different houses and get the recon done even faster? Why did we need to come with the things we left behind? Catherine made a brief dramatic pause before resuming, because Kurlan wanted us to be the warning to the inner sphere that the clans are out there and they will come, and do so in such a way that he can feign innocence and protect Clan Wolf in the process. That is why, Tasha, why we are so damn oversized, why we are riddled with Lustek, why he tried to and in fact succeeded in pushing us into taking hardware, mechs, that were never produced in the inner sphere. He wanted everyone to know. He just can't outright tell anyone, even us, that it is his intent, because that puts Clan Wolf in jeopardy. Not if he has any choice whatsoever about it. I nod. It's a smart play, and bluntly, the cover's so threadbare, that everyone suspects it, at least in some sense, that you're the SLDF in exile. I shrug. Even with Catherine doing her best to get the oh, hi, there, we're still inventing stuff. Batshit stupid clues out, just 5 regiments with a pile of well-manta and NA-keeped gear from nowhere would have been enough. Add in the infosec you do well as the stuff Cath couldn't keep out. I shrug. The only question that the spooks have, are you a recon in force in prep to invasion, or for okay, what's going on, only? And it'd not surprise me if the OAI has more than a bit of a clue about the existence of the clans, and I'm honestly surprised the Lick doesn't, given the Hansa. Jamie simply nodded, having come to that conclusion on his own already while mentally noting to ask a question of Catherine soon, who was busy looking at her best friend as she processed yet more information that stomped on her worldview. Much like anyone else, there was only so much she could take in one go without taking her time. Tasha. The blonde asked softly, but the redhead simply curled up on Joshua's lap and turned to him, hugging him hard. Yet, Catherine thought, that was about it for the redhead. Too many shocks. She stepped back and let Joshua comfort her fellow blood-named. Cath, she heard from Connery, how much do they know about what we left behind? Roughly what we did bring, but not where. It's the dragoons, nobody else's. Your call on what to do with it, Jamie, but I have to give you fair warning based on what we know of Comstar. They recovered several warships the Great Father left behind and should have at least 3, all new builds, on active duty right now. Their naval bases should primarily be Leeuwarden and Ross, although they also got their hands on Gabriel in the Odessa system. I have no proof but I think, given we have the coordinates of those bases, we could come up with a plan to covertly peek at them and confirm that intel. I can think of 3 ways, offhand to do it, all of which I'll give Hansa. Only problem is, at least outside of Odessa, are the odds that Comstar kept what likely was there before they moved on. I looked at Cath. While I have not. Case and Evie snorted. Asked if there's any other butterflies with the dragoons, shall we say. I looked at the pair of giggling teenagers who had amazingly kept silent, helped by death glares from older women, I'll have to admit. And I know what you told them. I shrug. Looking Wolf in the eye, I simply stated. I consider what I'm about to tell you equal to where you are from, and in the future that was, while I disagreed with your choices on how to go about Kurlan's orders, you did them, and you tried to be as good of a warden as you could be. I waited till Jamie nodded. We didn't just loot Arutu and Spencer. I smile. We got the Black Watch, the ultimate map of SLDF and other royal or even tighter locations, and Catherine cracked it. And yes, as I suspect you suspect, R-True's not having a data core is a lie. Jamie simply nodded, as Joshua held out a hand to his brother. Pay me. I rolled my eyes and continued. One of those locations was the fallback for the fleets in the area, a hidden shipyard that could be disassembled. Jamie's eyebrows rose at that, and I let Catherine pick up. Essentially, a pair of Hughes stations and a clutch of ships the Great Father opted to not push for a hurried recommissioning. Of greater interest, though, was finding that they were running a development project on powered armor meant for marine operations. If you recall the Nighthawk powered armor the SLDF used to have, then you have a good idea of what we're looking at here, Jamie. Jamie nodded once and turned to me. I doubt you have the prince's authorization to tell me this, so. I'm learning to read between the lines, finally. Exactly what are you after, young, or not so young lady? He grinned at the last, a nod to the reincarnation I suppose. I smile at him. Help converting the star, that was the name they assigned, though I think we'll give them a different name. He nodded at that, chuckling. To regular infantry suits, or more precisely, armored jump infantry. Joshua whistled at that thought. Jamie thought for a moment, and then asked. I'm surprised you don't want our aid in developing elementals. Tasha gasped at that. Since you and Kath seem on the same page on how to defend the inner sphere from the Crusaders. I grin, while I didn't fully agree with Kath, just the waste of life involved in an quantitative type strategy offended me, she wasn't far wrong. I disagree with the cost of her plan, but the basic strategy she outlined would work, just more wasteful of life than most would approve of. I sigh. I don't want you all to get reaved. Natasha will have, I guess, a daughter in the invasion, and if our battle armor seemed to be a down-tech elemental. Jamie blinked, and winced. Point taken. It's best if whatever we get is legitimately an inner sphere creation without using clan blueprints. That doesn't mean we can't help, but we can't just give the blueprints and say build this. That would make it obvious and land us and Clan Wolf in deep trouble, Kath said. We don't want that. 3 snorts answered her. We don't want it for the current Clan Wolf. What happens after revival? Those dicks deserve all the screwing they can get, without a reach around. They become as bad as smoked kitties. Case snorted. Not arguing otherwise, but that story's complicated enough. Wolf ended up split in 2 after all was done, remember? Crusaders on one side, Wardens on the other. A microschism to reflect what was going on in the clans. Jamie nodded. But again, I don't think that's quite all, General. I smiled. Depends on how crude your warships are. We've implied, and flat out stated Comster isn't neutral, and has its own plans. Jamie nodded. To pay the share that the Suns owes the heavy cavalry, we got most of the shipyard and station. I'd like it to arrive at Panpor intact, mind you, and while it's getting set up. Insurance against sudden warship attack, I see, he concluded. You want us to activate our warships and keep them out of sight, covering our, and your, strategic assets. I nod. It would be very annoying to lose that station, yes. I smile. And well, honestly, who better to train future armor wearers than your people? Jamie chuckled. Well, I was going to tell Kath this, but you're absolutely right in what Kurlan's been up to. The resupply between the Davian contract and the Liao Merrick one, basically sent us our own Hughes, to support those warships. He also sent along a clutch of Snowdens. With that he paused, seeing my nod. To mine a way to feed it. While I didn't use the station. He chuckled. I think seeing us sell jump ships from nowhere would have blown every House Lord's mind as well as Comstar, and it'd be where, and no expense spared to find them. He raised an eyebrow. I think you just might underestimate that response. I was rewarded by everyone, including Tasha laughing in some form or the other. However, the station wasn't idle, and Kurlan had been shipping the metals back to clan space. He shrugged. We've been doing our reports that way now. Yeah, I didn't know that, Catherine admitted. Just how much was he shipping back? Out of curiosity. I'm going to laugh if he's actually making a profit out of this. Jamie smiled. I'd wonder if our scientists stole some Cobra gene take, yes, if I didn't know better. Try on average 2 behemoth loads a month. About 5 to 10% germanium. He paused. This of course is not counting the fact the station has produced 4 invaders, and 2 went back. He paused and nodded, amused. And the food for the personnel involved, is why we were spending a lot more than you thought we should. The last was sent to Kath. I'm not completely insane, Kath. Catherine nodded, running figures through her head before laughing. Kurlan's expenditures mostly amount to obsolete hardware we had in storage, and for that he gets quite a rich supply of minerals and jump ships. If he hasn't already made the investment back, I'll be very surprised. It's only the stations and the shipyard themselves that are the biggest expenditure. Jump ships to a certain extent too, but I think some of them got pulled off a cache. Jamie nodded. They did, and would it surprise you that when a behemoth, also built at the station, doesn't arrive at the meet point, a Snowden or a replacement shipyard or alliance component does? I'd say about every month for the last 18 months. He's also sending extra people, not warriors, though a few get sent every trip, that way to us. Slowly, but the stations and the planet are self-supporting easily, and there's even warship production now, there. I blink. Case and Evie shoot up looking at Jamie. Who simply smiles back. Catherine grinned. If he had glasses I'd call him Haraguro Megane. Instead, I'll settle for Magnificent Bastard. I shake my head. He's topped Shiro, Kath. Shiro at the least didn't have to do it against 18 paranoid asshole groups. Damn. And I suggest you do, tell him Comster has a small explorer fleet. And what would he do with that information? Not that I disagree with informing him, mind, Jamie asked. We'll need confirmation about Liutin and Ross, was it? Yes, Catherine confirmed. Liutin, Ross and Gabriel, though the last is probably impossible to get a beat on without being spotted in turn. I shake my head. Gabriel is the easiest, actually, just time-consuming. Remember the CIA station we found, Kath? I do. What about it? Case and Evie both snorted. Bets the pair of systems have a similar setup, Kath? If nothing else, they'll know someone jumped too close to their systems. Odessa is easier to insert a long slow probe in and out of. Case shrugged. Evie countined. It's like the Navy's. She paused and saw sets of blank looks at her. The United States Navy, I mean, SOSUS arrays, Kath. The big huge sonar nets. Just for KF drives. She frowned. We really need to test how sensitive they are, not trusted without adult supervision, boss lady. I snort in reply, then get a thoughtful look. I'm familiar with SOSUS and I did figure out what it does. I hadn't considered Comstar might have their own, good catch. I doubt they can tell the difference between a jump ship and a warship, but we can only be sure once we test it. Mass-wise the Dantes are easily within jump ship plus drop ship's range, so I don't think we can tell them apart simply based on mass, the blonde clarified. I tilt my head, running things through my mind to various sets of stairs. Without actually doing some serious number crunching and hell, doing an experiment or two, I can't tell if they could, though I suspect mass is the big one, concede. I note Jamie's raised eyebrow. Wolfnet didn't report my degree. Jamie's eyebrow still remained raised. The jump detector is just an array of the same basic sensor in reactors to detect KF fluctuations, and microholes. Case quietly lectured. Just larger units, likely built better, lots of them in a huge pattern, with massive computer support to back it up. Case shrugged. While the sexbot figured it out first, I've been running some numbers. 30 to 60 light-year radius, is an offhand guess, could be as low as 15, could be as high as 90, but yet, as Evie pointed out, traffic makes a difference. He paused, then nodded. Is Kikyo paranoid? Yab. Is she paranoid enough? Damned good question, that. He shrugged. Which is why the make like a rock plan she has for Gabriel isn't a really good idea for the other two. Jamie just looked at the scruffy teenager. Who finally relented. I'm not an idiot. Evie snarked. No, you just play one, until it's time for science. Case laughed and I looked at Case. Is that why half of Xanadu's spare parts are missing? I tilt my head. You built a mini-array. Case didn't look me in the eye as he shifted slightly. Catherine laughed. Evie giggled. Ask no questions, she paused. It was fun. Yeah, I would bet it was. I hope the parts are reusable once you're done experimenting with them, otherwise that's a pretty big hole in our budget. Those things aren't cheap, Catherine said. Case shrugged. Sexbot can afford it, worse comes to worse, she does another movie. Flash some leg, lean over, it worked on Hansa. I glare at Case. Now, can't ask Kiki to pick up the tab for everything you do. I wonder what kind of roles you could be cast into, HMM. Han Solo. Catherine wondered. I look at Case, framing him as if in a camera lens. Nah. He doesn't quite have the vibe you need to be an actor. Oi. Case protested, only to be overridden by Evie's giggles, and Jamie's bemused looking at us. Ahem. Jamie smiled slightly. So, make like a rock. He tried to get the conversation on track. Why see, it's like this. Create a very low-powered camera and other passive sensor drone, toss it on a ballistic course past your target, collect at the other end. Voila. Info and no one the wiser. If it's a small space rock, who expects it to be a spy in disguise? Evie grinned. I simply nod. Catherine nodded. Good girl, that's the right explanation. Won't work on Liutin and Ross nearly as well if they have the means to detect a KF jump without seeing the emergence signature the traditional way, but something to look into. And I'll be right back, I got something. She grinned before briefly vacating the room. Jamie looked at us, shaking his head. We have much to think on, and much to discuss, though why would Curlin want to know? You're implying he'd. Jamie quietly stopped and realized. In the future that was, he cut us off completely, didn't he? I nodded. And if he knows Comster and others are looking for us, he can use that as the excuse to do it again. I nodded softly. I was watching Natasha. The red-headed blood named was subdued in Joshua's lap, a haunted expression on her face and, apparently, not in a mood to really speak up at that point. It's the best way, since the inner sphere, if it held on the original track, even without some discoveries of recovered and hidden information, was beginning to rebuild, and Curlin could tell that. The Crusaders don't want honor, they don't want glory, I'm not sure they want the Star League. They want easy prey. And if Kurlin told the truth about everything, they'd come before the inner sphere was ready. Jamie finished. And in the... He smiled, liking the term. Future that was, it was a near-run thing, wasn't it? Before I could respond, the door opened once again, admitting the Steiner back in, holding a box of crayons. Fancy snacks for the Evie. For a job well done, she said before walking over and dropping it on her lap. Evie took one out, and looked at it. If fancy, where's the glue? Case broke out in laughter as even Natasha, who was dealing with her worldviews being stomped on by stiletto heels, joined the other two dragoons in looking at Evie. Oh, my, you're right, I seem to have forgotten about the glue. What a shame. Still, you have crayons, why don't you open them up? She said with a grin. Evie does so, looking at the foil-wrapped crayons. She pulled one out, and unwrapped it, studying it. This isn't a crayon. With that, she bit and groaned. So. I finally said. That's where my white chocolate went. You need to stick to a diet to stay in shape anyways, Kiki, physical exercise notwithstanding, she said grinning. Besides, how could you deny Evie her crayons? That would be cruel. Jamie tilted his head with a smile. I propose, General, that we take a break. I do believe that the Duchess of New Sirtis should be visiting you shortly, and at least on my side, I have several things to think on before we come to agreements. And I believe you have a thief to punish. With your permission. He didn't need to ask, per se, but I nodded quietly, as the two male dragoons stood, with Joshua still holding Natasha. I watched as they left, with Jamie smiling at Catherine for some reason. Turning to the blonde, I just gave her my own sharp smile as Evie was in bliss, and Case had slipped out. Do you know how hard Deafy White is to get in New Avalon? Kikyo's office, dropship Xanadu, mid-late afternoon. I looked up as my hatch opened and a red-headed woman walked in, and sat across from my eyes, uninvited. I recognized her, of course, Marie Hosek Davian. Your Grace. Welcome. I politely responded to her rudeness, as I again pressed for Kiria's attention, and the second buzz was a hint for drinks. It will be only a moment for refreshment. If you had called ahead. Marie's eyes flashed slightly. As soon as my son was settled from the jumps we've done, I came. I have some pointed questions. I didn't nod, just looked at her. I understand. After all, I'm a threat to your son's inheritance. This was a probe, to confirm she wasn't thrilled with the idea of Morgan Hosek Davian, her son, inheriting the throne. Her snort answered that. If that was my only concern, I'd march you to the altar with a sword at your back myself. I blinked. That was blunt. I see. Marie was cut off by Kiria's entry in her quiet service. I had to suppress a smile. Kiria was drawing on period movies to provide the perfect maid-type service, and I knew it amused her at the same time it grated on her. Marie sipped and an eyebrow raised. I may have to steal your steward. That's twice now someone's made grabby motions at my coffee. How hard is it to order? I wondered out loud. Marie didn't respond, but looked at me. You, Baroness, are an actress, reputed to be somewhat of loose morals, a gold digger, or so it's said, and reckless in the extreme. I tilted my head. First, accurate. Second. I'd argue, but the reputation is there, and as for the third. I snort. Pure money isn't a problem. Not anymore. I shake my head. As for the fourth. I suppose I can be. Is this where you decide if I'm good enough for your little brother? I tilted my head. I must admit, I'm only mildly impressed with your approach. Marie blinked. Then she smiled slightly. Well. That answers one question. Putting her coffee aside, she interlaced her fingers in front of her face, her blue eyes peering at me. Now, why shouldn't I put all my ability into crushing this? Honestly. She nodded. My view, for reasons you cannot know, and for some you can, is you should. Marie seemed taken aback. I'm a product of late Star League science, with drawbacks that aren't conducive to a marriage, not without serious work, though I'll concede marriages are that in themselves. I have a reputation, that has some truth in it. I am not willing at this time to simply surrender my freedom of action to do things to be the princess consort, and breeder of future Davian heirs. Marie was still silent, so I continued on. I can't say why, but at least until recently, there was someone that'd make him happy and at least compliment him in areas he dislikes or is weak in. It might have taken some time, but I truly know he'd be happy in the end. And better suited. Now. I sigh. I don't know. But, you're right, in a way, that I wouldn't be ideal as princess consort, and take this as no offense, but while being your mother to your father, is tempting, Hansa deserves better. Not an actress and treasure hunter who takes risks and doesn't fully think long term, though I'm working on that. Not someone who has similar traits and interests and desires to do things that he does. And most certainly not a person who doesn't really understand what she'd have to do as princess consort. Nor would she want it. Marie leaned back. For a long moment, she said or did nothing, then she finally shook her head. Well. This is not going at all how I expected it to. Hans's elder sister seemed to deflate just a little. Why did you have to derail me from the word go? Because we're women, it's not worth our time, as well to play games, and if you are here for Hans's happiness, well, I can't blame you, and that deserves the best and most honest response you can get. I shrug. And I find being honest works the best. It should, you're right. Your two ragamuffins you call assistants alone would point to that. She gave me a wry look. Yes, I have been paying attention to you since the rumors arose. Just like I know Hansa was dating a body double of you for a few months. I have paid closer attention to what has been going on of late than the news outlets have. I doubt you have fully, not without Yvonne trusting you a hell of a lot more than she trusts your husband. I nodded once. But I concede that. But they're not my assistants. They're my friends. I grin and softly sing. I get by with a little help. Marie snorted. I don't need Yvonne to brief me on my brother. He wasn't acting like he does around you the way he did with the lady in the newscasts. Rather like he was different between. She stopped, leaving the thought hanging. Never mind, that's an old wound, one I've no intent to reopen. I nod. Well. Let me say this, he's difficult to resist when he has his mind set on something. I smile slightly crookedly. Quite intense. I nodded to myself. And I know what you're referring to, leave it there. I paused, then nodded once. I can't say I don't want him, but I don't want the first prince. And we both know the truth of that position. Can't have one without the other, Marie said, finally settling into a chair. And yes, Hansa is rather like a battlemaster run amok in a horde of wasps when he sets his mind to something. It's one of the things that makes him a good first prince. He doesn't allow himself to second guess. He's no interest in anyone who sees the title before they see him. I snorted at that last. And that's everyone's mistake. He can be, if not the best first prince we've had, at least in the discussion. He truly wants what's best for the sons, and he doesn't want endless war. Win it? Sure. But not for vainglory. My hair twitched slightly. Though I'll admit he's fond of his grand gestures, and he's a bit fond of risk-taking himself. I smile fondly. What he truly wants, I want. What he, as Hansa Davian thinks is important. He doesn't. I stop, rethinking for a second, then nodding. He deserves respect for himself. Not his title, not his position, not his name, but for what he has, is, and will do. He's earned it. But how many will see that? Marie got a cat-like smirk. I'm willing to bet you and your little crew are driving trust in Batty right now. He's overthinking your group. To be fair to the esteemed head of the MIIO and your aunt, who did a similar job before, they're lacking information. I roll my eyes. I'll bet if they did have the information, they'd be thinking clearer. But back to why you're here. I agree with you. He either needs an equal, or someone who meets him. I snorted at that. Without realizing he's the first prince. But, the one thing that I know he takes seriously, is his duty. As any wife he takes must do, to be worthy of the position. And that's to do what is best for the sons. I'm not it. My reputation, perhaps could be dealt with. As could a few other issues. But, in a way, there's better for him. But I'm not sure he'll wait. Yes and no. My father confided in me once, that his failure that led to me kind of broke the way things needed to be. It is the first prince's duty to be what the federated sons needs. It is to the first prince that the lion's share of the burden falls. But the woman he marries, or if a woman, her husband's first duty isn't to the nation. It's to his or her family, not the cameras and the nobility. If the first prince needs someone who can look pretty and handle business behind the scenes, she needs to be that. Marie smirked slightly, but even if Hansa needs that publicly he'll never settle for anything less than someone who can meet him eye to eye and challenge him. It's who he is, and bluntly. It's why he never really got back into the market as it were. He doesn't need a trophy wife who wants a position. Agreed, there. I ponder for a moment. As I've stated, there's reasons I believe there is that, and one that while would challenge him, would not try to compete with him in areas that he, rightfully so, considers himself good in. And at least until I wandered into his life with enough equipment to equip the Davian guards, she'd have made him happy, I sigh. But here and now, I don't know what's the right choice, not just for myself, not just for him, but everyone those choices affect. With a crooked smile, I admitted. The one thing he would get from me, besides as you say, looking pretty and being his shadow, would be a pin. Which would be harder than you'd believe, because, damn it, he's often right, but at times. I shook my head. If I am Hansa Davian's best choice, so be it. But I don't know if I am. From the mouths of babes, you. No, when I was talking to a friend of mine about how to cut past the actress and see how you really were, it was Morgan that gave the answer. She gave a fond smile at the mention of her son. If you want to see if she's mean, watch how she plays with her friends, he said. Her amused look was a mix of pride and amusement, likely at my expense. I'm surprised at how little your attitude changes when you're being earnest from when you're dealing with your ragamuffins, except with less cussing and dark humor. I thought for a moment. Everyone has masks. It's rare to let them all down. Everyone expects certain behaviors from you. With, as you say, the ragamuffins, Kath, or as they like to call themselves, the strays. I grin at that. They don't expect much. They have dark humor for several reasons, some of which are easy to find out, some I know, and only I share that with them. I look at her. I remember my first acting tutor saying this. Yes, you're playing a role, young girl, but the best way to play is to be. My friends need me to be that with them, so I am. You need to see who I am, so I give that. That simple. It's not the easiest way to live, but I love my friends, my family, and they get the best I can give, even if it's not me. Wow, you're so full of shit your eyes are turning brown. Marie grinned. I did spend some time watching when you weren't in a classified meeting. I grew up in New Avalon. I know all the best places to hide. You're the same with the foul-mouthed redhead, as you are with Catherine Archon clone, and the obnoxious boy who wants to fight everyone. What I wanted to know, was if you would try to lie to me. I appreciate you didn't, until you tried to convince me that you're still acting. My brow furrowed. I'm not quite sure what you mean. I tilted my head, reviewing everything. My friends expect me to be myself. I am with them. What I meant was I am what they want, though I tend to prefer less dark humor, I'm a bit more ribald in my tastes there. However, if they need someone else, or find someone else that helps them to be relaxed, happy, and above all true to themselves, even if it hurts, I'll help them get that. I nodded. That's what love is to me. Giving the best you can, no matter the cost to yourself, for those you love. There you are. Marie's eyes narrowed as she got a hunting cat's grin. Just remember, while you're there for everyone else to lean on, figure out who you can lean on and hold to. I know that look. Hansa gets that look. Ian always had that look. Don't try to be the rock for everyone at all times. That way lies a martyr complex in an early grave. I snort. I know. I pause. To be honest, Case isn't someone to lean on. Great man, smart as hell, can style so hard that it'd make the palace tutors ask for lessons, he works at being a scruffy nerf herder. But, in his own way, he's a brother, with his own problems, and he's bitter, cynical, and hasn't healed. But he doesn't stop. I sigh. Kath, coldly? She may never heal. What she's been through, putting aside what is known, is so horrific, the fact she's where she's at, makes me deeply, deeply honored to be her friend, and amazed at her strength, but it's taken its toll. I smile. Evie, give her 2 to 3 more years, and then well. But not right now. She's lost too much. But she's a stubborn bitch, and won't let herself be stopped. The universe took away what she values most. She'll get it back, even if she has to make it. I draw strength from them. And I hope I can heal them. I stopped. Rephrase. I hope I can help them to heal. But that means they need to lean on me now. I think you'll do fine. We shall see how things play out. But for now I want your promise, if being in his life hurts Hansa, get out. But if your presence helps him, stay. But don't stay because you feel obligated to do so. Hansa has passion, but he couldn't handle codependence. I thought. The truth is, I've already made that promise. He will be a great prince. But I think he can be good Prince Hansa. And that's what I want for him. It's what he wants. He doesn't want to be great, but he wants good for the people he's responsible for. I want what he wants. I won't stand in his way. I won't let him hurt himself if I can prevent it. That's a betrayal of him. If I'm convinced I can help him be who he wants to be, and would make him truly happy, I will stay. I committed myself. But if I stand in his way, and my presence hurts him, I'll quietly disappear. Be the sakura blossom he remembers fondly, but nothing more. Then for now, peace. Now, tell me. Is my baby brother taking care of himself? Briefing room, Fox's Den, New Avalon, afternoon, December 23, 3015. As I sat at the table, I looked at everyone here. At the head was Hansa Davian in his AFFS uniform, to his left was Yvonne Davian, to his right was Rand Felsner. Along the table was Stefan Davian, commander of the assault guards, me, Jamie Wolf, and several other officers, including the Kos of the Illyrian Lancers and Crater Cobras, plus the 17th Hussars commander and the 5th Certus Fusiliers. Michael Hossack Davian and Duke Robinson were also present. Rounding this group out, was our staff and other intelligence personnel. Welcome all, to the first brief of Operation Ides. Hansa spoke, his tones reaching everyone easily. In the hollow display rose a map of the Capellan Confederation. As you can tell, this operation is to strike at Liao, taking away industrial worlds. It has two objectives. The weakening of the CCAF and associated long-term mercenary commands with it, and the taking of Epsilon Eridani, to cost them a useful tank factory that they don't realize they have. He smiled. Now, if we get more, I won't complain, and a preliminary objective is the taking of Ronal to cut an easy link between the Confederation and the Combine. The worlds were highlighted. Yvonne took over as Hansa sat. The Dragoons. She nodded at Jamie. We'll strike at New Hessen, with the intent of damaging the units there, and hopefully drawing the Highlanders to battle, to damage them. New Hessen is not an occupation target as we believe that the CCAF will move units that they don't have to take it back if we tried. Crater Cobras are your reserve, Colonel Wolf. Everyone nodded. Ares is the target of the Lancers and the Assault Guards. The 5th Certus will support if needs be, if Stefan thinks there's a reasonable chance to take the world. The primary objective is however the Big Mac. Hammer them, Stefan. The named Davian simply smiled. Ronal is the target of the Heavy Guards, the 17th Hussars and the Heavy Cavalry. It's to be taken, and used as a stepping stone. We all nodded at that. Hansa stood up, and tapped a command. Landing for the Ronal forces is roughly March 15th, with the world to be secured hopefully no later than June 1st, so we can move on. Colonel Wolf will move into reserve at the same time, after New Hessen, while the armored cavalry joins us. He looked around, seeing the nods. Then the Crater Cobras and 17th strike at Epsilon Indy, while the Heavy CAV, the Heavy Guards, and the armored CAV hammer at Small World, which is the primary objective of Wave 2. He saw the nods there. We project unless exceptionally lucky at Ronal, August 1st to be the date we hit that world. Yvonne picked up again. While taking Epsilon Indy would be pleasant, it's not an objective. Wolf's forces are going to be in reserve if the Highlanders don't play on New Hessen, to help whichever attack gains their attention, since at this point, Liao has to honor the threat. More nods. Finally, once one of the two worlds is secured, the primary task forces move to Eridani, with the full intent of taking the world, to hold it. We project no later than October, unless, once again, we're unreasonably lucky. Yvonne looked around. We hope to have this operation concluded by the end of next year, gentlemen, and a nice gift for the AFFS in our hands. Hansa once again spoke. Gentlemen, you can and will take additional risks to secure the prizes. We are producing and buying nearly an additional 100 mechs a month, and 30 are earmarked for each major thrust as replacements. He received nods at that, and pleased grins. General Onishi and Colonel Wolf are to be thanked for the production increases. Several people turned to me, and I simply nodded. Finally, as you understand, the primary objective is weakening the Confederation, over the long haul, not destroying your own commands, and yes, the Lancers, the Cobras, the Dragoons and the CAV are on the list to gain replacements if they need them. At our expense. Marshal Sandoval. The named Duke straightened. While you'll be receiving more equipment, you are to spend this year preparing. Michael? You stockpiled what we sent you last year, so, this year, we're focusing your normal arrivals on the thrust. Hossack Davian looked displeased. Before anyone else could speak, Michael did. We should also make a thrust at Texlos. I actually saw the logic there, denying the Capellans aerospace was not a bad idea. Hansa shook his head. If you had spread those mechs out to your militias and other units, I'd be tempted, honestly, Michael. But, that might be a step too far. Hansa nodded. However, depending on how the main thrusts go, we'll revisit. Hansa gave the Duke of New Certus a look, and he subsided. He really couldn't complain, since he had been agitating for more action against Liao, and Hansa was delivering. My eyes, as well as Yvonne's, had narrowed at the look that crossed the Duke's face. While Robinson was content, Hossack Davian wasn't. I knew Hansa knew the man was going to pull something to try to gain glory, more than Hansa would in the upcoming offensive. Sir. Everyone turned to Colonel Wolf. I presume that if the Highlanders aren't in play by the third wave, the Dragoons would be sent to take them on where they're based. Hansa smiled. Actually, in that case, depending on factors, I may have you sent to Tikhanov. Wolf smiled at that. I see. Well, plans change, and we'll see. Wolf's lazy smile indicated he was amused. Hansa returned the smile. I don't expect a repeat on your end of New Aragon, Colonel, but the Highlanders are to be dealt with, if at all possible. Wolf nodded. He looked around the room. Any more questions? No one was bold enough, and Hansa nodded. This of course, is Sword 1, gentlemen, and further information and intelligence briefings are being handed out. Good luck, and good hunting. May next Christmas be as joyous to the people of the Federated Sons as this year is, thanks to you, Duke Robinson. The Duke smiled, as he straightened. Recovering Tancredi 4 was a coup and an honor for him. Hansa wanted to do the same on the Capellian front. It was time to deliver publicly for the heavy cavalry. Main ballroom, Castle Davian, New Avalon, late evening. My memories, both sets, to be fair, had the memories of these types of gatherings, just without nobility well entrenched. The one thing they didn't, was when you were the hostess, and the hot new thing on top of it. Marie ironically gave the best advice. Pretend that you're just happy to be there, and nothing more. A little overwhelmed wouldn't be bad either. Good advice that, and if you kept away from her husband, fairly easy to do. After several hours of this though, I was getting a bit tired of happy smiles and polite but veiled conversations. At least the ones from the younger female nobility were easier to deal with. Concealed, or not so concealed hostility was something I was very used to. Before I could escape for a few moments to regain my senses, a voice interrupted me. General, a moment of your time. The tones and accent told me who it was before I could turn, but I still did so. Of course, Colonel Wolf. I looked back at the small gathering I had, and smiled. Excuse me, Colonel Wolf wants a moment of my time, likely to discuss upcoming operations, so, please forgive me. I smiled with a hint of apology, and made my escape to the of course and other comments. I'd not say you don't play that game fairly well, but after a few hours of them. No, I have been ready to chew my own leg off to escape. Wolf's low voice included a soft chuckle. I can't say you're wrong, but I'm actually somewhat used to it. I shrug. You'd be surprised at how much acting is actually meeting people. And not killing them at times. Wolf's low tones carried a hint of mischief. As tempting as it can be. I had to smile. They can't go see your movies, paying ticket price if they're dead, no. Wolf pretended to be enlightened. Ah, so that's why. He was steering us to a private alcove, and as we arrived, he took out a jammer. Clicking it on, he nodded. There, we won't be overheard, and no one really wants to interrupt military commanders for political games in the Suns. I snorted at that. He nodded. Correction, most, at least. So, why the level of security? I was curious. It can't actually be over the upcoming plans. Quite so. I've talked to the prince. About what we've already discussed. He was being somewhat oblique, but I easily followed what he was saying. I appreciate the attempt to prevent our internal secrets from coming out, but the major one is the one that you all wish to give. He smirked. But, as I told him, what I don't see, I don't have to report. I blinked at that. Did Catherine convert Jamie fully on board to defending the inner sphere? Before I could formulate a question, he continued on. I tend to believe that the purpose of a soldier or sailor in a military is to defend, not otherwise harm civilians, and I've been here long enough to know what some of the people where I grew up would do, not to mention that they have no real idea what it'd take to be here. I nodded. Message received. I see, and understand, Colonel. But, you could have talked to Kath and gotten the message that way. Oh, I could. He agreed, but then continued on. He's informed me of some of the gains you have or are bringing home. He thought for a moment, then nodded. I'd be more than willing to, well, help staff your new corporation, especially in the more trickier bits. But, value for value is something that is a common theme everywhere. And what is it you propose as fair value? I was interested. What he was hinting at would significantly cut time to get the factories and stations up and running. 3 things. First, you'll confirm that Catherine paid her debt to Snord with the equipment she'll send him from your hall. My eyebrows rose. Of course those items will be not quite from the hall itself, but... He spread his hands, amused. I can do that, I suppose, I'd need... I trailed off as Jamie interrupted, with a grin. Already approved by Hansa. He's amused. He would be, yes, I thought, but Wolf continued on. Second, you'll help funnel the excess personnel I have here and there, mostly admittedly for your projects, but there's a few spaces where some good techs, or even mech warriors could make a difference, wouldn't you say? I nodded. I think that can be done, but I'd want details and how Hansa would help. I don't doubt you talked to him about that, either. I cannot accuse a lady of being wrong. He trailed off, then nodded. When she's right. He nodded again. And last, a joint agreement that Blackwell and whatever you end up calling your new megacorporation, are strategic partners. I can see a use for powered infantry easily, as you can well guess. I had to smile at that. Much less what you'd like to have. I'm actually somewhat short of far-thinking design engineers. Something I doubt you'd be. Your knowledge, my thinking. I hinted. His nod indicated the problem. As a student of history yourself, I'd compare the clans in a lot of ways to the Japanese people, for a long time. Good engineers, not good inventors. He shook his head. And that'll be a problem. But combine the two. I nodded. Again, Colonel, I see no reason why not to. Wolf nodded. With of course the caveat that the prince approves, I suppose. I simply nodded. Well, then, it's rare in something like this, I don't have to fight or at least negotiate. Oh, there's a few things that can be adjusted. Help with tooling, I suppose, though that'd be per unit, maybe some other designs we can agree needed, or transfer of some of your designs. Specifics on right of refusal for the dragoons or CAV from each other, but as a basic agreement. Wolf blinked, then smiled. I think that's what lawyers are for, isn't it? His grin said he understood. Correct, Colonel. But even that, is a bit not really enough for the level of paranoia common in the inner sphere at this level. Wolf sobered up. Natasha still isn't happy. She's refused to talk to anyone for the last few days. Could I ask? If you want Catherine to beat sense into her, that's fine. Wolf snorted at that. If that was the problem, I'd do it myself. I'm not thinking that. He shook his head. I really couldn't understand what he was thinking. Okay, I'll admit it, I'm lost. I'm thinking you or your strays, not Kath, can have a pointed word about how to deal with having your worlds torn apart. I'm sure you're all still dealing with that. Tasha isn't, and frankly, while Kath, Jousha and I were seeing what is and will be coming, as soon as Kurlin can arrange it and get away with it, Tasha never paid attention to the clues he did give us. He sighed. It's really one of the great failings of the clans, we don't think past the next battle, by and large. Kurlin can easily, a few others I know about in Wolf can, and Kath, of course. Joshua seems to have the knack as well, not as good as Kath, and between them, I'm beginning to figure it out. I stared. I'd say I'm pleased, but I'm trying to reboot. His laughter rang out. That tells me a lot. It really does. I'm sorry. I couldn't quite really believe how this conversation was going. Don't be. I'm a father, and I want a better future for my children, and now that you've saved them, I suspect, I still want that. Jamie sighed. And I owe debts for that, and they will be paid. Not sure how yet, but I'm thinking about a few things. He stood up, offering his hand to me to help me, and I accepted. That you don't, because well. I shrugged. There are several reasons to have helped you. If nothing else, pointing you at our biggest enemy now is a help for everyone. Wolf's eyes narrowed, and he smiled. Perhaps, but it's not what you feel, General, you did what you did for your own reasons, the debt is from me. Remember that, for both good and ill, your actions place others into situations. And they will try to counter them, or otherwise pay you back for them. I couldn't help but feel a chill at his words. I'll remember that. Manor Winterfell, New Avalon, morning, December 26, 3015. I suppose it was inevitable that when I put Evangeline Kessler into a room with Natasha Kerensky that things would go south in a hurry. In retrospect, I should have made sure they interacted somewhere that was not my fancy new home on New Avalon. My first warning should have been when I walked in on the brothers Wolf huddled in the security room watching the feeds. What are you two doing? I asked, still groggy from waking up, and having gotten no bedtime fun the night before. And how did you get in my house? Case let us in, Jamie said mildly. He offered to fight Natasha again, but I don't think she was really into it. He got pissy, so we steered her into your sarcastic new tag-along. Evie, was her name I believe. I froze. Wait, you put a sulky, bitch Tasha in a room with Evie? I asked quietly. We just asked her to see if she could cheer Tasha up a bit. She seems like a safe bet. All bark, no real bite, Jamie said mildly. Not irritating enough to trigger Tasha into killing her. Catherine caught me from behind as I turned in a blind panic to intercept this fiasco. No damn it Kath, my tables. My plates. What? They're just sitting there, being sulky. Evie's about as antisocial as an elemental stuck in a room with 30 mech jocks and no purpose in life. Joshua pointed at the screens showing Evangeline placidly eating a plate of eggs and bacon of some variety she'd cooked up for herself. She was sitting at the counter, with the stool between herself and Tasha, who was staring into space like she was lost in her own head. You do realize you've put Tasha in the room with the only. Kath was cut off as the security feed caught Evie's first words to the sulky dragoon. Holy shit, are you gonna wake up or are you gonna sit there and stew about your daddy issues with Kurlin Ward? The Oregon accent was in full play, a far cry from Evie's normal manner of talking. The punch caught Evangeline in the side of the head like a viper strike, and the smaller redhead kinda sat there and shook her head, blinking as Natasha leaned over. You don't get to talk about things you have no understanding of. It was, by all accounts, a friendly type of warning from Natasha. I let out a pained moan that almost made the other three miss Evie's response, which surprised everyone but me. Evangeline doesn't look like much, a young and curvy, pretty thing that is the stereotype of sexy farm girls. What her flannel and loose pants hid was the fact that despite being short and curvy, she was compact and capable of picking up and tossing hay bales. Joshua let out a noise of shock when Evie hopped off her stool, picked it up and used it to knock Natasha Kerensky 3 feet into my wall, which used to have a cabinet full of fragile dinnerware. Evangeline's memories were born of a 20th century shock trooper infantryman, I said with a hollow, horrified voice as the Oregon girl delicately set down the now damaged stool, stepped over to the dragoon and just started talking. I understand that I'm looking at what used to be the most ferocious bitch in the inner sphere and clan space moping around like a depressed teenager feeling sorry for herself. Evie's voice wasn't pained, or thready. So your daddy figure turned up to what? Actually give a fuck about the consequences and you can't handle that? Typical fucking trashborn, can't think past the next fight or the next fuck to see what's. The thrown dishes as Tasha came up elicited a pained whine from me as both shattered, with one embedding shards in my nice walls. Jamie Wolf let out a low whistle as Tasha came up and punched Evangeline twice in the face and kicked at her abdomen, only to have the more petite redhead catch her foot and swing her like a baseball bat into the counter, which buckled and collapsed as the Oregon girl got kicked square in the tits by her opponent and staggered back, actually feeling her oversized chest's drawbacks in a fight as the now livid Kerensky came out from under the wreckage of my breakfast bar. I liked that breakfast bar, I whined, trying to escape Kath's grip. Jamie wordlessly handed a small wad of sea-bills to his brother. You were right, she's not all bark and no bite. So you know what it's like to find out nothing you know is real. Natasha almost screamed at Evie, right before picking up a beam of very expensive wood from my wrecked breakfast bar and swinging it at Evie. To the Oregon girl's credit, I hadn't really taken her seriously about her self-described fighting style when I knew her in the other life. But I was watching the obviously bruised and bleeding farm girl take hits like her skin was made of tank armor. Apparently not actually giving a fuck had some power. Oh you fucking poor baby, Evie said after the beam hit her in the side, her arm snapping down to pin the beam to her ribs. Apparently Natasha hadn't learned from the kick, because the reincarnation of loudmouth and attitude simply twisted and ripped it from Natasha's hand after Natasha realized she was going to get thrown. I've got a little tale to spin you, of having uninterrupted memories of another life, fading to black from a gunshot wound. Then waking up in a fucking dark hole, face down in the dirt in a new life and stuck with all the shitty memories of the old one. Evie tossed the beam aside. All the memories of having to hold back and just take the pounding for fear of doing too much damage in response. And then just when I thought that I might be getting rewarded for not being a complete asshole in my old life, I got to watch everyone and everything I cared about die. Evie actually caught Natasha's fist and stopped her cold. Stupid. Fucking. Clanner. All fight. No thought. What came next wasn't quite the Hulk slamming Loki back and forth before declaring him a puny god, but Evie gave a good go of it, wrecking my dining table, several chairs and a china cabinet with her new weapon of choice, Natasha fucking Kerensky. I'm going to kill both of them. Then I'm going to make you three clean up the mess and repair the damage, then I'm going to kill you all for wrecking my house. Perhaps it would have been more intimidating if Kath wasn't manhandling me more easily than anyone in either life had ever gotten away with. Natasha was just as tough, or just as rhino stubborn as Evie because she came right back up swinging, tearing the Oregon up. She must have hit Evie 20 times before the smaller redhead slammed her away into another wall, then rushed in, grabbed her head and slammed it into the hardwood like a battering ram. Fuck, you little runt. Natasha spat out as she pulled herself back up. Everything I know, my whole life is a goddamn lie. And you just don't. Oh shut the fuck up. Evie cut her off. Fuck it, let's call this a trial of possession. I'm taking Joshua cause you couldn't recognize when you had a good thing if it hit you. Evie never got to finish the sentence as the red-haired dragoon lost all semblance of anything resembling rationality and went off on Evie with renewed fury and energy as the one person she truly cared about was threatened. Evie answered the onslaught in kind, and I began to lose the details of the actual fight as I saw all of the nice things that had been given to me by someone I considered special in that room seem to disintegrate in a whirling dervish of red hair, purple flannel, and black leather. I found out that Tasha's aim worked equally well with PPCs and shot glasses, or even wine snifters. I also found out that Evie could crack an inch-thick granite countertop by slamming someone down on it. It was at the end when both of the brawling women were sprawled out in the wreckage, too injured to move well, that Jamie and Joshua looked over at my despairing look. Kath had let me go, and I wanted to go do something, but it was too late. My new, perfect kitchen was wrecked, and a burst pipe was trickling water along the floor like an expanding puddle of piss, complete with appropriate noises perfectly picked up by the camera feeds. We should Jamie began as his brother picked up see if they're okay. Joshua finished as the pair went out to check on the barely moving duo of ruin and hate. I looked at Kath. Why my kitchen? It was that plantative question to the Archon clone that finally got a reaction, even if one that I didn't appreciate. It was either that or an area with bystanders. Kath shrugged. But why my kitchen? I asked again, plaintively, turning to follow the Wolf brothers, dreading to see the reality. It was actually somehow worse when I saw it in person. The entire kitchen was an unsalvageable ruin. There were bits of cutlery embedded in the walls and countertops from when Kerensky had tried to stab or throw knives at Evie. The reality of the dent in the front of the refrigeration unit was almost enough to get me to cry. Then I saw Evie. For a moment I thought the obnoxious little Oregon was dead, lying still with a face so swollen she couldn't see, and the docs would have to cut her to drain the blood away from her eyes. The cough tipped me off that she wasn't dead, and when I went to check on her, she was, of course, bleeding. There were a couple shallow knife cuts that would need stitches. I don't think an inch of her body would be any color but bruise for the rest of the month, and the way she plaintively whimpered when I touched her, I figured that there were cracked ribs at least. Holy fuck, I'm gonna feel this tomorrow, she said quietly before passing out. Natasha had said something to Joshua while his brother tallied the damage, realizing that his profits were receding with each passing repair that would be needed. But Joshua's response to whatever the similarly injured Natasha had said was particularly apt. You crazy bitch, why would you think anyone could take me from you with a stupid trial? Fox's Den, New Avalon, morning, January 2nd, 3016. I sipped at a cup of coffee as I watched the first interview. Ironically, it was Evie who got the first interview, simply because she had the least complex chemical brew in her body. Case was being set up, then they were evaluating Kath and me for it. She'd have fit in well in some elemental sickos, I'd say. A voice spoke up behind me, and I somehow managed to keep from whirling and strangling the battered redhead that had somehow snuck up on me. But, really, fuck the clans. I blinked. And what brings this on, Major? I was shocked. After your pet honey badger. I felt the grin from her. And let me say, when I found out about them, I wondered why in hell no one picked them as a totem animal. I snickered. I'll give you that, so do I. Anyways, after she pounded me and well, I pounded her, I had a long talk and some thoughts on clan space. She sounded amused. And I was curious. Joshua pointed something out. What of anything lasting have we created? I understood what she meant. I snorted. Well, Kath says you have some shows. But I understood what she meant. Yeah, and well, how clans view things. I'm not saying that the inner sphere is better, just different. I heard her shrug. And I'm wondering how much of what the four people I respect the most thinking is that we'll destroy something, and wondering how much I really care. I'm not good at thinking about tomorrow. But what'd I be doing in the home worlds? I thought about it. Natasha was pushing her mid-30s. Your blood named, so. The snort that answered that was a bit amusing. I'd be expected to either be challenging Kurlan for leadership, or leading a galaxy. A chuckle. And you can just imagine how much fun I'd consider that. Quite. I thought about it, and asked. By being here, you're aware of what's going to be given to the sons, isn't that a problem? Oh, quite the reverse. If the four people I respect the most think this is the right path, well, who am I to argue? I could, I suppose. She sounded thoughtful. I'd not place high odds on winning. I turned at that, and saw her battered face grinning at me. Not you, not your hellion, not even that maniac you call Scruffy. I'd put even odds Jamie could beat me, Joshua not far behind, and I don't think Kath has ever gone all out against me. She noted my eyebrows rising. Yeah, I finally figured out why Kath at least didn't go that critical edge needed to beat me the first time we tangled. Joshua? Yeah, no, not happening. And Jamie, he won the trials to lead the Dragoons. Not me. Yet, you're the best mech warrior. I couldn't help but answer. And how good is that when you're trying to feed people, figure out what or who to fight for, or hell, anything besides the field? Natasha snickered. I dunno what happened in the yeah, future that was, but I can tell you, Khan, I'm not meant to be. I thought about it. I shrugged. You were, though. S.A. Khan, at the least. Natasha's stare at me was hilarious. How insane was Clan Wolf, or how insane was I? I thought about it and nodded once. I'd say all things equal. You were seeking what no one could give you. I don't recall exactly, but in the end it took at least a binary, and this nearly 40 years from now, of pigeons to bring you down. And most did not come back. Had. She was serious with her next words. Joshua died, didn't he? I simply nodded. In fact, I suspect he's already supposed to be dead, I take it. Fate isn't set in stone, Kerensky. I quietly answered. Sometimes, it's unavoidable, because people don't listen, sometimes. It is. Because people do. Natasha looked me in the eye. And that I owe you for. She snickered. I'm sure Jamie said the same. I didn't do it just for you or him. I shrugged. I always thought out of the pair, he was the smarter one. Jamie agrees, usually. Natasha's smile was soft. But, it is what it is. Her statement inferred much. Out of curiosity, why aren't you or Kath first? I shrugged. They calibrated for unusual neuropathy, but they didn't calibrate for unusual blood chemistry. I thought about it, and shrugged. Genetic modifications aren't a free lunch, and apparently Kath has enough of the Steiner package that it's annoying, and I have my own. My turn. Why is Joshua still single? Ah. Natasha smirked at the next lines. Because apparently he hasn't clued in, that we're not in the homeworlds anymore, perhaps. She smiled impishly. If he doesn't get a clue soon. I'll send Evie. Ooh, nice. Just be sure to explain to her Joshua isn't as hard-headed. Medical Wing, Castle Avalon, midday, January 16, 3015. White blurry tiles entered my swimming vision. I really didn't remember much since I sat down and they stuck in 4 in me, except, ugh, it's been 20 plus years since one set of memories looked at circuit patterns, why was one in my head? Ah, General, you're awake. Dr. Bonsai's cultured tones greeted me. Forgive us, we thought we had taken into account your blood chemistry. Apparently we were mistaken, though it did work. Oh. Instead of my usual sultry tones, it was a rasping tone, and a straw was placed at my lips, soon gushing water. After a few gulps, and swishing water around, I responded again. How long? It is the 16th, General. My eyes were closed again, though a soft groan escaped my lips. I had promised to spend time with Eiko. Lovely. I took some more sips of water. Why? An adverse reaction. Completely unpredictable. Dr. Bonsai sounded mildly irritated. When dealing with rare and exotic blood chemistries, such as yours, and to a lesser extent Colonel Steiner's, even the best and most exhaustive research cannot account for every variable. It is fascinating in a way. I didn't scream at him, it have hurt my throat. Hey. Dr. Bonsai's next words indicated he did understand the meaning behind my words. Except to those who are the lab rats, I'd suppose. A pause. Do know that while the interviewers and analysis personnel assigned to the case want more, it will be at least a year before you can undergo this again, and at least 6 months before Colonel Steiner. Lieutenant Winters and Corporal Kessler are already undergoing a second round. Sucks to be them. I finally snarked. Did they get everything? I don't believe so, but enough that they're very eager to get to work, and start cross-referencing. In yours and the Colonel's case, while that's part of it, both of your previous educational efforts are fascinating. Yuck. I thought about it. Hey. Someone educated in advanced computer science and engineering from the days of binary integrated silicon circuits is an interesting factoid, I'd suppose. I paused. And someone who spent even longer learning more in depth, at least programming. I thought for a moment. Sucks that I never finished that degree, and never used it at all. The drugs used are quite potent at restoring memories, and whatever transferred those memories seem to be quite intent on every memory. As you well know, all information the brain gathers is stored, it is only if connections are made. His tone had entered a lecturing mode. Spare me, doctor. I took fusion engineering for a reason. I couldn't help but smile. I felt his amused smile. We all have passions, General. It is a failing of most that we wish to share those. I do try to keep people from mine, simply because how many people would want to listen to my horrible taste in jokes? I'd estimate at least 5. A pause. All of whom are headed here. Well. Time to start putting myself together. Dr. Bonsai had clearly seen something. No, none of that. They understand and have been told. It isn't your fault, after all. He was surprisingly strong for his build. You will stay in bed, General. Doctor's orders. And doctors win over stars. I finally said. Yes, we do. Small private breakfast nook, Castle Avalon, morning, January 17, 3016. I looked up from my coffee and reports. I was still a bit woozy, but enough that they didn't keep me in a hospital bed anymore. Walking towards me was Colonel Wolf. Mind if I ask a question, Kikyo? He nodded at my gesture towards a seat, and took the chair. If you don't mind the possibility of no answer. Wolf smiled at my reply. He nodded, sliding over a folder. I received this message as a priority today. I even had to pay for it. Annoying. I was hoping you would understand it. Couldn't find Kath or your. He smiled. Honey Badger, and I was afraid of the cackling where case was. I took the folder and opened it. Very graphed paper, and a Comster heading indicated it was a message from them. I started to read. Colonel Wolf, please relay to Kikyo Onishi, I assure you she will cover the costs of this message. Message starts, Cabot, holding 250 years writing hostage. Send it to Delos. Thomas Drakensis Praetorian. Message ends. I look up at him, shock in my eyes. Send me the bill, yes. I shout, hurting my throat. Jarhead, Case, Dutchman, Clone Steiner. Now Wolf saw various Davian personnel dart off, and raised his eyebrow. I take it you recognize this. I giggled. I then broke out in maniacal laughing. Wolf was eyeing me. As I fell to the floor laughing and rolling in tears, he looked towards the pounding feet. Catherine Steiner sprinted in, stopping at my feet. She had Asha crash into her from behind, then Case bowled them all over with Evie snickering as she came from the other direction. Wolf simply pointed at the folder, and then at the anointed honey badger. Evie picked up the message and rapidly scanned it. She began laughing maniacally, only to grip her ribs and utter ow several times between psychotic laughter. When she finally caught Wolf's wary expression, the Oregon honey badger grinned maniacally and looked at the other strays. Drax back. Case stepped on Kath, who tried to toss him off her only for him to leap to Evie. Snatching the message, he read quickly. He reread. He began to laugh. Laughed so hard, he too fell to the floor, joining Kikyo in tears. Kath finally got up and grabbed the message. After reading it, a silly grin crossed her face. Oh, my. Asha snatched the paper and read herself as Kath joined the other two on the ground, with tears rolling out of her eyes. Finally, as befitting the one sane woman, she spoke. 3 things come to mind. 1. He and I need to start a band. Sky Cancer. She nodded. 2nd, Hansa is going to hate our fees. And 3rd, why does he need a toe? She paused. And 4th, once I verify he's not completely lost to time, I can retire being the one sane woman. A silly grin crossed her face. Hansa had walked up, looked at Wolf who had shrugged helplessly. A toe. We're sorry, that information is classified. Stray bullet, Evie grinned. What's with the Praetorian tag anyway? She looked at the message, picking it up. Hansa blinked. I am cleared for that, I do believe, so is Colonel Wolf. An odd last name. I gasped from the ground. SLS Praetorian. Modified. I gulped down air. Texas-class battleship. Case picked up. They made it into AM6, and, well, Drakensis. He stopped for a moment, catching up with his air. Is the brain. He paused. 250 years of his writing to catch up on. He goes off in a trance. Wait, you're telling me that somehow Drac is a Casper too? Evie asked incredulously. I just nodded helplessly, as I clutched my sides. I think his transit drive is damaged. Asha had dropped the grin for a frown. I'm not sure, but it explained why no reports of a singing battleship were heard during the coup, a misjump. A Casper 2, with Drac as the brain, in a Texas-class battleship. Evie's eyes looked glazed. I'm about to have an erdegasm. Hold me. Hansa just looked poleaxed, while Wolf face-palmed. Finally the mercenary spoke. The strangest thing about this, is I'm not surprised. If he misjumped that badly, his transit drive may be damaged. I'll get some people out to him fast, so he can be repaired. Hansa thought for a moment. After reading the interviews, I'm going to join you in your thought. He agreed with the colonel and helped me up. Dear, you're still recovering. He chilled, and I just stuck my tongue out at him, and he had to laugh. More seriously, if I send you and your strays out on a command circuit, can you confirm this? I nodded. Excellent, it'll take a bit to set up, but I suspect by the 1st, and you'll be back by the end of February, then, enough time. He had thought a moment before that, then decided. Asha smiled. And then we have something to do all the transit time. Outside NAIS, New Avalon Institute of Sciences, New Avalon, midday, January 21st, 3016. Aiko looked at me, with a pout. I don't understand why you have to spend another month traveling. This reminded me that she was a teenager. It's not even to a battlefield, but some outback world. She sounded upset, and glory be, reason. She had been told that I'd be around till March, but, now I was going again. Orders, Aiko, and you're not cleared on why. She looked stubborn, but against my resolve face, she relented. It's not fair. She finally stated. You get to go everywhere, and I'm stuck on New Avalon. At the NAIS. I pointed out. Hansa's dream and dedication to the future. If it's not the best university yet, it will be. Aiko still wasn't happy, and I made a note to give her her car soon, before I left, so she'd not be too unhappy. The last supercar made for export on Terra, a Ferrari Wolf Spider should be a good gift, shouldn't it? Natasha loved hers. Joshua. I hope he was joking when he dryly thanked me for his grey hairs and indented hands. Rios was scanning the area as we walked out of the tour of the campus, and onto the main streets, where the armored cars were parked, that Aiko had gotten us, as classes were to begin at the first of the month, and Hansa of course wanted me to see his pride and joy. Well, as he said, his current one, where my brilliant sister would easily learn to be the best. I don't know what, in particular, clued me in that something was wrong. I could point at 1,000 isolated things, from Sergeant Esteban, Rios NCO for my detail looking at someone with a tight jaw and a twitchy hand. It could have been the fact that we seemed to have walked into an area mostly bereft of foot traffic. It might have been Rios abruptly stopping and scanning. 1,000 little things added up, but not fast enough. The ground shaking, the loud booms and plumes of smoke and fire on the skyline were more obvious. I grabbed Aiko as howling threw me to the ground, unlimbering a collapsible carbine from a zip bag while Rios roared contacts. 4 o'clock. Lay down fire and move the primary. It used to be that I didn't, or more accurately wasn't allowed to, wander around unarmed, and my hip suddenly felt naked without the now unfamiliar weight of my CZ-75 from an eon ago. For some reason the Ciroc seemed inadequate as a very heavy man's body slammed down on me as he rolled to my side and pulled me in close. The junior man of my detail was doing the same with my sister. The concussion from the explosions hit me, and I and Aiko were dazed, groggy, the man that had dived on my sister pressing a hand on his head. I rolled over and saw the blank stare of a dead man too young to be taken by the Reaper staring at me where he had shielded me from the grenades with his body. It seemed important in my dazed, shocked state to gently press his eyes closed. When my hearing came back I heard an engine rev, and then a crashing noise with shattering glass and crumpled steel as the ground car skidded a few inches closer. I breathed a sigh of relief as the ground car shielding me barely moved to hit me and Aiko. I rushed over, grabbed my sister and had dragged her towards a building when a sudden loud noise was accompanied by the wall I had intended to hide myself and my sister behind rushed forward to hit me. The world went black. Medical Center, Castle Avalon, New Avalon, mid-morning, January 24, 3016. Another set of white tiles, I fuzzily thought, and heard. Can you hear me, General? My mind quickly reviewed, and I asked, well croaked. Aiko? Rayanne? The detail. Natasha's voice rang slightly in my ears. Sister's fine, your personal detail's alive, Aiko's detail from the Davian Guards ate about half their number. I winced at that, and Natasha saw. Sorry, but Rayanne and her entire law firm is gone, along with Yvonne Davian who was meeting her at the time. I closed my eyes. Damn it. I wanted to say something else, and maybe cry a bit for the guardsmen who died doing their jobs, and Rayanne, a friend, but Natasha wouldn't be impressed. Yet. Got worse, a hit was done on your brother. He's gonna live, but good thing we had some docs here working on that Outworlder Admiral you have. New legs and balls. I stopped. What? My heart was cold. I snapped my eyes open, and looked into Natasha's blue ones. She nodded, keeping eye contact. And someone tried to smuggle a nuke aboard Xanadu. I went completely still and white. Excuse me. That was the only thing I could say. Before Natasha could respond, Hansa walked in, face tight, and angry. Thank you, Colonel Kerensky, for watching her and being here when she woke up, since I couldn't be. Not a problem, Your Highness. She paused. Did they finally break? Thanks to your people, yes. His tone was tight. Colonel Wolf is informed. Considering that Kath got cut up with Ichigo, he's not going to be too pleased. Natasha's words belied her tone and just said she wasn't pleased at all. Dr. Banzai walked in, and did the usual medical checkups. You will be perfectly fine, and no need for plastic surgery to repair any cosmetic damage. While we think there is no brain damage, we did keep you in a medical coma while the slight swelling in your cranial case went down. You of course, will need to have a neurohelm test, and might still be having some tinnitus, from the explosion. The last, I had noted already. I had cleared my throat, and taken enough water, so while my voice was still rough, it sounded mostly normal. Understood, and my family? My people. Your unit's fine, some cuts and scrapes. The group smuggling the weapon aboard the Xanadu offended Morgan enough that he decided to discuss it with them at length. One of the saboteur groups managed to run headlong into Evie, Case, and Asha. Case is responsible for 2 of the captures we have, albeit without working limbs, and Evie's aim is apparently phenomenal. We'll need to discuss how she got a sidearm into a weapons-restricted area, but no one is complaining so far. Asha apparently is insane, played distraction for the other two and broke more necks than Case did. Bonsai blithely continued on. One of the groups that fled from the 3 strays ran right into 2 squads of your jump infantry with predictable results. Other than that, I'm afraid your immediate family took the brunt of it. Ichigo lost his legs, but the docs are prepping his replacements as we speak. Unfortunately he won't be having children anytime in the immediate future. Aiko's better off but she's still contending with broken bones, a concussion, and we had to keep her in surgery for a few hours to extract shrapnel matching what went into your own ass. Natasha broke in. Hold off on the replacements, Doc, we got this, he'll be fine after a few months in our hands. She was referring to the clan doctors with the dragoons, who could do cloning and full replacements. I had closed my eyes, and was trying to keep from screaming. Bonsai handled Aiko's injuries. As much as I wanted him to make you a priority, he reminded me that if we didn't tend to Aiko you'd kill us both. Hansa said wryly. Eyes still closed, I asked. And Rayan? The explosion was near or at her building. Did we take anyone alive? For questioning. I thought I had heard something about that. Like I said, Case brought 2 alive. By literally breaking all 4 of their limbs and dragging them wailing to the guard. Morgan brought in a team. A couple other groups got caught by your people. Bonsai changed out my 4 bag as he spoke. Hansa had to personally keep Evangeline and Case from requisitioning a pair of pliers and a blowtorch to have a chat with a few of them. Your family's hurt, but your people are angry, and just this side of a killing fury. As I processed this, he sighed. We did lose a team of your retired rabbits. One of the attack teams blew themselves up in a park near civilians. We lost Smith, Peck, Baracus, Allen, and Murdoch. Damn it, that was our A-team, I said plaintively. Then I closed my eyes. I didn't know them, but they still were my people. Bonsai nodded sympathetically. I thought for a moment. And who are they? Though I suspect some things. I quietly looked at Natasha, who shrugged. I wasn't allowed to help Case and Evie, girl. Something about we wanted them to talk, not scream. Her shrug was more of a what can you do type movement, than actual dismay. But they tried to spout some bullshit, then one of Jamie's guards broke out our toys and drugs. Pretty sure they sang, besides the group that bit down on hidden poison teeth. I turned to look at Hansa, who by this time had captured my hand, and was squeezing it, partly in reassurance to me, partly in reassurance to himself that I was still here. And she's right. They did. He paused, collecting his thoughts. That means my plan to send you and your strays out to fetch the strayest of you all, is still valid, but you'll be departing once Xanadu's been completely rechecked. Another day or 2, I think. I almost protested, but a squeeze from him shut me up. Dr. Bonsai had taken the hint to depart that Hansa had given him. Hansa waited till the door was closed, and turned to Natasha Kerensky. I don't suppose that you'd like to depart, either. Her toothy smile answered him. If you think I'm not going to find out who tried to kill that cute little honey badger, and my friend, I'm going to laugh at your profilers. Hansa ran his free hand through his hair, and sighed again. Quite. Comster. They were all Comster. Given an immediate, all costs order to terminate you, and clear up any possible data drops you may have had. You're right, Rayan Dawson is gone, the law firm you had, and the entire building went up like a blowtorch, as they detonated nearly 30 tons of propane in the parking garage. Yvonne was with her, discussing something. His eyes closed, and I squeezed his hand, when I realized he too was hurting. They tried to spin that they were really safe, but... Yet, I could tell no one believed that, just from his snort. Then Loki. Natasha's snort at that was epic. But the motive wasn't there, so... Colonel Wolf provided you aid to get the real story. I said, looking at him, seeing the bags under his eyes, while still worried about Aiko and Ichigo, and I would insist on seeing them and the strays very soon, but he was clearly stressed. Yes. I knew from your debriefs that Comster was dirty as sin, but to have proof delivered in such a manner. He was very icy when he said that. We haven't leaked a word outside the palace or MIIO's deepest pits, but the press is running wild with who it was. I see. My mind was churning away, the icy rage banked for a moment as I took care of immediate details. What's going to leak, and who are you going to point at? Hansa tilted his head, arrested out of his fury and worry. I'm a bit surprised. He struggled for a moment, then sighed again. I'd have thought you'd want the Primus head on a platter. I smiled. Natasha's and Hansa's eyebrows went up on that smile. I do. But, I know I can't get it now. But... Hansa nodded, a similar smile gracing his face. When we can. He tried to stop me from struggling up into a sitting position, then swinging my legs over the bed. Wait, what are you doing? Getting up. I said, calmly, as Natasha snickered. I will see my people. Hansa held me back for a moment, as I swayed, the ringing sounds a bit louder in my ears. Hansa sighed, as Natasha's laughter grew. Fine. I'll carry you, then back to bed. He put actions to words, as I squeaked. I gave up, as I wasn't sure I could walk without aid. Fine, but we'll talk about who to blame, and how to punish the actual guilty players. I muttered, unhappy. Soon. Hansa's shark-like smile returned as my head was on his shoulder. Very soon. Chapter 9. With a lever big enough I can move the world. A BattleTech fanfiction. By Andrew MageOhki Norris. Friends are precious. Friends have your back when you need it. Friends are irreplaceable. But god damn it. Helping them move bodies is hard on the back. Watching their backs is also stressful. It doesn't help when they bait the tigers. One thing I learned is that the Star League was close to real AI, as in artificial sapience, not just intelligence. They really came insanely close to it, and had even developed brain downloading. What kept their A's from being people, instead of mindless drones? Kath and I spent time researching this, and we came to the conclusion they hadn't made just one little step. Rob isn't that nice apparently. From the journals and notes of Kikyo Onishi, New Avalon Press, 3291 AD, as part of the Century of Chaos, The Movers and Shakers series. Nader Point, Delos System, Morning New Avalon Time, February 1, 3016. I floated in, somewhat still groggy, sipping at the coffee. So, we're here. While I spent the entire trip knocked out to sate an overprotective boyfriend. He hasn't proposed yet? Catherine asked. Damn it, I'm going to owe Evie money. I looked at the blonde, then to the bickering redhead, who was having a discussion with Case. It's so unfair. Case actually whined. I can't smack Natasha around to deflate her ego. She won't do it. He sulked a bit. And god damn it, how did you manage to fight a woman who starts getting twitchy if she doesn't take a beer bottle to the head periodically? You look like a fucking underage playboy playmate. What the hell? Evie smirked. That's because she thinks you're adorable. The sing-song seemed to irritate Case even more. Adorable? Adorable. His voice raised. I'll show that tubed and dyed Kerensky adorable. Before Case could add to it, or Evie set him more in motion, I shouted. Attention on deck. Everyone snapped to, Case accidentally bouncing himself off the top bulkhead. Apparently he forgot to lock his boots. Evie snapped out, and put him on the bottom bulkhead, and he then locked himself in, and popped to attention. Now that we're all here. I dryly commented. Petty Officer. Joshua Wolf had walked in, and had a smile on his face. Ma'am. Please send the recorded message. I had taped a message, just in case it took me longer to wake up from the drugs used to keep people under during jumps. It was one of the concessions I had made to sate the overprotective boyfriend that called himself First Prince. He wasn't happy about me going this early, nor was he happy about me not being fully medically cleared. He wasn't even happy that I had passed the neurohelm test. When I saw the bruises on his back, the last night before departure, I found out that Arden had given them to him, by sitting on him, till he thought better of the impulse to dedicate the entire First Davian Guards to my protection. I did however have to increase my personal detail to a full company. Rios was very happy at that. This is AAA calling a Mr. Praetorian, did you call for roadside assistance? We waited. Case broke the silence. 20 gets you 10, he's just trying to figure out which song to play. I didn't mention that the channel was still open. No, an unfamiliar voice came back through the loudspeaker. I always know what song to play for you, Case. Dennis Leary's I'm an Asshole began ringing through the compartment. Then Evie began gleefully singing along. I and then Kath joined in, as Case once again hit the bulkhead. Contact close. The tech shouted. How in? Sorry about being late, Drac. I responded after the singing had stopped. Evie stared at the bridge display. Phew me. Drac, you're huge. Yet, my diet went to hell the last couple of 100 years. Probably not getting enough exercise. Case was rubbing his forehead. He's a singing troll battleship, he better be. British ass. Kath was just shaking her head. I sighed. What's your situation, Drac? Or Praetorian, which do you prefer? Let's save Praetorian for formal occasions. I've used basically every spare part aboard and cannibalized my main drives to get some sort of jump ability back, or I'd still be somewhere behind the outworld wastes trying to reach civilization on ballistic. Fortunately my jump sail still works, or I'd be out of gas. As it is, I have about a third of my tanks left. I could do with drinking a grand or so of H2. I see. I tilted my head, as Asha swam in. We do have an aqueduct with a fair bit of pure high octane for you, if fuel was your problem, spare parts. Before Asha could speak to her salvation, or so she hoped, Joshua broke in. Drakensis, I presume. I am Major Wolf of the Wolf Dragoons. You wouldn't have a list and blueprints of your parts, would you? Asha finally got to speak. Tell me, please, that you can help be the sanity of this group? Please? I know there's a lovely set of mountains calling my name to build a ski chalet on. She paused, and then nodded. More seriously, it's good to see you, Drak, even if Griever isn't likely to show. Case shot back. No escape for you. Miss Phantom of the Skies. The fuck is this sanity thing you babble about? Evie asked with a disgusted look. Joshua shot our airstray a look, just asking. What? Sanity is overrated anyways, Catherine quipped. Asha just sighed, looking like she wanted to cry after the comments. There was a low laugh from the warship. Major Wolf, is there a minor wolf around too, by the way? If you came here with this lot and still need to ask that question, then you failed at observation. And yes, I do have blueprints. House Cameron was nothing if not paranoid and wanted to make sure that I could be repaired without leaving that data lying around at every possible shipyard. Wolf grinned. Was being more polite, and was told you were an Englishman. As for Minor Wolf, I am trying to work on that. He paused and nodded once. Excellent. How fast can you do? About 140 light years. 5 jumps, all F-class or better stars. I and Kath turned to look at the Major. Kath looked more shocked than I was. He needs parts, we need the plans, and Kikyo Station won't be ready for him. Plus, we can put the parts in, even if we don't have the dock. Joshua shrugged. Bit tricky, but since he took them out, I figure he can put them back in. If I really pushed my luck, 2 weeks. My drive is fully charged right now and I have a lithium fusion battery, but I haven't chanced using that since before your ancestors' exodus, and I've been avoiding maximum range jumps and charging carefully. More sensibly, a month and a half. Wolf nodded. We'll meet up with a chain, so we can send the data we need to start tooling those parts, so that's not a big issue. It'd take even longer to tool them, I suspect. And if you have an HPG, it'd be even faster. Well, I had one, but I stripped it for parts. Right now it's making up most of the initiator I cobbled together for the KF drive. A slightly sheepish tone entered the voice. You know how it is. Joshua shrugged. Was a hope, we'll need to make those parts as well. Well, if we can dock with you, or at least the aqueduct, we can get you on your way to our chain. He turned to me and nodded once. Colonel Wolf really wants you to at least visit our station. Due to timing, as we both know, it'll be a short visit, but it's important, just trust us. Kath's eyebrows raised, and she thought for a moment, nodding at me. I'd do it. I simply nodded in response. Drakens's voice rumbled. Once you're clear of the jump ship, surrender control and I'll guide you in. We put his instructions to work, and were being docked when Drakens's voice came through again. First, I'm afraid that I have no oxygen to allow you to wander me. I chose to keep focus on my hydrogen and helium tanks. Various nods. And second, are we expecting more visitors? Joshua turned to me and looked. I shrugged slightly. No, what type of visitors? Jump ship or warship? More than likely jump ship, mind you, given size, about, say between 150 to 200 kilotons. Drakens's voice was bemused. I've seen this size jump signature before, but never quite close enough to see it. How long before we can go? Catherine's voice broke in. About an hour. I'm beginning the initiation now, but I'd prefer to have more fuel transferred. Ah, there you are. We all looked at the display showing a jump signature, and Ash's soft voice asked. Drak, do you have big-ass KF detectors in you? A soft chuckle in affirmation was the response. Found one of the grids, did you? An old man's face appeared in a window on our main display. Yes. Not quite as sensitive as those, but it does give a few extra moments of warning, and a bit more reach than other methods. Bit annoying, mind you, though. We all looked at each other and turned to him. His slight smile answered us. Range is variable based on sensitivity, computer processing power, and how many KF signatures are involved. In the days of the League, Terra's array, at best could cover 15 light years. I have the math if you are interested. Yes. 3 voices answered as one. I continued on. There's a couple of places we'd like to check, but the odds of the toaster worshippers not fixing the Terran one, or the ones at Ross or Lewton. Quite. He paused and seemed to shrug. Well, let us see who this is. It will be a bit, mind you. I decided to give him something to read. Uploading a file, Drak, it's more or less what we've been up to. A hum from the display indicated he got it. Interesting. He replied a minute or two later. Oh, and that nice station you found, I'm afraid the deal you worked out with the first prince, needs to change. I do need a flat, you understand. I turned to Kath who was shrugging, then back to the display. Okay Cabot, I can control those stations, easily, especially the last generation ones. Without any need for a crew. Admittedly the whole complex would be a bit of a bother and time consuming, but a single complex to support a battleship? You'd almost say I was designed to do that. The innocence in his tone amused me. We'll see what we can do. I finally responded. Hansa might just give you the station as a way to keep yourself supplied and in money for books. A pause. That would be quite useful, but where would I put the bookshelves? Joshua solved Drakens's problem as the signature firmed up, beginning to reveal a jump ship. You're a battleship, my friend, you put them where you want. And dare anyone to gainsay you. There is that, yes. A pause. Ah, they're here. I have a small wager on how many brown pants are now on that ship. Aha, it's a Magellan, I believe. Rather remarkably like the art. Asha and Catherine were studying the picture in the hollow tank, and from what I could see, I had to agree, and Case was just groaning. Oh, for hell's sake. Case finally burst out. The toaster worshippers. He paused. Hey, Drac. Yes. Want a cult? Everyone turned and looked at the slightly bruised teenager. What? Was the universal word that we all said. I'm rather confused, this isn't exalted, after all. They worship toasters, and you are the prime example of the machine god. Case's face was in a big grin. Kath got it first, followed quickly by Ash's groan. Case, taking over Comster by making it a cult-worshipping Drac is insane. See what I have to put up with, Drakensis. Ash's soft moan caused a chuckle to enter the projection's voice. It does sound tempting. Do you think I could demand novels as offerings? Case grinned. Absolutely. You're the grand machine god of them all. Reborn as a battleship, I am now worshipped as a god machine, but who would do the art for the light novels, the manga, the anime adaptation? I might have to annex New Kyoto. Beware, for I am a wrathful and angry machine god. Manga. Evie intoned, giggling. Asha just moaned. I'm never getting the ski chalet with ski bunnies and hot chocolate, am I? Nope. No. Doesn't look like it. I'm afraid not, dear. Was her response. Before anyone else could respond, a transmission came though. I am Adept Smith of Comster's Explorer Corps. To unknown battleship, please state your name and intentions. There was a sense of panic buried below the forced calm. Pretty sure they'd object to my intentions, Evie said quietly with a psychotic grin. Try all of ours. I quietly commented as Case snickered. Drakensis prefaced his transmission with a long-suffering sigh. Adept Smith of the Comstar Explorer Service, I don't feel we're on good enough terms for nicknames, you stalker. My intentions are to have a nice chat with some old friends, maybe have a few drinks. Fuck with each other's heads. You know, socialize. And I, since you finally asked, am the most interesting man in the inner sphere. Case and Evie just started to spin as they began laughing their heads off, while Asha just sighed again, and I just giggled. Asha finally gave in. Stay thirsty, my friends, stay thirsty. The two teenaged maniacs started chanting. One of us, one of us. When the voice came back it was quite confused. Ah, may I have your ship identification, and your name, sir? It has been a long time since a battleship has been seen in the inner sphere. Under the circumstances, you may not, although your interest is noted and perfectly normal. His voice lowered as if speaking to someone else in an aside. Asks for ship ID and doesn't offer his own? How rude. CSS Cook, my apologies, your presence has rattled me a bit. Are you sure you do not wish to give your name? Times have changed since you last served the Star League, as in, there is no more, and only terror remains of the great legacies. You can help to defend that, and preserve the last element of the Star League, the Ministry of Communications, now called Comstar, the only truly neutral and helpful organization in the galaxy, and we preserve knowledge. Not destroy it like the scavenger lords. I looked at the display, stunned. Case was busy coughing words like bullshit, wow, where are my hip waders, haven't seen this much shit since I was on the ranch. Evie was just smiling psychotically, clearly inclined to rip and tear. Maybe Natasha was right about Evie? Kath and Asha had simply shared a long look, while Joshua tilted his head. I haven't heard that before. Paused. And believed, anyways. That is absolutely adorable, Adept Smith. I am well aware of Comstar, and of the, let us be fair, many good deeds of your organization over the centuries. But I am also aware that the organization's leadership is no less corrupt than the other lords and that their commitment to preserve knowledge ends sharply when that knowledge is outside their power. Knowledge is power, Adept. And your leaders have no interest whatsoever in sharing power. My apologies if this leaves you somewhat disillusioned. Evie chimed in with a grin. Hey Drac, the Techno-Luddites have an HPG. You should make sure they don't light it up. Alas, that's not realistically possible, as we are departing now. With that, discontinuity flashed through us, as Comster's adepts watched for the first time in their lives, a battleship jump. Station Kaiser, Dragoon's Den System, evening, February 2nd, 3016. 4 more jumps, unconscious again, plus a bit of recovery time, added up. Evie and Case had been given a tour of the station we were docked to, and that Drakensis was making his way to, as they got started crafting the needed parts. Clan Wolf had set up their support mission very well, in 4 modular stations, and now even a small community of 500,000 people on the planet, which was somewhat habitable. At least for about 10 degrees off the equator each way. The stations were somewhat haphazardly organized in orbit around the technically habitable planet. Natasha admitted they could build elementals, but without Harjal. On the planet there were mining operations, and farming, plus a few small industrial lines. I'm impressed, this must have cost Kurlan a lot. I finally stated. Joshua snickered. With what I've read before you've woken up, he's had this up and running for 3 years, now, and basically, every month, material is flowing back to the clan. He shrugged. When you consider he's also been having the stations build replacement dropships and jump ships, I figure give us maybe 3 more years here, and his investment is paid off on all the Dragoon's equipment. Kath shook her head. Not quite. Call it maybe 4. She tilted her head. The Snowdens, if nothing else. Ah. I finally said. Why in hell would Jamie want the person sleeping with Hansa Davian to know this? Yes, we see the warships, but again. I'm not quite sure. Joshua admitted. But I know that was secondary. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Oh. See that dropship? I looked at the display, seeing a lion make its way from a pirate point. Yes. That is Kurlan Ward. It's time to make an impression. My jaw dropped. Catherine Steiner, star captain of the Clan Wolf, cursed, while Natasha simply whistled. Colonel Wolf doesn't do things by halves, does he? I finally responded. No, he doesn't. Nor does Kurlan. Bring your A-game, General, you'll need it. Joshua Wolf answered soberly. Station Kaiser, Docking Port, Dragoon's Den System, morning, February 4th, 3016. I waited along with Asha Blackwing, Catherine Steiner, Joshua Wolf and Natasha Kerensky, plus 1-star Colonel Richard, the man in charge of the system. It was universally accepted that Case and Evie being here at least initially wasn't a good idea, as Case had already been dragged to Natasha by an elemental stating that she needed to control the Sako Bratling even though the elemental was amused by the will to fight. We watched as Kurlan Ward, in Clan Wolf ceremonial leathers swam down the docking tube. He touched the bulkhead, was announced, saluted the Dragoon symbol on the wall, and asked the Star Colonel for permission to come aboard which was granted, then looked over the people waiting for him, after returning several salutes. Nodding once, he strode over, taking Richard's hand. You have done very well, Star Colonel, this system is almost ready to fully support the Dragoons, outside of personnel, of course, you have done wonders. Richard nodded, and thanked him quietly, then Kurlan Ward turned to us. Joshua. Catherine, Natasha, who are the lovely ladies next to you? No, let us make introductions somewhere else. He raised an eyebrow at Joshua, who led the way. I remained quiet, as Kurlan gave off a feeling that I in either life had only run across a few times, all senior operators, such as Morgan, or old and wise masters of the martial arts. He was chatting and doing a bit of gossiping about affairs back in clan space, clearly unconcerned with my presence, or Asha falling in behind me. Shortly we were in a conference room. It has been quite a lively year, Kurlan quipped, and the project here is on schedule without anyone else being the wiser. At this stage the risk the other clans will find out about this is minimal. Since everyone is aware of what we are, I will skip the introductory materials and go straight to the point. The Crusaders are not letting up on their desire to come and take the inner sphere, which would be a disaster to all involved, so we have little choice but to start preparing the inner sphere to resist if need be. The delaying action has thus far been successful, but it will only work so far. He continued on, not only Blackwell, but Dragoon's Den is meant to supply you with all the hardware you could ever want, once the last station is finished. He looked at the Dragoon's officers. I am hoping now that we have a command chain in place, that we can send you enough personnel to keep the Dragoons, and maybe this ladies. He nodded at me, unit up to strength, but no assurances on that. He paused, and nodded once. This world also makes for a good test bed to see if my supposition about the inner sphere citizens adapting to clan ways is a virtual non-starter, or at least a far longer task than anyone would believe. Joshua tilted his head. You think the Crusaders would come? In the future that was. The Crusaders would already be here if the Dragoon Compromise were not in place. They are one-track minds in that regard, even as they prepare their tumens for the future glorious battles to be had in retaking the Inner Sphere and founding a new Star League, he confirmed with a sarcastic tone. Never mind that I doubt any of them understand a thing about the Inner Sphere's workings or what the Star League was. They would invade first, then squabble between themselves about the meaning of what founding a new Star League is. That is no way of running things, to say the least. Now, he looked at the strays. I admit to some surprise and skepticism to what I was told about the strays as was put, but, he focused on Catherine, you were always a little odd, even for an Abthaka from the Cloud Cobras. You were holding out on everyone, Star Captain. Yes, I was, Khan, she confirmed, given the circumstances and my inability to prove, even to myself, that it wasn't just some hallucination. I felt it was best if I kept it to myself until I could prove it, one way or the other. She paused for a moment before letting out, it wasn't easy on me. I cannot say I imagine, for I have absolutely no idea, Kurlin admitted, but I understand your motivations for keeping your mouth shut about it, and in fact, I agree it was better. I do not think anyone would have believed you, and if they had, I have no idea what would have happened to you. Now, about the other strays, he looked at them in turn before laying his eyes on Kikyo. I have heard much and I am most interested in hearing your stories. General Kikyo Onishi, I believe. Yes, Khan Ward. I nodded slightly. What tale do you wish? I smiled. I understand your inheritance was substantial and you have used it to build Onishi's heavy cavalry as an unit. What do you envision doing with it? I am curious, since you were an actress, and a 20th century US military officer? Warfare has changed. I would argue only the means have changed, not the fundamental truth. Sun Tzu is still as valid today, as he was in the 20th century, or even back in the era of the Three Kingdoms. But, the purpose of the heavy CAV, is in primis, what shock cavalry's mission has always been. By maneuver and shock tactics, such as concentrating fire, break hard positions or hard targets. The Germans adapted it for armored warfare, in the Second World War, and battle mechs fell naturally into that role, supplanting tanks, when the Maquis first came to light. I shrugged slightly, then added, while I would prefer to use them as primary guardians for industry to build up the Federated Suns and Lyran Commonwealth, in one regard, the Inner Sphere isn't so different than the clans, both truly only respect those who fight. And some objectives to build and defend the industry requires us to take that industry. I finally pause and admit, and while make no mistake, I find most aspects of the clan culture abhorrent, at least from the way I was raised twice. I'll say this. There are worse than some clans. Ghost Bear might be tolerable, Ravens in the future that was, came to reasonable terms with the Outworlders, the Sharks. I can't quite figure out what their objective was, or will be, and the wolves under you and Ulrich, at least tried to be somewhat understanding. I look him in the eye and state. There are cultures worse than those. And they are in the Inner Sphere. Kurlin pondered the answer for a moment. I cannot base my decisions on the future that was, although I can look for clues as to what might happen from there. I would venture a guess as to which cultures you might mean, but that is besides the point right now. You have a good grasp of theory, at least. What I want to know, though, is something else. Have you seen war? Which lifetime? I simply think back, eyes going distant, as I think of the pilot who died at Spencer as her Sparrowhawk exploded, or the dusty streets of a city long gone. I will say this, war at the level of what Alexander Kerensky led his people into? No, the last wars of that nature in Catherine's and my time, were long over, and there hasn't been that war here. But I have been shot at, and have shot back. In the end, that's what matters, if it's one-on-one, or as part of the largest armies ever assembled in memory. I have and I will put myself on the line for my goals, and my ideals. And write the letters that come with command. He nodded. Close enough. The ritualized form of combat we perform in the homeworlds is a good thing. It keeps combat clean, avoids civilian casualties and the waste of life and property that are inherent to that. When I suggested the Dragoon Compromise, I was not quite as aware of the savagery of real war. It was not until I watched the holovids, tactical manuals and saw them being practiced by the Dragoons that I truly understood what war on that scale does, and what kind of war would be waged against the clans were we to come. And, obviously, how we would likely react to that. It is no coincidence that I trialed for the commander of the Heart Venoms cluster after the training was done. I needed his insights, to confirm whether my thinking was correct. He proved to me that I was, as far as we both could tell. War as the Great Father and our ancestors practiced, whether waged by us or against us, would destroy us as a culture. Our code of honor would have to be thrown away, and from there, where would we land? Would the savagery be brought to our home worlds? That would be the end of us. That is why I am fighting tooth and nail to keep us out, but success is far from assured. Ideally, if the clans were to come, it might be possible to beat them in a trial of refusal, like this Anastasius Vogt, was it? Managed to do in the future that was. For that, we will need elite units that know what they are up against. Units like yours, I would hope. Are you up for such a challenge? It may well be the cleanest way of stopping an invasion. I thought for a moment. It's doable, the more time the better, to close the tech gap, and if I can get the Kells back together, even easier. But, that doesn't square a fundamental circle. Unless each clan is beaten, either by trial, or by force direct, they'll argue, as they did in the future that was, the invading clans just weren't up to the task. I thought. But we can square this circle. I smile. And while the Crusaders won't get everything, it turns the problem around. It is a problem that can be dealt with or at least controlled, Curlin agreed, if nothing else works to keep them out. He looked around and addressed everyone. I will trust Catherine's assessment about just how wide the technological gap really is, and I will leave it to you to work on that problem. It is imperative for the sake of Clan Wolf that Dragoon's Den works to replace the hardware we had to commit to building and supplying it, particularly stations and jump ships, so I am afraid that you will not have full usage of it for a while yet. The other clans will notice sooner or later there is a discrepancy between what we have built and what we have deployed, where they can see it if we do not remedy it. Once that problem is solved, however, its resources can be used fully as you see fit. This world will be handed fully to the Wolf Dragoons once I am done preparing it and covering up our tracks. I nod. And we've come into some assets ourselves that'll make us less dependent on one source. I thought about it. It's not too much to say, but we found a Navy hidden fleet yard. I smile. Just a tad helpful, as you can imagine. The trick is keeping it from being destroyed, and we have plans for that. But, to the root of the problem. Would you say, a new Star League, at least forming, and visibly so, even if not the name, would soothe some less than egotistical Crusaders? Especially if there was a place for the clans in it. It is unlikely, he admitted. Hatred for the great houses is imbibed into us, and denying glorious battle against them? Now that's just ruining the Crusaders' fun dream. However, you may well find a great deal of wardens following you into it. Remember what I told you, the Crusaders don't even know what the Star League they envision recreating is. You could call a street fair a Star League and some of them might fall for it, for all I know. Joshua laughed, with Asha smiling as well. Natasha just shook her head. That would be the smoked kitties, I would put money on it. I had to smile at that. As I see it, the main two issues, is that the clans in general are in a resource-poor environment, though I suspect that's as much of as a design, than it is a flaw. I thought about it. And their tales of the inner sphere, do have some truth, mind you, about how wealthy we could be. I shrug. And of course, a culture built around might makes right. Both are solvable. There are several worlds of the old hegemony that we can't terraform back, or are virtually depopulated, as well as lost colonies here and there. I looked upwards. And as for prestige and honor and glory, we bring back the Olympiads. Every 4 or 5 years, the clans, the stalwart defenders of the human race, clash for the best able to guard the mother world and capital. Once we bell the bigger cat, that is. I smile twistedly. Uniting the great houses back. I shake my head. The idea of a total united humanity won't work in any of our lifetimes. How the Star League brought in the periphery and then exploited them later on, left generational bad blood there. Ashes shifted at that, and I sighed. But yes, there are ways to solve some. Did Colonel Wolf send a full military background on House Liao? I have read his reports on the state of affairs in the inner sphere, including military strength, he said, clearly wondering why House Liao was being singled out. While Liao itself is diseased, every so often, they come up with some good ideas. I was specifically referring to their warrior houses, and the basic concepts behind them. Joshua nodded at my statement, indicating Jamie had sent those. It is similar to the clans, similar to the holy orders of knights, and several other examples I could give. It could be a template for the clans to adapt. I smile. It's a thought. That is an idea I will look into, Curlin said. It had not occurred to me to look at it in such a manner. I cannot say it will work or that it will not, but the basic idea seems to hold some promise. Naturally, I cannot ask other clans' opinions on such an arrangement. He paused for a moment before continuing. I can see why you brought it up. One possible way of integrating the clans with the inner sphere without destroying either. Might be. Or it might not. Of a more immediate concern is ensuring the inner sphere can stand on its own if the Crusaders get their way. If you can figure out a way to make the entire Warden versus Crusader divide obsolete, all the better. I nod. Which means I need to decide within days, at least by the time we get back to New Avalon, for Operation Ides, if I push Hansa Davian away, or accept his courtship fully. I shake my head. Because, the easiest way, is a series of dynastic marriages, Steiner Davian, then add the Merricks in. Liao, honestly can die in a fire, and the Combine, is the worst traits of Imperial Japan, a society that didn't get enough kicking around, and I say that, as I have the set of memories of a man raised by a man who lived through the Second World War in Tokyo. You can guess my view of the Combine with that information, I suspect. I might have an idea, he said drily. House Kurita is set in their ways. If there is a great house deserving some kicking around from us, I would look at them first. But for all that, the arguments against invading still stand well above that. It is a problem for you to solve. They started the succession wars, Catherine interjected. We will make them pay for it. If nothing else, strip them of their gains so they cannot even claim they got anything out of it. I would hardly suggest anything less, Kurlan said with a smile. I shook my head. As you say, it is our problem, not yours to consider. And if we solve it, we are well on the way to solving yours. Maybe not completely, but it is a route out. But the primary concern is to show the clans that, for all their breeding programs, which, no offense, Conward, strike me as at best haphazard, but I'm biased, for reasons you may not have been informed of. I smiled in amusement. It is the person that matters, the soul of the soldier, the warrior, the sailor, not what flesh they are in. I would stack Morgenkel up against Natasha Kerensky, and have 99% confidence she'd lose. I looked at Natasha. I will be honest, that is not a fight I would go into expecting an easy victory. The redhead thought. It all depends on what happened on Mallory's world, really. But yes, Morgenkel is a mech warrior I would not take lightly. Nor your Zachary Winters, or even you, once you have some more experience and training. She smiled. And I see your point, remove our technology, and I would agree, that the inner sphere elites by and large match ours, or come close enough that outside outliers like myself or Catherine, it would be difficult to say who is better. And let's not forget that we practice fighting, not war. Joshua looked his con in the eye. That's where the inner sphere would crush us. Not in one-on-one, but they'd send a lance to deal with a single warrior. And that lance would be better fed, better equipped in relative terms than our warrior. And then we would start crying foul, that you do not practice honorable combat and escalate. Everyone loses, Kurlan summed up. You see it as I do, I think. Although I disagree with the general's opinion regarding the breeding program, at least without clear evidence, I do agree it is just one component of what makes a clan warrior what they are. And, to be entirely fair, if we thought nature could not at all potentially match or exceed our best efforts, warriors like Star Captain Steiner would not exist. Catherine nodded in agreement there. How could she not, as a freeborn herself? I waggled my hand. I'm biased, as I said, but to be fair, I'll admit that nature often trumps design. If nothing else, there's more chances for nature to get it right. I snicker. Commander Blackwing and I wish to put on a show for you and your Keshik. I tilted my head. I understand while you retained a fair bit of the martial arts, I doubt you've seen an outworlder martial artist, or some of the Order of Five Pillars styles. And I'm very curious to see how I stack up against one of their best. Asha groaned softly. Ferret. I was tournament, and you were movie. I'm sure the clans have better than us. She spoke softly. I have seen you move, Asha. Catherine put her 2 cents in. I am quite sure of the otherwise, notwithstanding the old adage that there is always someone better than us. Clan warriors, with the exception of aerospace phenotypes, are bred with a bias for strength. We mostly practice hard styles as a result. A soft style practitioner who knows what she is doing. I smile innocently at that statement, as Asha sighs. Okay, let's show these poor warriors how it's done in Alpharots, then. She looks at me, and I'm a mixed stylist, your soft mistress is her, and I think she needs to indent a wall or two. Standard freestyle tournament rules, correct? I nod, bouncing slightly. Finally. Case was impossible to spar against, EV too dangerous, Cath too easy. If nothing else, you can try to beat sanity into my head. Asha snorted at that. If I thought it'd work, I'd have done it already. Well, if you want to make a display of martial arts I surely have no objections in a proper setting. The question that I now pose is where? I assume you would rather avoid a mud pit, as amusing as it might be for the audience. He got 4 amused looks and 1 snicker. Landing circle of equals, landing, Dragoon's Den, midday, February 5, 3016. Asha handed me a bottle of water, and slightly smirked. Sorry about the nose. I shrugged, testing it, and finding it nice and painful, but not broken. It happens. I swished some water and spat out the bloody water. Sorry about the ringing of the bell. Asha shook her head. Had worse myself. Not too bad, you could compete on Alpharots. And you could make a fortune in Holovids. I shot back. Asha had won the sparring match, pretty clearly, but I had given as good as I got. To most extent, Asha was just better and more in tune with her art and body. Kurlin walked up, carefully eyeing us both. Quite invigorating, though I do have a few questions. Asha and I looked at each other, then looked at him. Yes. Okay. We answered. First, why are you not aerospace pilots? I've seen some of ours move, and you both put them to shame. He nodded. Second, is a shame you did not do the mudpit. I looked at Asha, she looked back, and 2 empty water bottles went flying at his head, and he laughed as he dodged. She is. I finally responded. I know a bit about it, but I owned a mech, not a fighter. Kurlin nodded. Asha spoke up. Pretty much that, yes. My father runs. Well, ran, now is head of overall space operations for the heavy cavalry, a fighter mercenary regiment. Ah. Kurlin nodded. I will not say the inner sphere is as bad as we are about mech combat glory, but... He spread his hands. Asha laughed, I had to chuckle ruefully. I'm an outworlder, Khan. We love our fighters. Her slight smile was amusing. Kurlin thought for a moment. More seriously, are not the outworlders pacifists? Forgive me, that was, and combined with the reputation of the aerospace wings of your birth nation. I am beginning to wonder. The Omnis are pacifists. The rest of us are merely, peaceful. Which is not the same thing as defenseless. I snorted. What she's not mentioning is her mother was a member of a similar sect. So, bred for peace, because war is too damned easy. Asha paused, about to protest, then thought about it. I got to admit, that's actually as good of an answer as any. A lot of the outworlders came from higher than Terran gravity, and most of our worlds aren't light in gravity as is. Add in late Star League genetic engineering. She shrugged. The only real reason we weren't as bad as the Taruians or Canopians in the uprising, is realistically, we weren't as aggressive as a culture, nor did we have leadership publicly hating the Star League. Kurlin blinked. Really? That's my take on it. I don't know what you know of Furlough, but he left a very bad impression on us, much less the Taruians, for far less reason. Kurlin's voice was quiet. What the Scorpions and I know, and what the rest of the clans know, is far different. I will say this. The Scorpions are very much a warden clan, because they know they cannot afford the loss of their souls. Asha nods. I interject. Add in the rapacious taxation that the House Lords put down, and effectively the Star League as a belief falling apart in not just the periphery, but the houses, and you see why the uprising happened. A good point. He shrugged. Something to consider, if all the outworlder pilots are as good as you are on the ground, that would be, troublesome, though I can see the Cloud Cobras being very interested. Kath had walked up, and she laughed. They and the Ravens, yes. She shook her head. But that is neither here nor there. She grinned wickedly. Case got his ass kicked. Asha and I turned to him. By whom? Who else? Taped. I had to ask. Oh yes. She snickered. But she admitted he is good for his age, and she is not sure she would have beat him at the same age. Kurlin nodded. That does help, and if I spread that around a bit, it might sober up a few of the more realistic crusaders. He shrugged. A few, you understand. Asha snorted. So, no smoke jaguars. Kurlin laughed slightly. Even there, a few may be reachable. Contrary to what you all think, and to be fair, I have to admit, with some justification, we are not all mindless warhawks. I shot back. Just mostly. His answering smile sobered up. I understand from Kath, that you recovered a Star League weapons project, a marine-powered armor suit. He finally answered. Yes. I hadn't told Kath to keep that secret, since with a bit of luck, Jamie could help us convert it to regular infantry, and with even a bit more of luck, work on inner sphere battle armor, removing the one huge tactical edge that the clans absolutely would have. Heavily armored and armed infantry, where 5 could chew easily on a light mech, was one of the massive edges the clans had. And the worst to counter initially. I do not suppose you are all plotting inner sphere elementals, are you? He grinned. If not, I would have to question your sanity. I snickered. Ask no questions. He laughed. I will detail some additional scientists and personnel to help Kath make that work. Jamie is ahead of where I expected him to be, but something that advanced, not without prodding. He smiled. As we both agree, the clans don't teach forward thinking. It's the reverse. Asha said quietly. You reward short-term gain and short-term plans, over long-term. Kurlin thought about it, and nodded. And the inner sphere doesn't. He thought and nodded. Well, I believe you have a mission to get to, and I cannot be away from the home worlds for too long. He finally stated. Good hunting. I nodded. As well as you, Kurlin, though your prey is much more elusive. Kurlin looked at Asha. As your lovely Blackwing may put it. A challenge. Ash's snicker was his only answer. Winterfell Castle, New Avalon, evening, Feb 22 St, 3016. Kath sipped at a pyramid, and shook her head. Command circuits really spoil you. You all have it so easy. Hey. Spending a year in a tin can, you said. Evie snarked back. How long were you in, Kiki? Long enough not to complain, long enough. I stated, amused. And Xanadu. So wasteful. Kath simply sighed. Asha snorted. I don't see you turning down birthing in her, instead of an overlord. Kath blinked. I may have been raised in the home worlds, I'm not insane. Ha. Case snorted into his beer. We're all crazy, period. We just admit it, unlike the rest of the galaxy. I shook my head. Sipping at my Timbuktu Dark, I simply looked at them. Does anyone have a problem with Operation Ides? We had received the changed plans, and differences less than 2 hours ago, thanks to Jamie opening the spigots of Dragoon's Den, at least for this mission. Adding an additional 100 mechs, to the already fairly impressive pile that Hansa built up, as well as adding to each thrust an additional company or so of mechs a month as replacements, not counting the ground vehicles. Enough said about how Hansa viewed that. I don't like it. Asha finally said. It's a serious diversion of force. The 17th, the Assault, and all 3 Lancer brigades, plus another roughly 4 mech battalions for Ares, is fine. Hossek's decision to send 2 of his 3 Certus Fusilier RCTs to hit Texlos to take it, plus what? Another mech regiment, thereabouts. She looked at me and I nodded. That could be used at Ares to finish it faster, yes. Kath sighed. Michael won't let Hansa have the glory, though. And let's be honest, if Texlos is under siege, St. Ives won't be willing to free up assets, since in reality, there's still, what? Another half dozen to dozen RCTs lurking to pounce. I wiggled my hand. Practically, another 2 to 3, yes. I shrugged. Hansa's OP plan makes it clear he's playing games with the new dropships and jump ships we've gotten him, but it still is tricky. Michael won't have the level of replacements Ares will, or our prong. Make no mistake, if he does pull it off, Hansa will contrast our rate in our campaign, versus his. Everyone nodded. Kath picked up. Us, and the heavy guards hitting Ronal is fine. We should have that over in a week. Especially if we do the test of the Ricos there. We had renamed the Project Star suits as Ricos, for Johnny Rico of Starship Trooper fame. We all agreed, and Hansa after laughing, agreed. I raised my eye, noting that she wasn't finished. New Hessen, with the Dragoons at 4 regiments and the Crater Cobras pair backing them up, should be fun, and hopefully the Dragoons will draw out the Highlanders to take the bait. We all nodded at that. And I prodded. It's what comes after that gets me. Taking one of the reserve RCTs, the Mercs, hitting Indy. She shakes her head. Heavy guards and the Cobras for small world, and maybe a detachment of the 1ST. She took a long pull out of the can. And then us and Tybalt with the FSAC. His OP plan explained why, you realize. I chilled. Ashen nodded. While I tend to agree with you that the Fury is a bit overdone as a tank, it's still a good one, and if the plan's fixable easily. She shrugged. Though I agree with Kath's point. This is risking defeat in detail. We'll still have the second RCT in reserve, and it'd not surprise me if they can't pull anything off. Case interjected. You really think Merrick, at least Orient and Andurian won't start biting when the Big Mac and Highlanders are in play, and we're still moving? Case shook his head. We'll roll them. I thought about the points. I tended to agree with Case, but the Capellans fought. Kath apparently agreed. You weren't at New Aragon, Case. Don't mistake weakness of strength for weakness of will. Bah, they're not snakes. We'll crush them. Case smiled lazily. I was getting a bad feeling about this. It's a good thing I had the rocket launchers in production, now, even though it cost a fair bit of change. I had a feeling I'd need them. Shame about the LRM manpacks not being ready yet. After the bickering between the strays went on for a few. Right. We took his coin, we go with his plans. I dislike it myself, but I do have a date tonight with him, remember? Laughs answered back. So, decided. Kath shot back. I still have a day or two, I suppose. I finally answered. It'd be nice if I could just let the future take its course. Then again, wasn't that one reason we were here? Main bedroom, Winterfell Castle, New Avalon, late night, February 23, 3016. I rolled on my side, seeing Hansa simply look up at the ceiling. As much as I hate this, business is needed. I have a few ideas. Hansa snorted softly. Softening me up. He grinned, rolling to lay on his side, face to face with me. I'll at least consider the idea, mind you. But... I shrugged slightly, amused on how Hans's eyes drifted, then snapped to my face. Well, I had several ideas, though I think you personally leading the heavy guards, instead of Ran, is a bad idea, Hansa. Ran isn't thrilled himself, nor are the rest of those involved. But I have to do this, politically, and personally. He looked me in the eye. I am not going to let you go out and fight alone, you realize. If nothing else. Your manly pride. I teased, then shrugged. But that's not the items I wanted to discuss. His eyebrow rose and I took that as permission to continue. Helm. We don't need the equipment as much as we used to, but... the core, and getting it without Comster. His voice hissed on the last. Hansa could hold a grudge like no one's business, and while Liao, thanks to us all confirming Doppelganger and what it did to the poor sap, had made Mad Max an especial target of his fury, Comster's actions in the future that was, confirmed by their assassination attempts. Well... I knew that the word of Blake would have serious problems. He continued. Knowing. I have some ideas. So do I, and they may benefit us, politically. His eyebrows rose. We nixed a long-duration probe on New Dallas until we could see how sensitive the arrays likely are, though Praetorian was helpful there. Verification, which we'll have by the end of August, if all's on track, is always a smart play for this score. I nodded. That'd open up a few other locations as well, and how sensitive the sensors were to low-level transits, such as the Scout's small signature would be ideal to know as well for other operations. You're of course, correct. I smiled. Don't let it go to your head. Hansa mimicked a touch by a fencer, with a comedic look of dismay. But, instead of a smash and grab on Helm, let's do it stealthily. His eyebrows furrowed, and he nodded once. We send a team in, get the chip, duplicate it, open the site without anyone being wiser, a few geeks copy the core, and voila. We can do it under the movie cover. That was my original plan. Hansa thought for a moment. Doable, and if we plot it right, we can actually send a scout to investigate the deep naval anchorage that was there. I'm not sure what would be in it, but it'd be useful to know. Maybe Kerensky left some more ships. I shook my head. I doubt warships, I really do. Or they'd be in the same condition overall that we found at Watchtower. But the slips might be worth the effort, and it's far enough away from any possible array, that it's not even a risk. I shrugged again. Using a movie cover, for another Weibo atrocity, say a Robinson-based film production. He nodded. It would fit, and focus attention back on the Combine, or so people would think. Aaron would be all for it, as a real movie. He grinned lopsidedly. I can find some people, and we can kick it around. I'd like to borrow Black Hand, if we agree to the mission. I thought about it, and nodded. And I presume Dr. Cunningham. You presume correctly. He thought about it for a moment, then nodded. And with the unknown location your father found, I'm quietly assembling a jump ship chain so you can go out there, after the campaign's over quickly. It will take time to get in place, but most of it will be covered. I smiled. My suspicion as well as yours and Colonel Steiner's is that it's an amorous location, but still. Extra recovered items are good items. If the team can get the core, copy it several times, get it back to us, after making it look like it's never been filled with the data. He grinned. I have some ideas on how we can use it, yes. He thought for a moment. Normally it's the lady that brings this up, but, you're remarkably hesitant, or uncertain of things, and well, given the future that was, I can actually understand it. He shrugged. But where do you see us going? Morgan's completely clear, and I suspect we can make doubly sure of that. Marie approves of you, or at least is willing to wait and see. Plus, seriously, marrying a woman not even half my age. He shuddered. I can understand why I did it. But, I have the potential for other options, and well, I would rather explore those. And if Katrina still does the peace proposal, and we end up walking the same dance, I suspect she'd prefer my heir, and I don't want anyone to be a cougar. He grinned. Unless it's their choice. Poor Case. I laughed at that. Case was often chased by the more amorous of the older nobility, as well as some young ones, given his bad boy vibes, as well as his new title. However, I thought about what he was saying for a moment. One of the problems is, by all accounts, it was a happy marriage. Though you seem to overshadow her. I sighed. But... yes, the children. I can actually see how that happened as well. He tilted his head. Something I doubt severely you'd allow. I had to admit he was right. Again. How do I poke your ego when you're often right? I plaintively asked. He grinned. By being around to see my screw-ups and remind me of them. Rome's tradition was right. Every leader needs that. He sobered. But, that depends on your choices. I knew what he was asking. I knew what he wanted. And the future was already in change. We haven't had enough time to see fully, but... I say this. Let's see. We'll have some time on the campaign, so we'll know. I nodded once. His eyes brightened, as he leaned forward. Excellent. Now there is no way I could be kept away. Too many firm emplacements to assault. His wicked tone as well as his movements indicated his plan. I smiled back, and responded. Then be firmly and aggressively about it, shall you? Mech Bay, dropship Xanadu, en route to Ronal, March 15, 3015. We strays all stared at the slightly fidgeting Catherine. Where is Redline, clanner bitch? Case snarled. Evie was looking around. Hey, where are my mechs? Where? Island. Bun. I hissed at her. They're coming. Jamie asked to adjust them somewhat. Kath hurried, seeing the sheer level of violence. He thought we could use a bit of an edge. I told him we already had that taken care of, but... Oh, for they. You let clanners touch my baby. What am I gonna learn on now? Was the response. Kath was saved by a buzz. She looked inside. Outside were 5 super large trucks, each with one of our mechs. Jamie stepped out of one of the cabins and walked over. Looking at us, then looking at Catherine, he ignored Case running to Redline and fussing over the hunchback. I see you didn't tell them before I made off. He tsked. Upside, I get to present a surprise. I like doing that. Consider this a down payment on the debt. He raised his hand. And I believe it's owed, so. I'd appreciate it if you just accepted. I shook my head. What did you do to Bun Bun? I looked at him. Jamie grinned. Oh, a bit of this and that, though honestly, when my techs were done analyzing and duplicating everything, I think we owe you more. Bun Bun seriously wasn't spec, even for a 2RB, was he? I nod. I can't find the name, but his pilot was a female major general, it appears. I too see if I can find any info in our records. I'm really curious about the tech. Jamie shrugged. So. I ignored Kath and Tasha walking over to her Marauder, while Evie had been drawn off by Colonel Jameson, to look over her King Crab. Jamie grinned. Besides copying and duplicating those nifty features the tech put in, we rebuilt the frame with Clan Endosteel structural members, instead of the SLDF spec you had, put in a Clan XL, restored the original Artemis fire control, added an anti-missile system, RECM, armored to hell your cockpit, sensors and life support, oh, and you have a pair of medium lasers, and small pulses on each arm, instead of just the one machine gun and a pair of lasers. And 8 tons of ammunition now. Should keep you alive. The rest of the tonnage was freed up by putting on new armor. I blinked. And his computers. I was really worried about those. Untouched, though some additional programming was added. He nodded. As I have said, we're copying those to put into some of our machines. Same with the cooling jackets, whoever did them was a genius. All your lancemates have them too, so. I tilted my head. Repairs. You'll have a few spares, so you can keep these machines running. Jamie nodded. I need to get my people and my trucks back to my dropship so I can get to my attack. I let him walk me over to Bun Bun, and help me get in. Shortly, Bun Bun was joined by 4 other mechs, and they were being put into their cubicles, waiting for their time to unleash their new firepower and capabilities. I made a mental note to come and sim the changes, and verify that the electronics remained the same. Those were important. Command Center, Ronal Defenses, Ronal, April 24, 3016. GRY. I called, slightly muffled through the filtration mask, as the weather-beaten general, and commander of my 1st Brigade walked to me in Hansa. Report. Lady, Your Highness. He didn't salute, indicating it was still a potential hot zone, but continued on. Spaceport and the main command center for the defenses captured. Enemy Kia, 230, wounded about 400, captured about 900. I whistled. He smiled. And what I know is more important to you, no one killed from the heavy CAV, 39 wounded. Material losses, 9 Rico suits, though the techs think they can get 3 back together, armor damage to all of the command mechs, and about half the main combat vehicles, ammunition needing refilling, and somehow, 1 Manticore through a track. So, the avalanche drop of the Marines worked. I couldn't help but sound pleased. Up. Kath walked up, grinning. With us dropping around them, and sweeping the spaceport, while the aerospace forces bombed them, they missed Armstrong's boys dropping in, and once they got on the ground, it was all over. GRY nodded, a pleased grin on his face. Hansa blinked. Very impressive. I hope the techs and engineers you've acquired, General, he was speaking to me, as he shifted gears. Finish the straight infantry version fast. This is a game changer. Removing their space maneuvering capabilities, should let you fit in some heavy weapons, and that will. He thinks. Well. Ways and means is going to hate you, the infantry are going to look at us mech warriors like we're juicy deer to their piranha. He grinned at that, then turned to look at Kath again. And you say the clans have bigger and better? Kath nodded. They do. They'd have loved this, the elementals. I'm not even sure they'd have needed us mech warriors, or lost a suit. Fuck. Hansa summarized GRY's thoughts quite well. Well. I understand there's a plan for that, too, to get us close. I nodded. Straight powered armor will do for elementals, roughly in the same manner how infantry can wear down them. But that's costly. We are working on that project, but I don't even think we'll be at prototype testing in 5 years. Kath shook her head. 3, I'd say. Hansa shook his head. Well, the majority of the militia are either in those forts that the rest are demonstrating outside of, or with the mercenaries. Should we see if they'll surrender? He was putting the problem of clan infantry on the back burner, for here and now, and I followed suit. Worth a try. With that, GRY led us through the shot-up and scarred building, proof of the viciousness of the fight. The Ricos wouldn't have helped if they burrowed into a mountain, but, with this. GRY thought about it. I'm sure that the prince would agree, we'd have paid at least a battalion of mechs, even with the heavy air cover we have to normally take this place. If that low. Hansa grinned. Until the enemy adapts to the suits, we will rump well. He sobered. So, about 6 months, I figure. He sighed. Oh, well. It is the nature. But even with that adaptation, I do think more infantry and personnel will survive these assaults. I nodded strongly. We believe so, yes. We had arrived at the command center's communication post, where Major Armstrong was waiting. His clanging salute, and loud statement, indicated how pleased he was. Lady. First Prince. I present to you one Capellan Colonel and her staff. He grinned. The Colonel was gagged, indicating she was very uncooperative, and the resigned fury in her eyes indicated why. One question. We are keeping the Ricos, ma'am. I smiled. Yes. Though we do want a complete after-action report and what the troops feel can be improved. Of course. Another clang. I will get started on that right now. He didn't wait for permission, but led off. Hansa shook his head. Eager man. Now. He looked, and saw one of my techs that had landed after the Marines secured the compound, at a communications setup. Waving his hand, he indicated, my show, I should finish it. Nodding at the tech, I took a headset. She shifted the board to transmit on all frequencies the CCAF was using, and I transmitted. This is General Onishi of the Heavy Cavalry, to all CCAF units still on planet. You are cut off, your dropships captured, and I am sitting on your main storage, and command post. Further resistance is futile, as you have no more aerospace to contest the air with. I have over 3 regiments of aerospace fighters, all with bombs. Please surrender, before you run out of food and filtration masks. About a minute later, a voice came through, on the frequency assigned to the Kurz Intruders Battalion on planet, the vast majority of their mech forces. General, this is Major Janice Shao. I'm afraid I can't do that. And I don't think you want to tangle with a battalion of assault mechs. I raised an eyebrow, amused. And the rest of the militia isn't really thrilled. If nothing else we can tie you up until relief comes. Tilting my head, I had to smile. Major, forgive me, but I have the entirety of the Heavy Guards, my command brigade, which has about 4 companies of assaults, my 1st brigade, about a battalion of assaults, my 2nd, same amount. Exactly why would I be worried about 40 assault mechs? Smiling still, I added. This isn't counting the over 200 aerospace fighters, nor tanks I have, nor the fact that the 34th and 36th Hussars will be arriving over the next few weeks, as well as the fact that there's nearly a dozen assault dropships in orbit. If Maximilian sends relief, I'll enjoy the salvage. I could hear the grinding of teeth on the radio, and a smile from Hansa. See you in the fields, then, we'll see about your boasts. Looking at the tech, she pointed at a screen, which showed a location for the transmission, and I raised my eyebrow. The tech grinned. See you. Looking at the display, the last reported positions of all the units, I nodded. A bit convenient, but it looks that the militia armor and infantry are near your brigade, I would. He nodded. With your permission. I nodded. Turning to the tech again, I had her contact Sieg, who was running the combat space assets. Sieg? Relaying the location of a mech battalion backed up by about an infantry battalion and armor battalion, can you make them go away? They were close, less than 5 kilometers from my 2nd brigade, which was trying to reduce one of the forts without taking damage. This meant mostly artillery and long-ranged fire, and not much being done. I had wondered why that fort hadn't surrendered, like the fort that the guards took, or the one that GRY's brigade was at. Lady, consider it done. 10 minutes. Those were a long 10 minutes, as several techs had managed to link Camelot and Xanadu C3 systems to the forts, and within 6 minutes, the intruders' 1st Battalion had covered half the distance to the artillery park that was supporting the attack on the fort. Sieg had however, overestimated how long his birds would take, and before the Capellians could reach firing range of the suddenly packing up vehicles, over 1,000 bombs shocked them, stunning them into immobility, as the assault dropships came in for strafing runs. Shortly, it was all over, and while I knew my people had taken damage, I saw no indications that I had any wounded, less dead. Well, that worked well. I finally said. Hansa nodded. It's very rare to have as much aerospace power on the field as you do, so I believe they didn't believe you. At most, we commit maybe 2 regiments, and most of those aren't that heavy, in real terms. 12 assault dropships. He shook his head. Last time we had more than 3 at once was an assault on Tikhonov in 2943, I believe. Again, this was a unique situation. I sighed. And it won't be easy after this. Hansa shrugged. No, not once they adapt to what you do, and that won't take very long. It doesn't hurt them that the usual type of combat performed is risk-averse, with low amounts of advanced warfighting equipment. And the objective is to preserve that as much as possible. I understand that, but we've changed that. I smiled grimly. We can now practice true shock tactics, which is what battle mechs are meant for. Hansa shook his head. Not yet. Not fully. But yes, soon. Very soon. And right now, on a limited basis. He then grinned. And if you can come up with some more toys. I simply smiled. That's the idea we have, yes. Interlude 2. Operation Whirlwind was successful, very probably more successful than Captain General Merrick believed possible. The death of his son Gerald, among other considerations, has decisively ended their civil war, and the recapture of Sirius and 6 other worlds, must make the Captain General feel somewhat vindicated against Liao. It helps that the trial of Anton Merrick will begin January 2, 3017, thanks to the AFFS offensive capturing him alive. The Free World's military has paid a steep price for their victories, Archon. Effectively, they have expended all the hardware they had brought from Federated Sun's source under the deal the Captain General and First Prince arranged. Normally, we feel that they would be restrained from further adventures, or at the least, choose to focus them on the already weakened Liaos. However, see below. The Dragoons are under contract with them starting April 2, so that may indicate that Lord Merrick plans some activity on our border. With the serious reverses the Capellians have undergone, as well as the growing strength of the AFFS, see Appendix 2 and 3, the temptation for Merrick to strike at us must be severe. However, his recent inquiry into a ceasefire agreement with us may indicate that he plans to continue operations against the Confederation, as information indicates that the agreement between the Free Worlds League and the Federated Suns will continue for at least another 2 years. What price is being paid for this pact remains unknown. Hansa's recent inquiry to extend our agreement indicates that as projected, his production is above his budgetary ability, and he seeks ways to place equipment in the enemy of his enemy's hands. Of concern is the temporary staging of the Heavy Cavalry's Command Brigade on Helm, see Attachment 4 and 5. The recent news from New Avalon, combined with the Command Brigade's location, would indicate that Baroness Winterfall has found another location, we suspect on Helm, and given some troubling recent analysis, possibly in our hinterlands. Time will tell us, and it may be possible to intercept it, though the Command Brigade is a powerful formation. Lick Report to Archon Katrina, December 21, 3016. Born out of the recovery of the all-important computers, from Baroness Winterfell's inheritance, General Kikyo Onishi of the Onishi Heavy Cavalry at the time, Davian production by the start of 3016 had doubled the amount of mechs and ASF flowing into the AFFS. Prince Hansa decided to use this windfall, and expected replacements to push the CCAF to the breaking point. We now know that Hansa Davian had also counted on the second of the major Lastek discoveries by the then Baroness, and decided to use them. Converting the Heavy Guard into an almost completely Lastek formation with late-era SLDF and Royal Mechs, he had a sledgehammer to dedicate. Baroness Winterfell's mercenary command wasn't far behind in the level of technology she could dedicate to her people, and that gave him a second hammer. However, Prince Davian wasn't eager to wreck these hammers for limited gains, so he sketched out a two-pronged operation. The rimward prong, Operation Knife, was intended as an invasion of Ares to capture the industrial world and one of House Liao's few battle mech factories, further increasing the disparity in the two states' forces. The invasion force was planned around 3 different formations, the Davian Assault Guards RCT to break up what were, correctly, assessed as strong defensive fortifications and the 5th Certus Fusiliers RCT as the main operational force, while the 4 regiments of the Ilikian Lancers made up the main mobile element. Operation Knife proved a testament to the ancient axiom that no plan lasts longer than contact with the enemy, or in this case, one's supposed ally, since the first problem to arise was the absence of the 5th Fusiliers from the landing, having diverted the unit almost before AFFS High Command could adjust plans to join the 6th Fusiliers RCT in the invasion of Texelos, added by the Duke to the operation at almost the last moment before the 6th went into Texelos. Marshal Stephen Davian, led to believe by via subtly misleading communications from the Duke that this was fully cleared by Prince Davian and that another RCT would arrive very shortly, pressed on with the landings only to find the defenders not only fully alerted but in fact reinforced, far from having a window of opportunity before regular Capellan mech battalions could arrive. Much of the famed Northwind Highlanders were already on world. All that saved the situation from turning into an extremely costly debacle was the sudden arrival of the 17th Avalon Hussars RCT, concurrent with the remainder of the Northwind Highlanders and the diversion of further Capellan reinforcements to Texelos. As much as Maximilian Liao would have loved to avenge his ancestor Danemer's humiliation by eradicating the Crushers, the other world under attack was a major source of aerospace fighters. As aerospace fighters dueled over Ares, Arden Sortek dropped his regiment behind the Highlanders and brought the AFFS a vital respite to regroup and deal with the situation. What had been envisaged as a relatively quick coup de main now degenerated into 2 slugging matches that lasted months and wore down the mech regiments on both sides. Adjusting to the new situation, Hansa Davian elected to play the ball from where it lay and poured supplies into the Ares campaign, running through well over a regiment in replacement mechs, while coldly informing his brother-in-law that he'd got the Fusiliers into this mess and the Duke would be held accountable for salvaging them, leading to the arrival of the 8th Certus Fusiliers to help their brother commands. While the Big Mac still had a numerical advantage in mechs, the advantage of RCT organization paid off with Capellan conventional regiments gutted at a shocking rate and unsupported Makaran units frequently taking disproportionate losses. After 4 months, the Chancellor was forced to make the tough decision. He could afford to commit no further forces and the supply stockpiles from St. Ives would allow only one campaign to continue. With great regret, in August he pulled the Capellan forces off Texelos, with Makaran's regiments fighting a rearguard retreat as much hardware and personnel as possible were extracted. Holdouts in Maskarovka would make the pacification a painful one, but this was something that the AFFS was long practiced at. Fully aware of Maximilian Liao's reasoning, Hansa Davian had been moving a second wave of forces into the area as fast as the supply lines could allow and he just barely managed this feat in time. Nonetheless, the situation was very nearly a disaster for the AFFS for a second time as the Big Mac's arrival on Ares was also the cover for dropping a full company of death commandos behind Davian lines. On September 23, the commandos circumvented field security, seized 4 AFFS battle mechs and turned them against Marshal Davian's headquarters during a meeting of the invasion forces senior officers. Quite literally the only officer above the rank of major not killed or seriously wounded was Colonel Sortek, who suffered only a broken rib when the mortally wounded Marshal fell on top of him. Piloting his Victor one-handed, the colonel rallied the assault guards and his hussars to hold off the Highlanders' follow-up attack, causing such severe losses that the newly arrived Makaran had to commit his last intact regiment to extricate the humbled Northwind forces. The arrival of the 34th Avalon Hussars and the 2 mercenary regiments of the Crater Cobras proved the end of Liao's calculations. Now even Ares was clearly lost and the only question was how high he could make the price. While the answer was steep, the hope that the strained mercenaries could buy time to evacuate tooling from the Bergen factory proved futile and cost them another battalion of mechs along with Colonels Archibald Makaran and Marcus Baxter, who were killed trying to hold the last defensive gate. Ironically, due to miscommunication, the Armored Cavalry's command company didn't receive the order to retreat until it was far too late. Some have suggested that the Liao command staff delayed the message intentionally to punish the mercenaries. By the end of October, the Capellan forces were boosting for their jump ships and the AFFS could begin securing their conquest. Despite the defeats, Liao expressed confidence that the cost had been Pyrrhic. The Maskarovka had a fairly accurate grasp of losses, directly from Duke Hosek Davian's desk, as it turned out. Over 100 battle mechs had been lost on Texelos and an astounding 500 on Ares, with more than 200 factory fresh mechs shipped in but far from making up the losses. Hundreds of aerospace fighters and thousands of combat vehicles would need to be replaced and a horrifying 18 dropships had been lost, mostly a wing of FSN Avengers that had paid a heavy cost in atmospheric attack runs against Capellan fortresses. Capellan losses were also hideous, almost equal in aerospace fighters and approximately 2/3 as high in mechs, combat vehicles, and dropships. Nonetheless, Liao took the awarding of the Medal Excalibur to the heroic Colonel Sortek as face-saving and, convinced that the AFFS would be years recovering, felt safe to turn his attention to the other border where resources were badly needed. Sensing weakness, Janos Schmerich had granted supplies and consent to Duke Hallis and Duchess Humphreys, meaning that several previously contested worlds were now under pressure from the Orient Fusiliers and defenders of Andurian. 3016 would prove to be a poor year for the Capellan Confederation as despite this redirection of forces, 4 worlds would fall to the League, added to the 2 conquests of the Federated Sons. And then there was the core ward part of Hansa Davian's plan. Operation Wolf, the core ward aspect of the grand operation, was predicated off Hansa having 3 hammers, his heavy guards, which he would personally lead, the new Onishi heavy cavalry, and the Wolf's dragoons. Reinforcing these mighty hammers, were the Crater Cobras, a collection of 4 mercenary battalions to act as mobile forces, the Federated Armored Cavalry and the 34th and 36th Avalon Hussars. The campaign started well, with the famed Wolf Dragoons striking at New Hessen, working through all 3 Hessen units, plus a scattering of other units sent to keep the important world from falling. Wolf had inflicted nearly a regiment of battle mech losses by the time the second prong of Hansa's attack landed on Ronal 2 weeks later. In their baptism of fire, the Onishi heavy cavalry quickly routed the mercenary battalion on the planet, and unknown to anyone but the heavy guards, the first combat deployment of the combat-powered armor known now as the Rico Space Marine suit played a key role in capturing the Capellan headquarters. Once the task force had fully gathered on Ronal, and Jamie Wolf departed Hessen to restore the Dragoons' modest losses and wait in reserve, the other units assigned to Operation Wolf hit 3 worlds, a more ambitious plan than originally projected, but a plan that the first prince could be sure hadn't leaked. Hansa Davian felt the Free Worlds League's active invasion of the Confederation and Colonel Wolf's actions had made the risk acceptable. The Crater Cobras joined Hansa Davian and his heavy guards in assaulting Small World, while the 34th Hussars and smaller mercenary units assaulted Epsilon Indy. The Federated Sun's armored cavalry and General Onishi's heavy CAV would share the honor of Tybalt. Unfortunately for the attacking force, Tybalt had been set as a staging area for the counterattack. From The Federated Sons vs. the Capellan Confederation, Volume 4, Late Third Succession War Campaigns. NAIS Press, 3107. The year of 3016 was quite exciting on the Federated Sons and Combined front. With the coordinator having inside information on the main campaigns, he decided to probe the Draconis March to see where a campaign after their successful but costly retaking of Tancredi IV would be successful. He severely miscalculated, not realizing that while yes, Sandoval had taken losses well above what was normal, he had ended the year at least 2 battalions stronger in Mechs than he had started the year, while the Combine had barely added a pair of companies to their roster. Nor did the Combine's famed ISF properly appreciate the growth of the AFFS due to increased production. Sandoval knew that he'd be slightly shorted this year on extra equipment, and on jump ships. The additions of the heavy cavalry fleet, as well as the dragoons, and the discoveries of a small supply of jump ships, at Castle Watchtower significantly reduced that issue. He still did not have enough to significantly counterattack. The pattern of raiding and counter-raiding over the year, flashed up and down the border, with Quinton, Breed, Marduk, Kessel, and Niles all significantly raided, while Hoff and Azaa felt the Sword of Light's touch at least once during this year. The Combine did not see the weakness they hoped for, as counter-raids at Galatia 3, Mara, Dele Cruz and Tripoli convinced the DCMS that while their front might be secondary to the Davians, it wasn't as secondary as the DCMS hoped. While losing roughly 2/3 of their new production for the year in these raids, they inflicted nearly 9 battalion equivalent losses on the Davians and their cell swords, so the Combine felt vindicated. Unfortunately for the Combine, Sandoval was not only ahead of where they expected him to be, he was gaining strength by nearly 2 companies of Mechs a month with even larger gains in armor and aerospace combatants. By mid-year, the Combine had realized this, when Proserpina itself was subject to a 2 RCT raid, and then towards the end of the year, Mara was retaken by forces of the AFFS. In the end, both sides ended up more or less status quo as of the start of 3015, with Mara retaken, though the addition of a full battalion to the DCMS's numbers on the Davian front was more than counterbalanced by the addition of 3 battalions to the Draconis March's order of battle. One must wonder, if the ISF had accurately portrayed at the start of the year the Davians' military and industrial position, what would Takashi have done? In the end, those aware, realized this would be the weakest the Davians would be on that front for years to come. From Cattle Raiding. A History of Combine Activities in the Third Succession War. Sandoval Press, 3078. This recently formed mercenary unit, currently boasts a command brigade of 2 mech battalions, a mech company and command lance, an armor unit of the same size, and a regiment of frontline infantry, 1 battalion space marine capable as well as an aerospace regiment. Their home guard brigade is the same, though lighter in weight, and they maintain currently 2 full-strength brigades, each with a regiment of infantry, armor, aerospace, and mech, with the same extensive support as above. After their campaigns in the Confederation, they have enough salvage and assets to begin forming a 3rd brigade, as well as repairing and refitting the other units involved in the campaign. They have extensive support arms, and are well equipped with dropships, jump ships, and assault dropships to cover their landings, as well as a scattering of Listec. They have full technical support, as well as heavy medical and engineering support units, so this command is well suited for most missions you can hire them for. At this time, with their recent victories, we here at the review board consider the unit veteran, and reliable, with the caveat that while her first actions were successful, General Onishi's skill is still to be fully determined as a commander. If you wish a more detailed overview of the unit, please contact your local MRB office. Onishi's Heavy Cavalry Brigade, an overview for prospective clients. Primus's office, Hilton's Head, Terra, December 29, 3016. Ah, Tojo. Julian greeted him, shaking his hand, and personally seating him. I was just about to call you. As the Primus settled in his chair, he steepled his hands, and looked at Tojo. The head of ROM didn't fidget, though this year had not been a good one for him or his people, as several operations had failed. A report on Project Marshall? Tojo asked. Of course. Julian simply smiled. And with a bit of luck, perhaps Project Weasel. Tojo smiled. The latter project was named for egging Michael Davian into revolt, like Anton had towards his brother. Blake's vision would be proven right. As for Project Marshall, the division set of equipment has been hidden, and is just awaiting to be found by the two nations. Comster had hidden 3 regiments each of battle mechs, armor, and aerospace in the Confederation and combined for the two nations to discover. As well as contact being made to help with the Wells technology issue, and to help restore some of the Confederation's industry. He smiled a bit. In the Confederation, at least, all doors are being thrown open, and I suspect that while Maximilian knows our agent is Comster, he cannot question the aid at this time. Julian smiled slightly. And once we break the Federated Sun's industry, or have Michael do it for us, we will know the exact state, and how to sabotage the Confederations, as he is letting us in. As you say. Tojo nodded. It is a bit slower in the Combine, but hints are arising that the ISF has, at the least, recognized the danger that the new and repaired industry of the Federated Sun's presence. As well as Katrina's recent acquisitions. No one ever said a dragon moved fast, at least. Julian nodded. Though with Subash's reports, I suspect our wheels will be greased there, I hope. We expect so. Merrick at the least has wasted what Davian sold him. He sighed. We are unsure of the exact losses to his Lastek, but we think they're at least not trivial. Using the cavalry and the heavy guards to concentrate the Lastek provided a potent hammer, but it did mean they bore the brunt of the fighting, and from all indications, Tybalt wasn't easy for the young actress. Julian sighed. And so far, she's possessing the devil's own luck, I do think. When will another attempt be made? At this time, there's some debate on which method would be best, as Davian's MIO did not buy Michael's involvement. We are sure they have no proof it's us, and without anything else. Tojo smiled. It would not surprise me if he believed Maskarovka or ISF did so, as they have caught agents attempting to suborn her subcommanders. Julian snickered. She's at least somewhat aware of that risk, since she was generous to her people. He thought. Ah, well. Keep trying. And how about infiltrating the industrial complexes? Remarkably difficult, though we think we have had some success. Tojo sighed. No one in the shipyards, now that Davian's discovered the sabotage and other issues we set up, and even in the other factories, we only have a few inserted, and they'll have to work themselves into position. Excellent. Julian beamed. Well done. He saw Tojo's eyebrow rise. I didn't expect it to be fast, Tojo. But you've done better than I thought. Thank you, Primus. I do need to report that Bauer's rapier plant is once again producing rapiers. It appears that Katrina found what Bauer's staff were doing. Julian shrugged. I honestly didn't think that'd last as long as it did. However, if at all possible. Tojo nodded. We will work on it, sir. He paused. Perhaps we can sow distrust with the Federated Suns and the Lyrans. Julian's eyebrow rose. Oh. Recent information has leaked to us that General Onishi and Colonel Steiner are planning a trip. To somewhere in Lyran space, we believe. Ah, leak it to Katrina. He thought. And when she tries to intercept, have the orders written in such a manner. That will do quite nicely, Tojo. Given Hansa's plans. Tojo nodded. I thought so myself, but, given recent. You thought correctly. It is authorized. Do please attempt to corral your people this time, the first time we went off half-cocked over this young lady. Julian looked at Tojo. Agreed. It will be done right. Tojo stood. With your permission. Given, and have a happy New Year's. Julian paused. Oh, for your short vacation, supposedly some people have reopened the original Starbucks shop in Seattle, you may want to go see it. Julian smiled. I did not have that information, thank you, sir. Tojo bowed slightly, and with a slight rustle, departed. Julian stared at the door. Damn that girl. She's ruining all my plans. At this rate, Blake's vision won't be done for another 100 years. And that just won't do. He turned to a thought. Perhaps Maximilian's suggestion of replacing people. Chapter 10. With a lever big enough I can move the world. A Battletech fanfiction. By Andrew MageOhki Norris. Ronal was easy, too easy. Part of the reason was it was an application of force not seen since mid-second succession war against a target designed to withstand a third succession war campaign for a month, at most. The other part, was the planet itself was in Primus, hostile to humans, so long-term fighting wasn't realistically possible, allowing the sheer superiority of numbers and technology we had to be decisive fast. Ironically, while Tybalt was almost as fast, the reason there, was the old adage, surprises aren't. It wasn't easy. Sun Tzu's wisdom about deception applies. When you combine it with his words about knowing your enemy, you can bait a trap. It's a good thing, as Kath joked, I'm bait phenotype, isn't it? But, as I learned at Tybalt, be careful. Others you don't even know about might see the bait, and try to take it. For all the glory that Tybalt brought me and my unit, I keep in mind the price. For someone raised and trained in the American late 20th century mindset of war, considering the engagement size, it was agonizing. For someone of the 31st century, it was to be celebrated. Mindsets differ, and times differ. Still, glory is never worth it. From the Journals and Notes of Kikyo Onishi, New Avalon Press, 3291 AD, as part of the Century of Chaos, The Movers and Shakers series. As usual, thank the crew, and they know who they are. Command Center, Dropship Xanadu, en route to Tybalt, 5 days out, June 2, 3016. We were well ahead of the schedule, expecting to land on Tybalt, find the Fury factory and see what it needed, a good month before the plan stated. Hansa wanted to take them at a run, and the 34th and 36th, plus the occupation units, had the fun of chasing down the last holdouts on Ronal. Acquiring 10 urban mechs, 2 cicadas and a pair of victors out of the battle, plus outside the Rico suits, enough to restore us to full capability in spares and armor. Ma'am. One of Xanadu's COMM techs interrupted my pondering of Tybalt's map. Admiral Rostig would like to speak with you. Put him on. I nodded. Turning to the pickup. Sieg. What can I do for you? Didn't MIO say before we lifted from Ronal, that there were no enemy frontline forces here? His tone was amused. Wouldn't be the first time MIO was wrong, or simply behind the OODA loop, you know that. Why? I was getting a nasty feeling. I count, roughly, 11 battalions worth of transports for mechs, about the same in armor, maybe an additional regiment for armor, about the same in infantry, too. And a trio of assault dropships, plus, what looks like an additional vengeance. Just in case that wasn't bad enough. His tone was amused and relaxed. You'd not be this amused, if something was off. I sighed. Signaling the tech, I quickly sent out a message to the armored cavalry's commander. I could hear the glee and predatory anticipation. Oh, yes. It seems the transports are not going to make landfall in one neat collection, and the assault trio is guarding the Vengeance, and they're 6 days out. I count about 130 to 140 fighters, it would seem, if they could concentrate, that is. I drummed my fingers. Odds of intercepting that trio? What are they? The data came up on my screen, as Sieg relayed the data Tawara, our command titan, had gathered. An Achilles, a pair of Avengers. His tone was amused. Call it 90% to intercept, 50% to force a total engagement, with them using the Vengeance to hot bay the fighters. I thought long and hard about this. I know we set it up so it'd be hard to see exactly what we had, is that still valid? I really wanted to push the assault, and destroy their aerospace, but they'll figure it out, the question is, in time. I heard the shrug. Do it. I made the decision. The fleet is yours, Admiral, fight it. Consider it done, and enjoy 2 gravities of acceleration. I shuddered. Kath would enjoy it, Asha shrug, Case snicker, but Evie and I would hate this. Needs must. I paused. Petty officer. I asked the tech. Yes, ma'am. Send to the jump ships to relay, and well, Comster on Tybalt, to relay to the heavy guards and New Avalon. I nodded, then thought. As well as the dragoons. I bulked in as Xanadu accepted the new orders, and Colonel Jonathan Riffenberg sent an annoyed complaint, saying he thought it'd be better if we hurried to land, instead of trying a risky space intercept. As I felt my weight double, without eating, how unfair, I sent back. Air supremacy is worth it. I also sent a message to Sieg, asking would it be possible to tie or lash down mechs to the hulls of the dropships, to add to their firepower. Command Center, Dropship Xanadu, Tybalt System, 2 days standard travel out from Tybalt 3, June 4, 3016. Sieg was grinning. Colonel Riffenberg was just shaking his head. I can't believe this. The colonel finally said. They got to know we have over twice their fighters, and well into 3 times their dropships, and no one's going to fall for the brainstorm of adding a dozen mechs to our ships' hulls as mobile turrets. To my immense surprise, the transport dropships had hurried planetward, while the carrier group with the assault dropships had slowly matched our course, for an intercept. That allowed us to slow down enough for a period to add, as the colonel said, a dozen heavy and assault mechs to each ship, mostly the most armored we could find. We had carefully kept as many of our carriers hidden near Xanadu in the heart of the formation, but let the Colossus and Excaliburs be seen, which apparently tempted the commander of the space forces beyond compare. He had even added all 6 of the overlords, to help provide hot base space, and had stripped the planet of all the aerospace assets it had. Rough count is, we have 320 fighters, to their, at most, 150, about 60 gunboats to their 20, and well, dropships should be obvious. I'm curious if he did the same as us about our mechs. Sieg said idly. We'd be moving one assault squadron out to the front, to join the other 2, plus the pair of extra Avengers we had, as we launched everything, since interposing the 2 forces would happen in about an hour. Your thoughts? I said, strapped in, since Kath had gotten Case to step on me and Evie taking our mechs out to bolt to Xanadu's hull. Lunch. His tone was deeply satisfied. Your authorization of the rocket pods will go a long way to destroying this flotilla with as little cost as possible. Colonel Riffenberg's tone was more worried. I sure hope so. As our last assault ships slid into position, as well as the hordes of fighters streaking towards the main engagement, I saw why Sieg was so happy. I felt the shock of the CCAF pilots, as they realized they were about to close with twice their numbers in fighters, as well as 3 times their number of assault dropships ran through their heads. And it was too late, due to the cold equations of space travel. We didn't know, but the sheer shock was worse. Apparently someone hadn't made the guess correct on what units were hitting Tybalt, so they thought at worst, they'd have parity in fighters. We found this out by interrogating one of the prisoners we took. But as what seemed for an eternity, the 2 forces closed, and fire began. The Capolian forces were clearly not interested in dueling, but getting to the eggs behind them, and our forces had dedicated half our strike to killing them. This would prove costly for them. I watched as in the 10-minute clash, all the Capelian strike simply seemed to vanish, joined by a pair of AFFS Sparrowhawks, and a trio of mine, as shots ignited their rocket pods. Sieg however looked intently sassified, as our strike wings hadn't been touched, nor the attack wings slated for the strike. I saw the Vengeance reverse course and try to escape the battle. Sieg's voice was deeply amused. This will be over fast. Do you want us to try to take the ships? We do have the Marines in their suits on the gunboats. I thought about it, as the assault dropships met ours, backed up by a strike wing. If you can, it'd be nice. His answering smile was wolfish. As Sieg's smile indicated, the results were predictable, as while our fighters carefully wove and danced through the fire, stripping armor and weapons off the overlords, they would be falling back with armor damage and other components needing replacement. For some reason, the Confederation Navy didn't concentrate fire, and while Ajax, Hurricane, and Augusta would need yard time, and 4 crewmen were killed by a compartment breach, the CCAF had lost all 9 dropships, with successful boardings of 3 of the overlords, as they hadn't been killed outright, and 1 of the Avengers. Evie was laughing. Wow, just wow. Did Ashicorn hold them or what? Kath's voice came over the intercom. Now we have to deal with their mechs, on planet, guys. True that, been thinking on that. Let's just drop on their heads and kill them all. Case cheered. And have tea and boast of our victories. I watched the Vengeance cut her drives, to be boarded. It appears the Confederation Navy wasn't thrilled at dying when they didn't have to. Gentlemen, and ladies. I dryly said. I'm thinking about it too. They fell for bait already, bets on their insanity to fall for it again. Various snickers, giggles and 1 laugh answered me, while Colonel Riffenberg had the last word for now. Depends on the bait, and how tempting, girl, they're not stupid. Command Center, Dropship Xanadu, Orbit of Tybalt 3, Local Morning, June 7, 3016. Colonel Riffenberg simply looked at me. This is either completely insane, or is completely brilliant. I'm not sure which yet. I nodded. They seem to have all congregated around the main spaceport and capital, knowing if we take that, it's more of suppressing them. The link up with the local militia gives them, if our count is right, mind you, 5 regiments of armor, 6 of infantry, and slightly over 11 battalions of mechs. Kath snickered. And if that Commodore we bagged was right, they put Anton Merrick in charge. Good thing we sent that info off, nothing will stop Jamie from coming here with fury. I shook my head. Not the plan, Kath. We build a nice fob. I got blank looks from several, and sighed. Forward operating base. Several asked. Then everyone decamps to take vital positions elsewhere, in an attempt to draw them out, except the command brigade. You honestly think they'll fall for it? Case asked. Seriously, it's a good idea, but they'd have to be stupid as fuck. GRY hummed. Actually, I can see it working. After the reaming Sieg's boys and girls gave them, Anton will need a triumph, and well, capturing Arlistek and Kikyo. Riffenberg shook his head. And that's the part I don't like. If this goes wrong, the first prince might shoot us all. Sieg shook his head. We practiced for fast launch and lift, and with IR passives overhead, in small balls. He shook his head. I don't say Ferret can take the entire mass, by herself with just me backing her up, but, if we time it right. The colonel sighed. You're in charge. I like the concept, I have to admit, I don't like what can go wrong. It was Evie. Please, it's Merrick. Who thought it was a good idea to piss off Jamie Wolf? The Snickers answered that thought. I gathered my thoughts and finalized it. We're doing it. My orders, my authority. I shrugged. And the trap works best if I am the bait. Riffenberg looked at me and shook his head. And I wondered, besides your body, what the first prince saw. You didn't even think of body doubles or that. You're not even questioning being at risk. I drive an Archer, I'm not that much of a risk. I smiled back. Just don't be late. Fob Alpha, Tybalt 3, 110 kilometers from Macbeth, capital of Tybalt, local noon, June 9, 3016. I really want to know where you got those Fiscam bombs from. I shook my head watching another flight of Vulcan aerospace fighters pretend to practice their bombing. With very careful plotting, Sieg was making it look like we had taken nearly equal losses in our aerospace wings, or at least damaged the birds enough that we'd be repairing them for a while. It also helped that we sent one of our assault squadrons to the pirate point to take two of them for repairs, as well as our prizes, except Vengeance, which was in orbit, pretending to be empty. Sieg just smiled. There's a richer man on New Avalon who financed the plant. He shrugged. The real trick was getting small enough radios that'd survive jump transit, so we could command detonate them, but Asha suggested going with simple transistors, since they just needed to receive the command. I suspect the AFFS is going to make him even richer. I grinned back at him. Numenor's fuel cell makers had made a small mint off us already, and the AFFS was looking very closely at how we handled the conversion of ice to fuel cell, and how the repairs and logistics went. In a way, I wish it wasn't for war. Sieg sighed, then brightened slightly. But at least the Federated Suns doesn't wage war generally on those who aren't deserving of such, nor do they attack or try to enslave civilians. He paused. Generally, and I'd bet you'd be the first to agree, their corporate tactics aren't the best, either. I sighed. I can't disagree. There's that old history term, carpetbaggers. The Federated Sun business community seems to thrive off it, not so much the Lyrans. Sieg thought about it and nodded. The Free World League seems to do the same as the Suns, as well. He shrugged. Though in both cases, at least they don't allow the rapacious behavior of Canopian corporations. I was about to say something, but the scream of shells from behind us, crashing into the firing range we had set up, between us and the capital, along the best route between us, interrupted me. I turned to look behind me as the fob was taking shape. Colonel Riffenberg walked up, with Kath next to him. Taking excellent shape. He stated. Kath just snickered evilly. Biggest trap this side since Ender. I smirked. Kath instantly sobered, but Riffenberg beat her to it. I would remind you that the Empire failed there, General. He shrugged. Of course we don't have Jedi on their side, nor are we evil blackguards, but still. Overconfidence. I nodded. Murphy's rules, no plan survives contact. Hell, the easiest thing they could do to shaft this is, not come. Kath nodded. That would suck royally, but, we are working on a backup plan, right? I shook my head. It's called wait for the reserves to come, then take them. I sighed. Otherwise, with the defenses they're building around Macbeth. Yeah, new Aragon Mark II, not my idea of fun. Kath shook her head. The AFFS colonel winced. I heard about that. It was most unpleasant from what I heard. Kath grinned slightly. Understatement that. It wrecked us, the Dragoons, I mean, at the time. But you still won. I reminded her. However, agreed. That cost is unacceptable. My view is we undertake a siege, while trying to level their defenses, once we have the reserves. Colonel, where did you get another 108 guns? He surprised me by adding to my artillery park a full regiment of guns by my standards. Admittedly, these were toad thumpers and long toms, but doubling my long-ranged fire was more than acceptable. Ask no questions. He grinned. I still want to place my objections to this, at least your part in it, General, but I'm feeling a lot happier. I'm surprised at your liberal use of Fiscam, but I guess you're thinking defensively, while we of the AFFS prefer to be on the attack. With the command det, yes, it's great instant defense. I grinned. And strategic offensive, tactical defense, is a valid way. I thought about it for a moment. I'd agree that it's not my first preference, but even fights into prepared defenses is a sucker fight, and I prefer not to be the sucker in that case. Kath's sudden cough indicated she had a dirty thought about it, but didn't say it. The colonel simply looked at her. Well said. He looked around, and shrugged. Back to screening, I suppose, to keep looky-loose away from us. This skirmishing is annoying my people. He wolfishly smiled. Do save some for my boys, we're going to want to feast well. I don't think I can kill 11 battalions of mechs by myself. I smirked. I don't have enough ammo, at that. He laughed. Well, not in your archer, no. But piled up and buried for safety. I'd not be surprised if you did. This will be very unpleasant. I looked at the works, the firing lanes, the semi-buried roads, all the work of 3 engineering battalions, several infantry regiments, and of course, nearly 2 battalions worth of industrial mechs designed and used for civil engineering. Not to mention a similar weight of engineering exoskeletons for this purpose. Oh, I think the Capellans and Duke Merrick will find it quite unpleasant. That's if they take the bait. Kath snorted. He's dumb enough. Even without it, he can't get half his mechs off this planet without leverage, he goes back short a regiment plus of mechs. He's going to have Maxie shoot his ass. Still, ladies, remember, the enemy plans too. And sometimes amateurs are the most dangerous. The colonel's words rang in our ears, as the next wave of fire struck the defensive belts. Kikyo's tent, Fob Alpha, late local night, June 17, 3016. I was looking at some paperwork, plus the current to-date casualty figures, while writing personal letters to the next of kin. Far too few of my people had such, which didn't make the task easier at all. So far, I had lost about a dozen tankers, 2 hovercraft and about 2 dozen infantry, of all types to the relentless skirmishing. The FSAC, the armored cavalry, had lost a pair of mechs, and a pair of hovercraft, as well. As I closed the folder, to be mailed out, Evie bounded in. I'm bored. Where's the enemy? I rolled my eyes. Where they were 2 hours ago. Before I could chide her for being a child, the camp phone rang. Ferret Actual, go. I responded as I picked up the phone. Central, relaying for Count Actual. A click, and a slightly scratchy voice came through. Lady? They're moving. Those IR balls have sent the signal. Another pause. Estimate time of contact, call at 0300 local, U. My birds will be ready to strike. I tilted my head and looked at the clock. It's 0220 now, they're a bit stealthier or smarter than I thought. Count. Evie brightened, and zipped out. Looks to be just about 4 regiments each of armor and infantry, motorized or mechanized, and unless they've been hiding some I'd say it's all their mechs, at least 11 battalions. Going to have a bit of a fight, since I estimate that GRY and Albert can't be ready and in position till just about kickoff. FSAC, maybe a bit faster. I nodded, forgetting he couldn't see. Needs must, I'll relay. No need ma'am, I sent the message to all. They're loading as we speak. I heard the shark in his voice. Oh, and the Alpha and Beta regiments of the Dragoons arrived about 12 hours ago, and are headed in system. We might have this over with by the end of the month. His tone brightened. So, to be clear, out of their main force, they left a regiment of armor, and 2 of infantry at the capital. I shouldered the phone as Kath came in, with a yawning Case, who had a sleepy grin. That's what we're calling it up here, yes. Good luck, and good hunting. I need to get my birds ready. Asha will be leading the strike that'll cover you directly. See you at the party. I responded. Be safe. He chilled. The enemy is still the enemy, and with a warrior house, plus a few of these units, they're not going to go easy. I nodded again. Will do. Remind the pilots that repairs come out of their bonus money. He laughed, then signed off. I looked at my lance. You heard. URI had walked in, looking ready, and a sharp smile crossed his face. Boots and saddles, then. We'll get it done, ma'am. URI nodded at Kath, who looked at Case and Evie. Yet, keep her off the front lines, we know. Case rolled her eyes. She's more likely to shoot us than them anyways with her aim. Oi! I snapped at him. I'm not that bad. Yes you are. The 2 sharpest shooters in the CAV shot back, as I pulled out my cooling suit. Go get ready and meet at the mechs. I responded. Evie caroled as she walked out. I get to kill and troll. I get to kill and troll. To Case's groans. I had to snicker. Case hated Evie's intentionally bad singing, not realizing that she was actually a very good singer, but was doing it to tick him off. It amused me. And amused everyone else, and with that, no one would be worried. I had wanted another 10 to 15 minutes of warning, but the balls weren't that good. It would be enough. It had to be. Phase line Omega, Fob Alpha, 0255, local time. Kath's Marauder was crouched behind the berm, as we watched the recon elements who were hull down and hidden transmit. She tight beamed me. Are we sure counts boys and girls will be on time? She was a bit nervous, since this was a lot of force. Armored CAV is in position to avalanche drop 5 minutes after I give the signal, and Albert is actually where he's supposed to be, powered down. GRY settling the last of his people in, all ours are in. Which was a good thing, as while the best way to us, was wide, Anton wasn't a complete fool, and had roughly a battalion of recon on each flank, probing. Case's response on the net was amusing. Won't save him, and it just means we get to see if Rivero's plotting pays off. Ruben Rivero, Major, was the senior engineering officer we had, and he had immense fun building the FOB. The people doing it under him, not so much. He made them do 16-hour days, and he didn't exempt anyone, including mech warriors, who wasn't needed for other tasks, from digging. Even Bun Bun had used an improvised shovel and hammer to do some work. Evie's voice came over the COMM line, this time no troll in her voice, taking her job as light recon for the command lands seriously. I'm picking up on seismics and on M-band. They're getting close to the kill box. Bunch of chatty motherfuckers, aren't you? A few minutes later, we had a quiet overlay of Capellan chatter on their general channels as Evie and Caveman worked on hacking their encryption. Her little troll cust was remarkable in its sensor capabilities. Her king crab's main armament, a pair of gauze rifles, had been late and needed to be installed into the monster, so she got to play EWAR tech for this little escapade. I snorted. She had also plugged into the network we buried, to give us a better view. Even though Inkblot, what we had dubbed Kath's sadly unnamed Marauder, and Bun Bun had full command capabilities, enough to run a Star League division, during the liberation of Terra, Evie pointed out she was recon. Kath and I simply let her have her way on that. Solid, they're about 3 minutes out from the minefields, and if they keep this speed, they'll make Phase Line Alpha the first of 4 belts of trenches and firing positions. It was where we had put all our rhinos and LRM carriers, so they could at least get one salvo off at extreme range. When you were talking about a literal gross of LRM-20s, accuracy didn't really matter. About 6 minutes. I suppose URI will have something to say about that, won't he? Case responded to Kath. Hope not, I'll get bored if I get no kills today. Ronal was such a waste of effort. Damned Marines. Hogging all the glory. He paused. And let's not forget Dutchman and her kill steals too. Ash's voice broke in. 5 minutes, Ferret actual. Ferret 3, fuck you. They were trying to overrun Dealer 2, didn't like that idea. Don't mind Case, he's having that time of the minute, Evie quipped. Recon elements on either side aren't reconning, they're basically close enough to play Operation Human Shield. It's like their commander doesn't know how to run a proper screen. A heavy ambush, you'd just fire over the screen and charge through M. Probably kill half of them by trampling. I looked at the disposition, and nodded. It's a valid tactic, actually, far enough out to give some warning, it's called screening. Not well done, but moving screens of this nature, are a pain. They're in a valley. I paused, did some math. Central, Ferret actual. Relay to Budweiser actual. Free the Clydes. Snickers from everyone in my command channel answered, as Central responded. Ferret actual, Central. Relayed. Budweiser says you're buying once his beer horses are frothed. I nodded. Understood. Relay to Beauty actual, Patton actual. Begin. I shifted channels, as GRY, who was amused by the reference to Black Beauty, and Albert Shedlin, my 2 NDS commander, who had been taken by Patton's movie, would be informed. Dealer Charlie actual, Ferret actual. Begin your rain in, 60 seconds from my mark, targets are painted on main. 2, 1. Mark. Ferret actual, Dealer actual. Rain on schedule. The amused voice of Jasmine Nurse, our colonel of artillery, spoke. I sat back, waiting for the moment that the single lone squadron of boomerangs that were sweeping towards us from the Confederation's lines, would spot the fact the FOB was completely dark. That's a bad sign, if you don't know. It also would almost be timed perfectly for them to hit the mines. Funny how life works. I watched as for once, timing was perfect. The FSAC's dropships screamed over them, at the same exact moment they hit the minefield. Worse, cluster munitions struck, and GRY and Albert simply vaporized the recon screen in a massive volley of fire as they swept down the slopes of the wide valley. I saw the entire formation just freeze. It was for only a moment, then the infantry carriers shot forward, clearing the minefield in the most brutal method possible. Watching on a display screen was akin in its own way to using an IVAS system, but far more impersonal. I was used to being much closer when the shells hit, and I was glad for the opportunity to not watch the mines go off, the shells fall. As EV reported the initial detonations of mines and the confusion started cutting through the background noise of Capellan chatter, you could hear the panic creep in. It wasn't until the long toms began saturating the target area that the screaming began. Men and women yelling in panic as dozens of half-ton shells began detonating around them. I saw a ripple as each of the impacts was shown on my screen by Evie's network of seismic sensors, showing the red wave of dots saturated with rippling waves of death ripping through them. One voice cut off the comms, barking in Mandarin as the rest went silent, and a lurch in the red wave signified the armored personnel carriers charged forward, and began dying. "Holy shit!" Evie said. "They just pushed the APCs into the minefield. What do you expect?" Case's voice was disgusted. "They're Russian-Chinese Nork hybrids. Empathy for human life? Play-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a- actual. Expedite beauty, patent actual, same. Bun Bun began to fire up as I stated the second line of today's code. It is not our job to die for our nation, it is the poor sorry son of a bitch on the other side. I paused, relaying. All ferrets. Expect phase line alpha not to hold, and Bravo unlikely, support gamma, but expect fallback to omega. They're hell for leather, gentlemen. Black ferret actual. Understood. Yuri's voice sounded clear, as the first salvo from the hidden LRM boats struck at the AFVs, to lock them up, only to find that they had a plan and a use. As sponges. We could see the detonations from where we were. Great gouts of fire and stray shots flying skyward. The LRMs arcing above the trilene were impressive, and as they fell. The voice barking in Mandarin sounded off again as half the screen to the left and right rushed forward behind the APCs. The remaining reconnaissance element of the attacking force was the least likely to get hit, least likely to trigger mines as the few light mechs that weren't exterminated by GRY and Albert darted forward, taking full advantage of their speed to avoid death. The faster mediums from the main body followed suit as the Capellans rushed the LRM carriers between them and me. The Capellans had chosen their target, they were going to try to break out through the heavy cavalry. Case, OSTS Coot, Wasp, Stinger, just out of range. Evie's voice rang out as the troll cust rapidly accelerated to her insane flank speed. LRM carriers falling back to phase line Charlie. Shall we sound the horn and bugle boss? Command detonate in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Detonate. The bombs Asha and her aerospace fighters had seeded the battlefield with went off simultaneously, blasting mechs and Vs indiscriminately. Oak, up and forward, meet them at the firing positions on phase line Delta, and draw them back for the flankers. Contact. Evie barked as a battered wasp broke through into view. It was battered, with actuator and internal systems showing as it moved fast towards us. Case fired first, at long range. His gauze rifle tore a silver streak to hit the bug mech center mass and threw it backwards like a rag doll, tumbling in two pieces as the Oak charged past the unfortunate, torn in half mech. Kath's Marauder took the Stinger's leg off with dual PPCs, sending the bug tumbling as the command lance prepped to move. It was like that for almost a kilometer as the Oak advanced. APCs and a few light mechs had made it past the mines and artillery only to face the Oak line of brawlers and assaults. They didn't stand a chance until we met the Capellan main battle line. Evie, spotter, light M up for indirect. LRM stand by to fire on the bug's marks. Case, Kath, you're with me. Moving. Evie was doubtlessly white-knuckled on the stick, but the maniacal one gave a mocking laugh, which was mimicked by the loudspeakers sending a deep, sinister laugh as the fastest mech on the field tore forward with the other recon elements to mark targets. It was deeply impersonal from my perspective, as I fired the first salvo of LRMs over the berm at a trebuchet that my maniacal troll lit up for me and the rest. My 40 LRMs were joined by 100 more, and shortly after, Bitching Betty dutifully reported target destroyed. I took a quick peek at my MFD showing the entire map. The blue symbol of the FSAC was steadily munching its way through the rear of the formation, while the strikes that count, Ash's father had planned now brought the enemy to no more than half his armor numbers as GRY and Albert squeezed them like a grape. What worried me was the red icons still charging the berm, not questioning. Not thinking. Not realizing that there were 80 heavy and assault mechs, backed by the same number of tanks, and now the infantry mortars I had placed opened fire, adding to the chaos. I checked the states of the units on the berm, and winced, as yet another target was lit up by Evie, and more LRMs went streaking after the unfortunate Awesome. We hadn't taken many dead, but a lot of infantry markers were missing in action, and enough of my vehicles were showing motive damage, that I wondered if the crews had survived. But, we had held long enough, as the three other units were now slamming fully into the formation, and all that was left was the dying. Case, for his part was baiting a Crusader and an Ostrok, dancing through their fire while answering his own. The pair was trying to get at me, while the obnoxious and garishly painted orange hunchback drilled the crusader in the right hip 3 times until the bigger mech's leg separated from its body and it fell as I launched another salvo at an assassin. Evie, for her part, was doing very well, and Kath stayed close, systematically slicing up targets with her PPCs, and her autocannon, an ultra model, thundered its wrath out upon the warmer that had entered her sights. Evie's bug was incredibly hard to hit. When my command lance came around the corner, there were no less than 5 Capellan mechs chasing the squirrel and trying to kill the maddening little monster running around their ranks. It said a lot about the panic the oak had caused that when she ran between them, the most damage they seemed to be doing was to each other's legs while she sprayed them down with machine gun and laser fire, further enraging them. Case killed the Ostrock, blasting its gyro to shards, felling the mech even as Kath's warmer opponent went down with its right leg sheared off. I let fly on another awesome that Evie was plaguing only to see twin PPCs slam into the hip joint of the troll cust, and another took the knee, blowing the leg of Evie's locust in 2 pieces at full throttle. It seemed to happen in slow motion. Her mech pitched forward, chin slamming into the dirt, then horribly the torso rolled from the momentum, causing the 20-ton mech to somersault twice before coming to rest on its top. The awesome turned and began stomping forward, clearly intent on killing the pilot when I let fly with my missiles and lasers. Case's Gauss rifle sang out along with Kath's PPCs and autocannon. Everything hit, and impossibly, the assault mech weathered the fire and kept stomping forward on its mission of murder. Then we did it again, and as we rushed forward I wasn't thinking as Bunbun's fist went through the awesome's cockpit as it fell. Then another blast of PPCs lanced out hitting Kath, and lasers lanced out to caress my and Case's armor from the FSAC lines. The FSAC had shot Evie down. While Case frantically tried to get her attention on comms, I turned toward the FSAC lines. But visor elements. Ferret actual check fire check fire. Negative Ferret, we're showing all hostiles on scope. But visor, you just killed my command scout check fire. Motherfu. The lead elements of the FSAC broke wide and the lead element officer came through, but visor elements verify targets visually. I am showing Ferret command units and only Ferret command units as having Liao IFF, repeat, bad target IDs, verify visually before firing. An autocannon shell slamming into my armor reminded me that there were still Liao mechs on the field. I turned and got back to business, calling on the radio. SAR 11, need extract on downed mech warrior, SLDF locust tag troll cust. Pilot Evangeline Kessler. I paused as I fired my missiles at the cataphract coming into view and forced myself to say it. Pilot condition, unknown. It took 3 more minutes before the Capellans realized that they were dead and began signaling surrender by shutting down their battle mechs and tanks. A few fought all the way unto death, and those fanatics cost me too many of my own personnel. Command Tent, FOB Alpha, late morning, June 17, 3016. Case walked in, whistling. Yo, Cabot. I looked up from the tallies I was reading. Troll will be fine, just banged the fuck up. He shrugged. Serves the little troll right. He nodded, ignoring my glare at him. Looking at the papers. How bad? I sighed. 219 dead, 581 wounded. 5 LRM carriers gone, 2 rhinos, figure another dozen vehicles, mostly hovers, easier to scrap than repair. Case winced. 12 total write-offs in our mechs, 8 of them bugs, 2 Vox, and a pair of Griffins. Shit, I didn't realize. Case sighed. And damage. Kath shot back from where she was at a terminal. Let's say this, if Hansa wasn't picking up the tab, we'd be out about 50 million. She looked. That's not counting the death benefits or replacement equipment. Phew. Case sighed. As sick as this is, Kikyo? We did good. I don't think there's been a victory of this scale for the entire Third Succession War. He smiled. And this should cheer you up. That awesome you put down. I nodded, the one I crushed before it could stomp Evie, he was referring to. Yes. Pilot lived. Bad Ferret. Or in this case, not so bad. Anton Merrick. Kath shot up, looking at him. Please tell me you're not joking. Please. Kath all but begged. Case's savage smile answered it all. I think we have our key for Helm, don't we? As sick as it was. Case was absolutely right. Not only was the victory the most lopsided in the entire Third Succession War, or at least as far as I could remember, we had just gotten the key we needed to unlock our most critical goal. Hopefully without totally wrecking relations with the Free Worlds League. But, why did I want to cry? So how is Evie? Kath asked. She's still out cold. Concussion, broke her ribs on the other side this time, broken arm, broken leg, and a nasty case of whiplash. She's going to be laid up for a while. Bluntly, the rescue crews were amazed she lived through that crash. Case looked like he had a bit of respect. Evie's a lot tougher than she looks, that's for sure. Kath rolled her eyes. And she's small enough and lucky her straps didn't break. Kath sighed, and tossed up a screen. Preliminary survey. I raised my eyebrow. Oh, that's the loot. Case suddenly was interested. Blonde hair shifted as Kath nodded. Around 150 to 160 mechs recoverable, about the same in AFV, about the same in APCs. About half. Rest, realistically, salvage. She shrugged. If nothing else, it cuts Hans's bill down. I nodded. And we have enough spares, I think, for our mechs. Kath nodded. Jamie not only upgraded our mechs to what he called IIC standards, though outside Case's Gauss rifle, the weapons were all inner sphere, but made sure we had enough spares. We'd have to buy some more for the troll cust, though. I stood up. The senior colonel remaining is coming under flag of truce. I think he wants to surrender. Case lazily smiled. Can you blame him? We have 3 virtually intact brigades each with a regiment of mechs, and he's got what, to defend the capital? 3 regiments, 1 armor, 2 foot infantry. Case snorted. Even with defenses, the piss drinkers can break that in an afternoon. Much less Black Beauty or our very own Greaser. I had to laugh, even with the pain of losses. Yes, true. But we've already paid the cost, let's try not to add more. I looked at the list. Do you want to write these letters? Case shut up instantly. Good. Outside my tent, GRY and Colonel Riffenberg were waiting. Across from them at a table, was a somewhat oriental man, who looked shell-shocked. Colonel Shaukov, I believe. Yes, General Onishi, may I say your beauty is only exceeded by your brutality. I tilted my head. I understand the words, but to be honest, Colonel, my objective was to defeat your forces, while preserving as many of mine as I could. I succeeded. I didn't show the frost that had crept into my tone. What would those forces have done if they had caught us unawares? He laughed bitterly. Your point is taken. What are we offered to surrender without further bloodshed? How many of your troops are local? I paused. Those that you can command to surrender. All. But I'd be loath to surrender them, without some assurances that Maskorova's people can't get to them. He sighed. He understood my question. Well, I can assure you and yours if they wish can be transferred to another Federated Sun's world, one in the deep Crucis March, if you so wish. I paused, an impish thought crossing my mind. Molino, perhaps. His confusion was clear. How can you assure us of that? He finally responded. Case snorted. The bleeding heart here would pay for it if she had to. He snickered. This assumes she doesn't threaten the first prince with the couch if he doesn't do it. Ah, those, ah. The colonel stood up. 6 hours, and it shall be done. If you would be so kind. Of course, but we still will keep a loose net around Macbeth until the surrender. I nodded. Until then, Colonel. Until then. He bowed, and walked to the waiting VTOL. Kath whistled. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you ball an ace. I sighed. Hard on the eggs, though. I repeated myself. Hard on the eggs. Macbeth Spaceport, outside Dropship Camelot, midday, July 3, 3016. We waited in our snazzy dress uniforms, as Case put it, for Hansa Davian to disembark, fresh from conquering small world. Case joked we were to present him another bone, like good doggies, but I pointed out he paid good money, good taxpayer money for this bone, and Case had to agree. We had found the Jolassa plant, and noted the 2 things missing to restart production. A gauze line, and a line for the computer that it was famed for. I honestly pointed out the Fury wasn't a great tank, and realistically, stripping it of the infantry bay and resetting the reactor line for a 240, might make a better tank. Kath actually agreed, but pointed out Jolassa was technically still in business on Bristol, making small vehicles for the AFFS. I still think turning it into a demon plant makes more sense. Seriously, without an XL, it's just a command post with a gauze, what's the point? I brought up the argument again, as Hansa Davian and Jamie Wolfe stepped out of Camelot. Hush. Kath was tired of the debate. I'll give you it's a so-so vehicle, but it's up to Jolassa, not us. Bet your eyes at Hansa to win, not me. She paused. Hey. Hansa doesn't look too happy. Jaime's in a fine mood, though. I had noticed the tightness around Hansa's jawline and eyes. I had sent a complete report on Camelot's arrival in system, maybe I shouldn't have? I wonder why. Case snarked. Maybe, just maybe you understand, it's something about an archer, you know, the mech that is supposed to stay in the second line, punching out an awesome. He paused. Nah, it couldn't be that, could it? Didn't he have a fiancée die that way? I winced. Yes, I shouldn't have sent the complete unaltered and unedited battle ROMs, I was beginning to believe. Kath shrugged. It was that or Evie got stepped on. I personally prefer this outcome. Case paused, and shrugged. Can't disagree, just. It's our job to get that close, not hers. All those years in the American Army, and she still wants to play Lance leader. Blame the universe, not her. Plus, didn't you only go as far as Lieutenant Colonel? Kath inquired. I sourly answered. Yes, Kath, but Case has a point. Company commanders see combat, battalion commanders shouldn't unless needed, brigade only if the situation is completely fucked up, and as for division, which I am. Well, let's say this. I'd be in front of a board with pointed questions. Case's satisfaction as I admitted that was felt. Now if we could get your boy-toy to realize that, as well. My day would be complete. Asha snorted. Davian. Though honest truth requires me to point out, it's also a Steiner and a Merrick failing too. Even the Kuritas have that streak, though they're better. Honestly, the only houses that don't require their leaders to take the field, are the periphery, just about. I shrugged. I'll figure some way to convince him. Part of it was he needed a triumph. Not to mention Michael's bullshit. Hansa and Jamie had almost arrived, and we all straightened as Colonel Riffenberg arrived. As the two men walked up to us, we saluted the first prince. As you were. Hansa's tone was soft, as he returned the salute, his eyes raking me, and the rest of my lance, though his eyes tightened slightly when he noted the missing member. Would you like a tour of the new Federated Sons government offices? I inquired idly, curious to see what he would say. Perhaps later. The occupation forces are arriving over the next week, so it will be useful to know. He nodded once, and continued. However, I have some questions about the battle, and compliments to give our people. The compliments will be at a group formation, I believe tomorrow. He raised an eyebrow and I nodded. That was already scheduled. So, let's get to the questions. Xanadu. Of course, this way, sire. I was on my best behavior, and oddly enough Case was too. We all fell in perfect formation, and lead the way to Xanadu in her briefing room. As we all were seated, Case kicked on a replay the battle at double speed, and Hansa watched it, apparently again, as he seemed to narrow in on specific aspects, and his eyes tightened at the end of the battle. First question, why this strategy? Jamie asked for Hansa and himself. I thought about it and shrugged. They were digging into the city, I wanted to avoid civilian losses, and even with your units coming, the cost to take the city and avoid excessive civilian losses would still be in my view, obscene, both in our personnel and civilian personnel. This offered a chance to avoid that. Jamie nodded, a pleased smile on his face. Hansa sighed. The flaw is, it counted on them being stupid. His eyebrow raised for it. Almost every officer does study historical tactics, General. I shook my head. Not as much as you would presume. Would I try it against Jamie, or a Davian Guards unit? Absolutely not. I smiled as Jamie snickered. They at least understand true shock combat, and would be quite aware of mobile kill-sack ambushes. A flaw on the enemy's part, and one that could have ruined the trap was the lack of use of VTOL assets, for example. I doubt that the Guards or the Dragoons would make that mistake. At the very least our screens would have been better, yes. Jamie nodded. It counted on them actually understanding a maxim, an old one. I attack a target the enemy must succor. I tilted my head. Combined with Duke Merrick needing a triumph, Capellan greed, and the simple concept of attacking logistics. Along with the fact he needed leverage to get off planet if the situation turned sour, it wasn't stupid on his part, as much as a gamble. Hansa thought about it and nodded once finally. You based your plan on the enemy, not on what you could do. It won't work all the time, and even the Capellans won't fall for it again, at least they're better personnel. I nodded at that. He finally smiled slightly. But a glorious triumph it is, and it explains why Small World and Indy fell so easily. With a bit of luck, Eridani will fall as fast, too. I nodded. With the battles raging up and down the Confederation's borders, the CCAF had to be desperately short of personnel and advanced heavy equipment. Choices would have to be made. He sighed. Now. Colonel Wolf? Colonel Steiner, Lieutenant Winter. All three nodded, and the males departed, with Kath shooting back. No hitting. Hansa blinked at that. As she departed, his confused face turned to me. Does she? I shook my head smiling. No, it was me she was referring to. Ah. He waited until the door was closed. Now. What in hell were you thinking? Being on the front lines, and personally tangling with an assault mech and an archer. He paused, his voice intent. That is not your place or the mech for such a place. I looked heavenward. I understood why he was upset. Before we get to screaming, let me ask you this. Weren't you at Halstead Station? Aren't you taking risks leading this campaign? Of course. It is my job as First Prince. He shrugged. Putting aside the political gains, part of the duty of the first prince is to lead. And that's your answer? I looked at him. Yes, I fully agree an archer has no place punching an awesome, though considering the situation, I'd do it again. I shrugged. And my training pretty much states a division commander has no place on the front lines, as well. But, here and now, that's not true. And my people have to know I can and will take the same risks. I looked him in the eye. First principle of leadership. Hansa sighed. Never ask someone to do what you are unwilling to do. He sighed. And the timing wasn't perfect, so, every mech was needed. He thought about it for a moment, and nodded once. Can you avoid it in the future? I don't think my heart can take that or the worst outcome. I nodded, smiling. If you act as a true first prince, and commander, I think I can act as a general, yes. He tilted his head, sensing a trap. Until we're sure of Morgan, or your heir is fit to rule. I shrugged. Replacing you isn't in the cards. Arden and Ran will be pleased. He finally responded, stepping over. I wanted to say more, but in the end, you're right. Leaders must lead. And you hadn't proven yourself as a junior officer or low-level commander. Now you have. He sighs. I wish you'd be a more typical actress, or low-level noble, but then again, you'd not be you. Taking me into his arms, he rested his head on top. Which is why we're both assaulting Eridani. This way we both can keep each other behaving. I felt his grin. I'd take a bet that won't work, but... His rueful laughter was the answer. Command Center, Dropship Xanadu, en route to Epsilon Eridani, August 5, 3016. Hansa sighed. Well, the 34th and Cobras are en route, and should arrive in September to Ares. I looked at him, eyebrow raised. Intelligence indicates that Maximilian is going to write off Texlos, to save Ares, damn Michael. He sighed. Michael had managed to pour all the additional and new equipment the AFFS had assigned to his march for his assault, while pulling one of the units assigned to Ares off. So the Big Mac goes to Ares. I finally asked after a moment of thought, and Hansa's nod. I see, hopefully those units can arrive in time. His glory hounding is screwing up our expansion plans. Hansa finally admitted. But it's working, and with the equipment you've captured, at the very least, we won't be weaker than when we started, and the Draconis March will be better off. Hansa sighed. Just think, we'll have 2 more tank factories, Ares, Texlos. Yes, we're going to be behind where you wanted to be at the end of this year, but 2 to 3 years down the road. I raised an eye. Hansa's eye shifted to the map, and Tikhanov was cupped in the hologram. I sighed. No. Don't be greedy. We can't do it, not now. I had to talk you out of sending Wolf to pick up the other 3 worlds, remember? I raised an eyebrow. Now, no, you're right. 3 years from now. His smile was wolfish. We shall see. I tilted my head for a moment and thought. Run it by Ran, and let's try it without denuding the Crucis March. He nodded. We had gotten lucky no one hit the central march of the Federated Suns yet, but that luck couldn't last, and a major campaign to take arguably the second most critical world of the Confederation would require massive commitment, and tempt the dragon, as well as pirates. That is the plan. He finally said. Opening another file on the display, a map appeared, and a smile grew. Outstanding. I looked at the map, seeing the strategic display. Oh. Janos. I sighed. The Lancers went for Sirius without him. Yes, they did, and since the 2nd Ducal Guard is there, Janos is following, though he's agreed to meet us on Eridani before he goes. Hansa thought for a moment. And I wanted to tell you earlier, but Blackhand reported complete and total success. The core is ours, and the lovely Miss Cunningham assures us that no one will know that Keeler loaded a Proto-Prometheus on it. His smile was wolfish. Mine was as well. If it was Katrina, I'd fully agree to letting her in. Janos, not so much. Putting aside that the Merrick family post-Marion's immediate heirs were, at best power-greedy, and at worst disasters, safe, the Free World League's intelligence service was, not the best, meaning Comster would know before we had gotten the core safely home we had it. The mechs and equipment? Not so much of a threat. So, my suggestion. Hansa gave me a nod to my question. He gets half, you get a quarter, I get a quarter. If he agrees. He will, with Anton on a silver platter for him, and the Ironside plant, and my sweetener. I raised an eyebrow at that. In exchange for a 5-year ceasefire, with Katrina, I'll allow him to keep to the current purchase arrangement, maybe some modifications. And you get a movie to remind people just how bad the Kuritas are. And that the only difference between Jinjiro and his father, was how personal they liked it. Hansa's expression was fey. Helm had been effectively depopulated from orbit by Minoru Kurita, while Kent Ares IV had received the same, just with blades and bullets via his son, Jinjora's orders. This is of course, assuming Janosch goes along. I noted. Hansa shrugged. I think he will, if not, we keep Anton, and fall back on plan B. Singing from orbit? I inquired. Hansa's smile was amused. He does have some taste, yes. I looked at another map, showing a collection of dots. My jump ships. And the command chain we're building. It'll be done in about a month and a half, if all goes according to plan. Husta is the end, per your information, and given that it wasn't on the Argos map, yes, MIIO agrees it was a RimWorld's hidden base. He smiled slightly. Maybe another shipyard. I snorted. Not that lucky. I shook my head. No matter. Find it, get it, bring it home. I raised my eyebrow. Those are your orders, yes. He shrugged. With a bit of luck, your metal friend will join you, but I'd not count on that, not at all. I nodded. Drakensis would be nice, but realistically, he was a half-year away. It wasn't as if we'd need his welcome firepower anyways. Main spaceport, Madison, Epsilon Eridani, local early evening, August 21st, 3016. Epsilon Eridani, with only militia, Cressley's corporate forces, and a single lone mech battalion, had surrendered without a fight, the CCAF regulars boarding dropships and fleeing with others who did not want to be part of the regime change. Hansa was a bit annoyed. The heavy guards more so at the heavy CAV, which had gotten all the glory in this campaign, but I pointed out to one of their battalion commanders, they had captured 1.5 worlds, without any real losses. This amusingly didn't cheer them up, another commander pointing out that I crushed 4 regiments of mechs. Oh, well, can't please them all. Captain General. Hansa's voice boomed in good cheer, as the older man strode forward to exchange a warrior's handshake with Hansa. First Prince. May I be the first to congratulate you on your successes? Texlos, Ronal, Epsilon Indy, Small World, Tybalt, and now Eridani. Janosch's smile was wide. I cannot boast of such success, though my realm's efforts have borne some fruit, I suppose. Carver V, and I have some information that you will find most intriguing there, Hall, Pella 2, Jasmine, Sheba and Sigma Mare. Hansa shook his head. As well as engaged at least a dozen Capellan commands. Without you, my successes would not have been as glorious, and finally, Sirius. Janosch shook his head. I'll be going to Sirius with my unit to finish that, though I have a question for you, about that. Hansa's eyebrow rose. I understand that the Dragoons are under contract to you, until the end of the year, then I have acquired their services, to use against Liao or the Lyrans. Hansa nodded. Colonel Wolf has indicated that he would accept 1 regiment transfer early, if you would be. Hansa pretended to think about it, but was fast. Of course. Weakening the Liaos is in my benefit as well, and as it happens, the Dragoons did not have as much action as we projected. Janosch turned to me, with a smile, and a slight bow, as I got the hint and held out my hand to be kissed. Straightening up, he smiled. This lovely young general is why. Colonel Wolf must be annoyed that she stole his glory. I smiled. Colonel Wolf and I are at least friendly acquaintances. He was amused that a young actress that 2 of his best had a hand in shaping lead her forces to such a victory this soon. Janosch laughed. And the prizes, the prizes. He shook his head. Hansa had offered Janosch Xanadu's rooms for a private conference, and we had been walking this way. Be careful, Hansa, some might be tempted to steal such a prize from you. Hansa grinned. I am taking steps to assure that will not happen. My eyebrow rose. I knew my contract with the Suns was also up at the end of the year, and 4 generous offers had come in, but none from the Suns yet. Janosch smiled slightly at that. Considering the offer I know that I extended. Quite generous, almost equal to the Dragoons. Hansa just smiled, as we walked up the stairs to Xanadu's hatch. I had to laugh slightly. I'm afraid in pure generosity, Katrina has you beat, Captain General. Janosch's eyebrow rose at that. As for entertainment value, the Canopian offer was amazing, and I am amused that the dragon actually bid on my services. Well, Hansa, I note a name not in there. Janosch's eyebrow rose. Working on a proper one. Hansa nodded with a fox's grin. We arrived at the conference room, where 3 guards were waiting. One from my command, a Davian guardsman, and a Merrick militiaman. Shortly, we were settled in, and Kyria had served us, slipping out. Case came in, professional and clean, his uniform and fruit salad simply stating who and what he was. Gentlemen, ma'am, we are secure. Hansa nodded. Janosch's eyebrow rose slightly, but a slight grin was on his face. Hansa turned to Janosch, and a smile answered Janosch's amused look. Winters, can you bring up the Carver V map, by chance? Case's click of the boots and the hollow display was his answer. A gold icon was on the map, ringed. I'm sure you'd be interested in this. MIO indicates that the old Brooks, Inc. Ironsides plant was only mothballed, not destroyed. Hansa shrugged slightly. It may need some more parts, but I have a possible solution for you. That is interesting information, actually, Your Highness. If it pans out, then I will owe you a boon, irrespective of the boon I owe the general, of course. Hansa turned to me with a smile. Perhaps this is. I stood up, and turned to Case, who popped another world in the hollow display. Helm, I want half, with half of my share to go to the first prince, since he's financing my operations. I paused, to see Janosch's expression. You believe you know where the infamous cash is? Janosch grinned. I'd wager even with your recent streak. Your half-brother, the Lyran one didn't know, or he'd have hit it. I nodded. Before I get into that information, I would appreciate. Janosch held up his hand. For Anton, for the Carver V information, I agree. It is worth it. Turning to Hansa. As for the ceasefire with the Archon. Bah, who cares about 5 years? Liao is here and now. He owes me. He owes my realm. It will be collected. Hansa nodded. Katrina had signaled she'd agree to it. I pulled up the location, and nodded once. The Special Weapons Depot of the Star League Navy, in the Free Worlds, gentlemen. I traced the river, showed how it went under, and how it behaved. As you can see. Well. How do we get in? Janosch turned to look at Hansa, who simply nodded. Hansa shrugged, smiling. The chip had just been delivered the day before, and was in my hand. One of the keys was a bit of information that we verified, our apologies, Your Grace, but we sent a team in to confirm it before we presented this to you. Major Keeler keyed it to a chip that became the local lord's regalia. Janosch began to frown, then nodded once. And you verified the chip existed and would do what it should? Yes, Your Grace. Case responded. Combined with the rumor that Keeler tried to put together a Prometheus. But we are not sure he had enough time to load it or finish it, and we didn't want to risk any failsafes. At least the team we sent in. Janosch paused for a moment, then sighed. Consider that forgiven. It would be bad form if you did not have all your ducks in a row. He grinned. And for the prize? Of course. He carefully studied the hologram, and then nodded. By any chance are you ready to depart immediately? Case looked at me and I nodded. Sir, the command brigade is ready to lift in 12 hours, though our second brigade is tasked as garrison here, and the first is set to garrison Tybalt. Hansa sighed dramatically. Janosch, can it wait a day? I was planning to have a pleasant evening. Janosch paused for a moment, then laughed. One day is no great tasking, I would say, and it would take that long to set the orders in motion as it stands. My apologies. He paused, then nodded. Would you prefer to come along? Alas, Rand Felsner is annoyed enough with me, and I should return to New Avalon. Hansa's dramatic sigh was answered by Janosch's rueful smile. I've had some sharp comments from my staff as well, I understand. Your lovely general will just have to stand in your stead, while I work out ways to enhance the offer. Helm, at long last. Even if Keeler didn't finish it, who knows? Janosch smiled. Who knows indeed. I smiled at the Captain General. Private dining room, dropship Xanadu, Madison, Epsilon Eridani, late local evening. Hansa handed me the updated contract, and I raised an eyebrow. The offer wasn't ungenerous, but given the offers from Katrina and Janosch. I do hope you aren't counting on a hometown discount. He laughed. Actually, if you'd note, the offer explicitly retains Winterfell as the home base, as well as at AFFS purchase rates. He shrugged. I'm pretty sure Janosch didn't make that offer, and Katrina is unlikely to be as generous. Nor would she consider some other deals we've made. I thought about it, and shrugged. It would be simpler, yes, and allow us to keep building, but it's not just my decision. The Steiner option is very tempting in pure cash, and that will be part of the decision. Hansa nodded. While I was the commander and head of the unit, I did give the command council input and voting rights on contracts, and this had to go to them. In terms of cash, it was about 150 perfect over our operating costs, but the additional benefits regarding purchasing of new equipment, supplies, and other non-direct monetary concerns put it in reaching distance of Janosch's offer, though Katrina's offer was 3 times our operating costs, plus a discount on purchasing from Lyran firms. The fact is, the other two had not offered de facto tactical authority, nor command authority without any restrictions. For example, Janosch's offer only extended to missions that we performed alone, and Katrina's was based on rank. When you add in the clauses that regarded salvage and well replacements lost in combat, the offers were about the same. Both Janosch and Katrina's offers included clauses about Lustek discoveries, that made it clear they were counting on us finding some, and taking it from us, at their option, while Hansa's offer treated it as any other salvage. I was sure which offer would be taken, but it had to go to the council. I can say how I will vote, and I'm sure Kath will prefer to stay in the Suns, but that leaves Gry, Cook, Sheldon, and a few others. When they all have a chance, we'll vote. Hansa nodded. So, you think you'll be done with the movie about late October, then to Houston for late November, and with a bit of luck, back in December? I wiggled my hand. Maybe. Depending on how the acting goes, I could have the film done by early October. I paused. No assurances, but in general, as long as you get the shooting, you can always redo the lines afterwards. Hansa smiled at that. Bit different than military operations, I presume. He sighed. Still, do try to hurry back. I nodded. I paused, and noted something. Now with a successful test of the KF sensors, we have some idea how far Comster's ability to see is. Kath's going to poach the Argo, and check out Sotera. I shrugged. It should be safe, and away from prying eyes, given that Ross and Lutyen are towards us, not the Lyrans. Hansa smiled. Additional warships would be a good idea, agreed. I'm not sure how we'll check on those 2 anchorages. He thought about it, then shrugged. As for the rest, well. I nodded. Odessa was fairly easy to check out and was being done, New Dallas a pain, as we believed Comster had a watch, but a plan was underway for that, as well. The rest, not so much. Hansa was operating off that we had some time. And he didn't want to steal Odessa, at least until he saw what Houston and Sotera had to offer. So, unless we get lucky again, back by December? Hansa inquired. I thought about it, and shrugged. To help us along, a temporary modification of a behemoth had been done, turning it into a fighter carrier, as well as a passenger liner. Sending 2 out would mean we could acquire any assets and be back reasonably fast, though the command chain we had quietly and hopefully without notice built from Helm to Houston was on average 9 rings in capability. We'd have another chain connecting us to Federated Sun space for the rest. That's likely. I sighed. I do think adding an aqueduct full of helium and hydrogen is a bit much, Hansa. We'll not get that lucky again. He laughed. I don't know, you didn't expect Watchtower, did you? He raised an eyebrow. I conceded the point. See. I think you're just greedy. I smiled back. Of course, I'm a prince, I think it's in the rulebook somewhere. He leaned forward and smiled. Then you'll stay on New Avalon for a while. I think we need to see where this is going once and for all. Yes, we do. I thought about the time involved. Any heir of Hansa from me, would have to be soon, or a Melissa match would be off the table. Very soon, in fact. Hansa smiled. Good. Hurry home, then, but before you go. I stood up. I'm not leaving here yet. We have some time. I don't plan on talking. Hansa leaned forward, a roguish smirk on his lips as he sought to capture mine. Before we made our way to my cabin, I thought, at least not with words, Hansa? Nagayan Mountains, Helm, local morning, September 29, 3016. We had arrived at Helm by September the 3rd, and were waiting on Janosch himself. My command brigade had spread out, and with the actors we had managed to join us, had hilariously finished shooting all but a few scenes of the movie, and may I say, URI made an excellent Keeler? And he had a blast doing it. Now that Janosch had finished Sirius, he had arrived, looking grim. He apologized, but the last action before the Capellans had fled Sirius, hurt him, and I empathized with him. Killing your own son. Janosch looked at where we were at, and sighed. It's a bit cold here. Can we be about this? I nodded and Case sent the signal. Shortly the groans and creaks were heard, as the complex's main gates opened up. After the first joint teams went in, we waited 30 minutes as Janosch attempted to flirt, and my raised eyebrow answered him. His grin indicated he thought he had to try, or was doing it for other reasons. After a bit of small talk on industry and shipping, and how it affected war, the all-clear signal was given, and we walked in. Your Grace, lady? This way please. A major of the FLWM escorted us. Janosch whistled as he looked at the field library terminal. So. Your Grace, lady. The senior FWL tech looked at both of us. I'm sorry, but Major Keeler hadn't uploaded his assembled information yet. He was to do it a week after Minoru attacked. Janosch cursed. He cursed again, then settled down. Well, damn. I nodded, hoping he believed it, as he was highly likely to ask Alt, who we had spent weeks practicing this with. Well, I still want to see it, let's go. Janosch strode forward, looking at the cavern we walked through, shaking his head at the workmanship. Shortly, we were at the main computer room, where Alt was still combing though. Your Grace, lady. Alt nodded from her chair. The good news is while his full data store isn't here, he had a preliminary block of information, besides the control files and inventory for the location. Janosch's eyes brightened, and mine narrowed. What the hell was Hansa playing at? What information? I asked, keeping a hint of excitement in my voice. The other leaguer tech spoke up, her soft soprano answering. It appears to be information on soil decontamination, how to deal with nuclear fallout, water purification, agricultural information, some primary and secondary educational methods and informational blocks, by and large. Janosch seemed torn. Part of me is upset there's nothing about weapons or other advanced technologies. He finally answered. The other part of me realizes restoring Star League era farming and water purification is a boon without price, and well, all things equal. Janosch tilted his head. Young Baroness, I recommend that we follow the old adage here. I look at him, and see his slight smile. Never look a gift horse in the mouth, I believe. Truth. I thought about it, and nodded. The amount of good this will do alone. Janosch nodded. It isn't war winning, but it is quality of life, and I can see why Keeler put this in first. It's also possible he left more, too, I suppose. All twirled a lock of hair. I'd bet on more quality of life items, as he seemed to start with the items the Terrans, while trying to keep secret, didn't try very hard to. Janosch nodded. You said there's an inventory. He brightened some more. Let's hear it. The other tech spoke up again. At the current count, it seems to be around 644 mechs, 530 aerospace fighters, nearly 1,500 armored fighting vehicles, and over 3,000 support units, Your Grace. Janosch did a slow whistle at this. And spare parts? I inquired. And the last generation bays? Those were what I was interested in. Alt spoke for them. It appears to be well over a megaton of spare parts, and enough bays to easily support a Star League army. Janosch whistled again. Of more interest is the 7 dropships. Janosch paused and shrugged slightly, grinning, some clouds dispelled. Part of me wants to renegotiate the deal. The other part is going, overall? Without your information, we'd not have found it, and as such. And I do suspect the prince would have words if I tried to adjust the deal. He seemed a bit happier as he finished. Janosch turned around and nodded at me. I'll go and look around a bit, I think. Care to join me, while I see what I can do to adjust my offer? I thought about it and nodded. Of course, Your Grace, I have nothing but time. This was of course, a lie. Breakfast Nook, Dropship Xanadu, Nagayan Mountains, local morning, September 30th, 3016. Thank you for having me for breakfast, lady, I found your coffee quite invigorating. Janosch smiled at me across the table. I'm curious, however, why? I smiled at him, and took a sip of the coffee. I'd like you to know what I'm doing with some of my share. Hansa hasn't updated me on what he wants done with the data, but the materials, at least the base, I'm thinking a fair bit should be sold to Katrina. Janosch's expression turned dark for a moment, and I hurried on. Your Grace, this isn't just to balance you. You have a 5-year ceasefire with her. If she feels that at the end of it. Janosch's eyes narrowed as he shifted to thinking. A point? Why tempt her into breaking it before the time? Though, a request. I politely waited. Don't sell her too much, please, nor any direct military equipment. I shook my head. The mechs are mine. I need those. He laughed. I shrugged. And to be fair, they'll be used very likely against the dragon, so. Almost as good as using them herself, He nodded. It doesn't hurt that Hansa is trying to at least bring peace between me and her, so he can have his 2 main enemies boxed, no. I looked innocent. Have you ever considered that he might be thinking more than just the short-term edge it gives him against the Federated Sun's true foes? Janosch barked out a laugh. Ha! Unless he wanted me as the First Lord, these wars are over that empty seat. I thought on how to phrase this. Are they really, anymore? Janosch's eyebrow rose. Is Terra worth killing people over and over again for? Is a throne that at best allowed you to manage 5 lords, instead of Parliament worth it? The Star League was an ideal that your ancestor and Ian Cameron founded. But, it didn't even last in that idea 10 years from its true founding before. The Reunification War. Janosch nodded. I will concede your point about the Council does have its drawbacks. He laughed. Though I'd argue trying to manipulate or politic 5 people is easier than Parliament. But your point is true. He thought for a long moment while enjoying my cook's efforts. I will say this. Merrick will never bow to anyone else. Much less a Steiner or a Liao, we would die first. He shrugged. And with your movie, do please release it in the League, dear, I think we need reminding of the dragon, and how fatal it would be to our souls to bow to them. That leaves the Davians. Merrick laughed at that. We won't bow to them, either, my dear. He sobered. But I will say that they are the least bad of us. If nothing else, honesty compels me to admit they're the least apt to war crimes, and I understand his desire to be short of the special weapons that should have been here. Keeler wanted them gone, and they were. Yes, he was hoping for the future, not the end of it. Janos nodded in response to my statement. What are you going to do with the actual complex? I was curious. Janos looked at his plate and thought about it for a moment. Would you believe I didn't think about that yet? He grinned. While it might be tempting to turn it into a defensive work, realistically, it only protect Helm, and Helm isn't worth anyone's time. He shrugged. I thought for a moment, then nodded. A suggestion then. There is that laboratory setup, as well as some chemical processors, why not use it to start testing the agricultural chemicals? As well as a monument to the past. Janos was clearly thinking, and a sharp laugh. And of course, since there's enough room, perhaps set up the needed factory to build the water purification equipment. That should do. Of course, that means Helm becomes a target. His smile indicated that wasn't a problem for him. My smile answered that. Isn't this the Juggernaut's home? I also shrugged. And if Katrina raids, well, the political fury in Parliament. Well said, yes. He grinned. And it should be interesting to see how she gnashes her teeth at her having to buy items to fix her worlds from Hansa and me. His booming laugh indicated he was very much amused by the Lyrans having to spend money in his realm. While any student of history knows trading partners are not always going to be at peace, after all, sometimes people believe it's easier to take. I trailed off, pondering. Sometimes it's a way to make friends. Just sometimes. Janos shook his head. Ah, youth. You mentioned the problem with it to begin with, young lady. People, and sometimes good people, not just bad ones, believe as you stated. It's easier to take. He thought about it, and shrugged. That in the most simplest way, is the whole issue of the succession wars in detail. I had to admit, he was right. And no one was innocent, just a few less guilty. I finally responded. If war is easy, shouldn't we try something harder? I thought about it. We don't know where the Star League in exile is, it's a big universe, and the Star League created wonders that aren't possible to be equaled. If we all work together. Janos shook his head. If it was just that, perhaps. But Liao, at least right now, no. And I'm sure you know about the dragon. I had to nod at that. And let's be honest. House Centrella, House Calderon. His snort indicated the likely possibility. We won't know if we don't try. I trailed off. Odd view for a lady who shoots things for money. His smile took the sting out of his words. I looked him in the eye. I value not having to write letters more than I do money. Janos' eyes narrowed, and he for a long moment said nothing. Finally he answered. That is not a sentiment I can say is wrong. No father should outlive his children, as well. As it stands. I don't see this changing, though, young lady. And if the worlds have shifted? I challenged him. Then my view may change. But that would have to be a major shift, young general, that would have to be a major shift. Janos took a sip of his coffee. And one I don't see possible. I simply looked him in the eye. I do. His expression indicated that he didn't, but wasn't going to openly disagree. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps. He paused for a moment. Youth does tilt at windmills. Bridge, dropship Xanadu, Heusta System, New Avalon Morning, October 17th. Armstrong, are you kidding me? I finally responded to his report, and I felt Hans's delighted and loud laughter here. No, lady. I am not. 3 stations for shipbuilding, at the least. His voice was gleeful. I'm so glad Kath and Case aren't here. I finally stated. Evie was snickering. Because they'd be reminding you Hansa told you so. The smaller redhead laughed. I nodded. Yes, I hope Mara's going well for them. Evie scowled. I don't get why they said I couldn't come along. I quote, first, this is heavy combat, you're not ready. Second, someone besides Asha has to be able to watch the ferret's back. I rolled my eyes. Like a battalion of armored marines isn't enough. Or the platoon of operators. If you want it done right. Evie caroled at me. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, let's go see what the stations have. Shortly we were walking through the quiet and airless stations. I had to shake my head, as Alt had booted up one, apparently the command one, and was just shaking her head. Well, all I can say at this rate, I'll be able to afford your products. And I mean the jump ships. The computer geek, who looked like she could compete with me in modeling or pure sex appeal in her own way, snickered. Anyways, the stations can produce jump ships, aerospace fighters, and stations of their own. Will take a bit, but it looks like once we get these home, the FSN's woes, with castle watchtowers horde, are solved. Evie cackled. I claim these stations in the name of my wall. Ow! She felt the hit on her helmet. Why? They belong to Challenger, which is owned by HOOU Holding, which also owns the heavy CAV, and you have shares in it, voting shares, remember? Oh. Yeah. Evie sighed. Still. Ha. 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 All deadpanned. Well. As it stands. She ticked off her fingers. Not counting the 3 dropships we brought along, total rings needed appears to be 167. Evie whistled. That's a lot of transport. She looked at me and nodded. Quick math shows that'll be 16 weeks. I shook my head. Not quite that bad. Those 4 Star Lords that the station's completed, once activated can join the lift on the way home. And it's what it is. I shrugged. We actually are better off on lift, remember? The chain is 1 monolith, 1 Star Lord to Ilion, for 15 rings, then equivalent to Eridani. Alt nodded. So, effectively 11 weeks. Actually, given everything. She thought. Call it 9, to get everything home, or at least out of here. I and Evie looked at her. The Star Lords, Baroness. She grinned. Everything here is yours, per the agreement. I smiled innocently. I can hear Hans's howls, after he finishes laughing now. Evie cackled. So, we're going to wait, or start bringing the units to New Avalon. I shook my head. We'll move the first 2 immediately, while we're activating the Star Lords. Everyone nodded. I sighed. Let's get to work. I want to head to New Avalon. I've not seen my sister for more than a few days at a time for over 2 years, and even the annoyance for more. That's got to stop. Evie rolled her eyes. It'd be nice to stop moving, yes. She brightened. Do we know what the Command Council voted on? I tilted my head. I don't know. Out of the 13 votes, I know, 7. Mine was for the Suns, Yuri's was for the Lyrans, Kath's was abstain, GRY voted Suns, Metajinx, the Lyrans, and Albert Suns. 3-3, basically, with 1 not voting. So, the remaining 6 will determine. If it's the Lyrans. Evie made a face. We pack up and go. Blah. She shook her head. Who's left? Alt broke in. The Count, Cook, Rios for Black Hand, though he wants to transfer that, our new Chief Admin Officer, Colonel Jackson, and Ahmed. Evie looked at me. Count, no idea, Rios likey for the Suns, Jackson for the Suns, Ahmed and Evie Sr., not sure, either. Blah. I nodded. We'll know by December 1st, yes. Bridge of Dropship Xanadu, Ford System, LC, midday, December 11th, 3016. We weren't too far wrong from how long it'd take, and already the first station should have arrived in the Suns, with the second station making its way through the chain. The last station had been disassembled, and at least a week ago the last components and the Star Lords had departed Houston. Why are we waiting? Evie grumbled. We should be headed to New Avalon. We'd make it for Christmas. I shrugged. Orders. At least we know we're staying in the Suns. Evie brightened at that. The vote had come though, and the Count and Evie Cook had sealed the deal, before the others could vote. 5 more years. Oddly enough, Ahmed had not voted, though he pointed out that we were at risk of becoming a Davian pet unit. Though he admitted that the only other nation worth working for was the Lyrans, unless one of the periphery realms could match their offers. Contact. Bearing. 284, by 45, coming from the zenith. Velocity is on match, speed 20 kps. No XL. 2 ships, one between 11 and 12,000 tons, another just below 5,000. Tentative ident, Achilles, Vengeance. The sensor tech reported, as the bridge went quiet. Distance, 84000 kilometers. Hold that thought, Evie. I punched a button on the chair. Butch. Mikt Mesana, our command fighter boss rejoiced in the call sign for some odd reason. I heard, boss. Detaching the fighters now. We had brought home the 2 behemoths, semi-configured for fighter carrying, and they had between them 72 aerospace fighters, and 20 gunboats. Not an insignificant number. I watched as my 2 Sparrowhawks from Xanadu launched as well. I looked at Melissa bin Salah al-Din, the captain of Xanadu. Hail them, please. It took a fair few seconds, but eventually a picture appeared on the main display. A Japanese phenotype male, looking fierce appeared. I recognized the face. My Lyran half-brother, Celestino Fuji. Well, sister. We have things to discuss, as well as Takashi wishes you to be his guest. You will cut your ship's drives and prepare to be boarded. I blinked. I blinked again. Evie's cursing wasn't being transmitted, but I still made a signal for her to be quiet. She obeyed, though shooting me a glare. Nodding at the communications tech, I simply spoke. I am afraid that I'm going to have to decline the coordinator's invitation. As for your discussion, you are a traitor twice over. I have no truck with them, nor should anyone else. His expression in a second turned ugly. What would a slut like you know about honor? Our father was working for a free sky. While right, we need to restore the hegemony, and under a proper first lord. Bah! My fighters will solve this. He cut the transmission. Evie thought for a moment as I radioed Mikt. Butch, expect combat, do keep our behemoths out of it. Copy that. Shouldn't be a big problem. Even if they're actually Drax, we have a 2-to-1 edge, and that assault ship isn't going to leave the Vengeance alone. The fighter boss looked relaxed. We'll launch in 20 for a match intercept about 15 minutes out, I think. I didn't argue with those who knew what they were doing, and just said. Understood. Good hunting. Thanks. The line was cut, and I turned to Evie, who looked at me. Your brother is a cunt. I had to laugh. The minutes ticked, and about 4 minutes before Mikt was to launch, another tech spoke out. Sensor report, KF signal, Star-Lord type. I paused and looked at Melissa, who simply nodded. Detach and prepare to maneuver. It's getting crowded here. Time to emergence. Estimate of 15 minutes. I was beginning to sweat. If this was a DCMS jump ship, and was carrying dropships. Reaction from the Achilles and Vengeance, they're accelerating. Another sensor tech called out. Commodore is launching her birds. Evie asked what I was thinking. Why would they speed up if that's their ship? Melissa looked at us both. Because it isn't. She had thought it though. We'll find out in about 14 minutes, I suppose. Everyone nodded at that. Watching space combat from your dropship is both intense and boring, in a weird way. All the holodramas make for this and that, and as anyone knows, it's not the same. Mixed pilots, including Asha, had made mincemeat of the draconic flyboys who came out to meet them. Only 6 Slayers and 6 Eagles competed with her 12 each Rapiers, Stuka, and Vulcans, much less the 8 Eagles. The remaining 28 medium and light fighters to the Combine, were torn apart by the lights and gunboats, while the disaster was complete for the heavier birds. This wasn't to say that they went alone. A Corsair was no longer among the living, and all the gunboats and heavy aerospace fighters had some damage, mostly armor, thankfully. As the last Combine fighter disappeared, I could see the Achilles and Vengeance hesitate, and the Star-Lord appear from its jump. Its sail had the sun and sword emblazoned on it, and I felt everyone's, including my relief. A minute later 3 ships detached, 2 Avengers, and 1 Xanadu's warbook identified as Camelot. This convinced the DCA's crews it was a good time to be elsewhere, as they went to full acceleration, and set course for the nadir. God damn it, Hansa. I wanted those ships, but this would make it difficult. Ma'am, I'm calling off Mikt, we're done for the day. Melissa simply stated, coming to the same conclusion I did. We're being hailed by Camelot. Another tech responded. Tell her we'll meet her. I looked at Melissa, who simply nodded, and set about doing so. I am not very happy. Evie snarked as she followed me, once I got up. I bet. What's this about being a good first prince and staying home? Or a good general and being off the front lines? Nah, it's not like either of you are good. Arg. Docking port, dropship Xanadu, Ford system, early afternoon. Federated Suns, arriving. Was heard over the loudspeakers. My boots clicked slightly as I released and triggered the mag clamps as Hansa swam across. Saluting the flag on the bulkhead and then saluting the captain, he spoke. Permission to come aboard. Melissa, the captain returned his salute, and spoke. Permission granted. This way, sir. She escorted him to us, where his eyebrow raised at my expression. I think we should discuss this in a more private place, and I do have a few things to tell you, one of which is why I'm here, instead of being a good first prince. He tried his roguish grin, but I wasn't impressed. A steward escorted us to my office, where he took a couch, and strapped himself in, as the ship wasn't under thrust. I took mine, and simply looked at him. Why, pray tell, are you not on New Avalon? Hansa sighed. Because a diplomatic opportunity happened. Since I had our ambassador handle the sales you wanted, which still aren't even close to being complete, Katrina invited you to handle the sales. I rolled my eyes at that. I figured her plan. I'd bring Kath along. Let her deal with her clone. Hansa snickered at that. Well, yes, but the ambassador countered with an offer for me to do it, I believe as a joke, but Katrina agreed. She even extended an invitation to Janos, who indicated he'd consider it. My eyebrows rose at that. Well. I see. So you are being a good first prince. I sighed. Still, Your timing. Hansa raised an eyebrow. Yes, what was that unpleasantness about? My Lyran half-brother decided to deliver an invitation from Takashi. Hansa's expression grew cold. Quite. He didn't bring enough along for me to even remotely consider it, no. First, I'd like to know how he knew where you were, or would be. Second, this is annoying. Hansa's tone was cold. Very annoying. I will think of some way to explain to him how his way of delivering invitations could be taken. Hansa blew out a breath. I tilted my head. Why wasn't I informed that Celestino Fuji had joined the Combine? I paused. That is something I'd need to know. MIIO oversight, I suspect, and the fact is, I wasn't informed till last month myself. It appears that he sacked Illyria, and when all he got was a few mechs, some automated bays, and the data core, he devastated their capital. I had heard that, at least the devastation bit, though I hadn't heard by whom. Hansa continued on. It's why they're joining the League, and what he didn't take, they sold to the Lyrans for a bit of mechs and aerospace fighters, but not a lot. Hansa sighed. I sighed. This was a world that had been moved, but not in a way we wanted. But I didn't have control over that lever to do anything. A data core, in the Combine's hand. Hansa nodded, face grim. We don't know much more, though Takashi fated him, and rewarded him richly. But, based on the cores we recovered, MIIO is not happy, no. I doubt they would be. I drummed my fingers. Would it be evil of me to suggest that a MIIO agent figure out a way to inform C***? Hansa laughed at that, then sighed. We thought of it, but Takashi was at least smart enough to make at least one copy to our knowledge. And if he made one? He trailed off suggestively. He made more. I tilted my head. Okay, why are we waiting still? If we're going to their CAD. First, you need to send Xanadu to a pirate point in company with Camelot. The Argo will meet us there, and so will a Lyran jump ship. I'd leave the behemoths behind, and let them finish ferrying the equipment to the Suns. I nodded, and sent the appropriate orders to Melissa who should be on the bridge. His eyebrow rose but he continued. Second, there's no real reason to rush, she's not expecting us till the 23rd. With the command chain she has in place. I leaned back. I see. Are you going to transfer to Camelot? Hansa grinned. I rather lounge on your couch and watch you do paperwork for a change, it might be amusing. Before I could make a rejoinder, the acceleration alarm went off, and shortly we were en route to their CAD. Docking port, dropship Argo, Ford system, late evening, December 12, 3016. As I swam after Alt Cunningham, I shook my head. Finally I'd get a tour of the Argo. As I swung my boots to latch to the floor, I blinked. Blinked again. Alt was in serious face lock with a somewhat scruffy guy wearing a wife beater, and having a silver cybernetic arm. Turning to Case, who was grinning, and Kath who was shaking her head, I simply raised an eyebrow. Kath had walked over to me, and shrugged. Our little find the body mission ended up being find the living guy. He had lost his arm, but it wasn't too difficult to put a decent cyber arm on him. He didn't want a cloned one. Kath shook her head at that foolishness. I'm glad for Case. I finally managed, shocked at the perversity of the universe. Some things were meant to be. Anyways, I need you aboard Xanadu, before we jump. Why? Kath's golden eyebrow rose. I looked at her. Our station in Panpur. Kath blinked. Oh. Time to decide what it makes, I take it. Exactly. I shrugged. The arguments about it producing royal tech or not are getting extreme. I had grabbed the swing handle, and released my boots, to lead Kath to Xanadu. I bet. Kath snickered. Truth be told, we shouldn't. Let Comstar think we don't have the plans to program the computers. I raised my eyebrow as I looked back at her as we swam down the connecting conduit. Oh. Kath just shook her head. It's simple, ferret. The longer C** doesn't realize what we have and can do, the better. Some tech, yeah, to keep us and the core guards up and running, not a problem. Build up a stock, big enough, so we can convert all the guards, as well as have more capability to produce the technology. I tilted my head. The fact that we only have 3 entities to produce the equipment, is part of it. Up. We swung into Xanadu, and the hatch closed behind us. Saluting the flag, and asking permission, we were shortly on our way to my office. Kath countined. Let's also be honest, until Satara and Watchtower's ships are online. She shook her head. Orbital installations are always at risk, and I seem to recall that Comstar at least took into account that at times you wouldn't have fighter cover. True that. I paused. Well, okay. We'll decide on what specifically. Kath snorted. Pick what you want and can get licensed, pretty much, AFFS will buy. As for the machine shops, and like? Same basic story. She paused. I'd set up stuff on Pan-4 and Argyle, as well, lines and other things. If I recall right, only endosteel out of inner sphere technology needs orbital factories. I thought about it. Electronics, the highest end of the holographics and of course, the best resistant binary IC as well. I waggled my hand. Processing some of the armor and heat sinks, plus shielding for the engines is easier in orbit, too, come to think of it, if I remember right. Catherine nodded. Makes sense, and a lot of that can be converted when the time's right. We both grinned. Okay, sounds like a plan. Let's go beard the fox, with the plan. I smirked. Bet you'll have to twist him to agree. He'd want that technology out as soon as possible. Kath snickered again. I like my paycheck in my bank account. Main conference room, Hilton's Head, Terra, evening, December 19, 3016. Julian Tiepolo, the most powerful man in the inner sphere, or so he believed, looked at the worried faces of the 5 people in front of him. The fury on Prekenter Diran's face amused him. Prekenters. I take it you've read Prekenter Ram's report. He saw 3 nods and Kenji Arezaka. Prekenter Diran spoke. Yes, we have Primus. How could this happen? Prekenter Thurkad, Oldhan Everson, spoke mildly. We can only control what we know about. Katrina seizing on a joke, and Hansa Davian running with it, was unexpected. Julian nodded. No matter. This will fail like other attempts have before. Even a short-term truce between the 3 serves our purposes. 2 looks of incredulousness and 3 questioning looks answered his statement. First, it's possible, I suppose. His smile indicated how likely this would be. That this might lead to something lasting. Stranger things have happened. He waited a moment. But I doubt it, not under the stresses we will put upon this. I've already directed Comster News Bureau to slant how this will be taken. He smiled at that. As well as directed Jarlath to continue our policy of limited interdictions to aid one side. Several nods answered him. Oldhan didn't look pleased, but didn't say anything, while Huthrin Vandal, Prekenter New Avalon just looked at him. Second, thanks to a brilliant Comguard adept, who will be finding her new posting as my military aide to her satisfaction I hope, we know what the Combine has, and have taken steps to alter it enough. We of course, gained a copy, as we will gain a copy of what Janosch and Hansa found. More nods. Several relieved smiles there as well. As part of Operation Marshall, which should be in front of you, the Confederation will recover a copy in the manner we desire. 2 eyebrows rose. Don't be too worried, my Prekenters, it will be altered, enough. Several snickers answered him. Operation Marshall, Prekenter Atrus, Pedragor Elias, looked through it, his eyebrows raising. So, this is to counter Davian's and Merrick's growth. Build up the Confederation's and Combine's industry. Julian nodded. And when they feel secure enough, they will of course launch raids to deny Davian his industry, and Davian will respond. Vandal spoke. Slim read that, but possible. Combined with another holy shroud. He shook his head. Using Terran dissidents to help them use the core and industrial aid. Oldhan spoke. I feel that is a bit too clever, Primus. Blake spoke of regrowth and regression, this is just what he spoke of. Patience, not tricks will win the day. Julian nodded. I agree, it is clever, but it is also being patient. We will slowly infiltrate the 2 nations we aid, without them suspecting. We can either spark the destruction ourselves, or take advantage of it. Arezaka nodded, a gleam in his eye. Excellent. The Prekenter of Xi'an, Vilnius Tya, looked conflicted. Vandal steepled his fingers. I have a suggestion, Primus. Canopus and Taurus have no great love for the great houses closest to them, and both nations at this time. Julian paused and thought about it. Well, I am sure some adepts will enjoy Canopian gratitude, though I don't know if our ploy will work with Taurus. But an excellent suggestion. He paused. And Taurus never got touched severely by us, it is time to correct that. Well thought. We might as well extend this to the outworlds, who knows, maybe the Davians and Kuritas will fight over them. Vandal's face was still, while Oldhan shifted slightly, but still said nothing. As for the issue of this Praetorian, which no search has revealed, so we're tentatively assuming and yes, I know. He answered the looks he got for that statement, that she is a SLN exile. But, in case her existence does indicate Kerensky's people are returning, a few prudent steps will be taken. First, we will reactivate both our battleships, 7 cruisers and 6 destroyers to form 6 ship squadrons to defend each of our anchorages, as the exiles know about them. Nods were received. Just in case, mind you. During which, we will build 6 Dantes, to replace the reactivated destroyers. Less crew, more familiarity, and the SLDF does not know about them. An extra bit of coverage, et. Julian nodded at Eli's soft words. Indeed. We will also go ahead and build 6 of the proposed Infernos, to replace the cruisers, and a dreadnought, to give us a 3rd battleship. And perhaps 2 more of her class to replace the others. It all depends. We will also finish the research that Iliira was doing, and that too will help with our personnel needs. He received more nods at this. Julian thought for a moment, and added. As you might not have known, Iliira was where 3rd generation Casper research was being undertaken, at least hardware-wise. We are very lucky Davian did not recover R2's core, for that was where software research was being done, as well as a short-term anti-Casper project. All well and good, Primus. Vandal spoke. But this will cost, and we will need manpower. Julian smiled. How fortunate a survey of your 3 circuits. He looked at Vandal, Uldhan, and Ali's. Has discovered that they have been shorted maintenance and needed repairs, much less expansion that will be needed as our economist's project. It's only right that they pay for it, say a 3 to 4% increase. Vandal winced. Ali's looked thoughtful, while Tia nodded eagerly. Having the extra benefit of slowing the exploitation of their gains, too, I suppose. Uldhan nodded. Clever. More mech sold to militias and nobles, instead of the federal governments, as well. And while it wasn't as successful as we hoped, in the Free Worlds League, Lestrade and Hosek Davian aren't the most loyal, are they? Blake predicted such fools. Julian smiled. And we'll use them. Arezaki nodded. That is a plan, yes, when we think the time is right. He paused and nodded once. However, it is always possible that Katrina's effort here may pan out. If so, we back it, once we are sure. 5 Stairs answered him, as Tojo passed out a folder. We've recently come into a plan, from your area, Vilnius. Julian trailed off as all read. Uldhan spoke for the moderates. This is madness. It will not work, Primus. Replacing the House Lords. Ambitious. He thought about it for a moment. I have a suggestion. 2, actually. I agree with Uldhan that as it stands, at least the Lyrans and the Leaguers would be ill-inclined to go along, and even the Davians, one would likely suspect would be hesitant. However. Julian appeared interested. Yes, Vandal. He stood. We need to shape opinion. Increase the goodwill that people feel to us. We have plenty of universities and schools on Terra that are barely used. Why not use them? Say, 10 students from each world. Julian thought for a moment. And with subtle work, we can make them Comster loyalists as well as gathering a few of the more talented, yes. He smiled. As well as those parents and family who see their children come back with Terra's skills. Well thought, they'd provide a nucleus of support and future administration. It will be added. Vandal nodded. And I suppose for the Doppelganger, we would invite them to Terra to finalize the new Star League. Julian blinked. Tojo interrupted. Well thought, while we can do much to train our replacements, having the originals at hand, well thought. Primus, I agree with his suggestion. Julian nodded. Excellent. It will be longer, but well. Needs must, Primus, needs must. Vandal looked around. And as for the young Baroness? There are 2 schools of thought on her. That she has done all she can to aid her realm, another that she has put deadman triggers on her information she still has. But, Xian and Luthien would like her gone, for various reasons. Why not aid those? Uldhan seemed to want to speak for a moment, but stood up. Finally he spoke, voice tight. I'll go on record as opposing the doppelganger plot, as well as trying what's failed on the young lady. Increasing our defenses, and the rest, approved. I'm needed back on their CAD. He shook his head as he walked out. Vandal shook his head, as he stood. I agree with what Uldhan has stated. I think you underestimate how good MIIO is, and how little they brought the spiel that is common about our last attempt, nor the one before that, Primus. But, I'm sure the others will approve, so I too must take my leave. Ballistics waits for no man. He walked out, and Julian looked at the others. Any other objections? 3 shakes of heads answered him. En route to Hilton Head dropship port, Terra. Shortly, the 2 precentors were in a car that they knew, or at least hoped, wasn't bugged. I don't like this, at all. Too many things can go wrong. Uldhan growled. Vandal sipped from a water bottle. I do think you're right. But, to be honest, Julian isn't as moderate as we thought he'd be, and well, I don't think he or Jarlath have thought it all through. I severely doubt that Hansa Davian is stupid enough to boast of all his prizes. And that young lady is even less likely to. He shook his head. We'll have to pick up the pieces. You think Katrina's little invite has any potential? Old Han raised an eyebrow. If it was just her and Avian? Slim to none. Janosch going, and that speech he made in Parliament, condemning his brother? I will say this. I wonder. His son. Thomas, I recall, is in your area, what does he think? I'll ask. A pause. You think that Blake was wrong? A slightly shocked tone entered his voice. No. I do think, however, the times shaped his visions. And sometimes, like all prophecy, you need to read between the lines. Vandal smiled. And I have a feeling we're all missing things. Major things. Gods, I can't take more of these last 3 years. I hope you're wrong. The older man sighed and looked at his counterpart. I really do. So do I, otherwise, Julian will let the Firebrowns do something stupid. Information on exactly what has been found to date. Actual industrial units found by the heavy cavalry to date. Each Hughes station starts with 37 modules, 1 command, 6 fuel, 6 processing, ore/chemical, 6 habitat, 6 cargo, 6 fighter/small craft storage bays, 2 entertainment modules, 4 general fabrication ones. Subunit 1s. ASF/mech/V/XO, 1 unit of APROS, 2 general fabrication. Dro ships, all, 1 general fab, 1 sub-capital fab, the APROS unit. Jump ships, 100 to 450, APROS unit, jump ship core fab, capital drive general fab, 120, 160, small, 300, medium 450 large core units. Warships 1 of each capital weapon unit, 1 slip unit, 1 general fab, 1 cap. Drive fab, 1 general fab, extra command center, extra habitat, equals 600 KT medium military core, 1 MT, large military core, 2 MT, very large, 2.5 MT, 2 very large. Tooling, 1 processing, 1 science, 1 tooling, 1 extra command. Castle Watchtower. Station Alpha, 2.5 MT, 2 MT, 100 KT slips, DS. Station Bravo, 1 MT, 600 KT, 100 KT slips, DS. Station Charlie, Delta, 450 KT, 300 KT, 260 KT, DS. Station Echo, Foxtrot, 160 KT, 120 KT, 260 KT, DS. Station Golf, Hotel, 2 exoskeleton units, 2 ASF/mech units, 220 KT units. Station India, Juliet, 2 Heavy V, 2 Super Heavy, 220 KT units. Station Kilo, Lima, 2 Science Unit, 2 Tooling Units, 220 KT units. Station Mike, November, 2 Light V, 2 Tooling, 260 KT units. Station Oscar, 2100 KT, 10 additional habitat. Station Papa, 260 KT, 4 additional habitat, 6 additional processing. Station Romeo, 220 KT, 6 additional habitat, 2 mech, 2 ASF. Station Sierra, 65 KT unit, 6 additional habitat. 7 Snowdons. Location Houston. Station Alpha, 4300 KT slips, 2 ASF modules, 67. Station Bravo, 220 KT slips, 260 KT slips, 2100 KT slips, 49. Station Charlie, 2 tooling modules, 45 KT DS, 51. 6 Snowdons. What the Oak has acquired to date in non-stations, still useful industrial gear. Planet-based fabrication units, read factories. 8 general part making, 4 electronic parts, 4 laser, 4 PPC, 4 frame, ASF/SC/mech, 4 Myanmar, 4 heatsink, 4 autocannon, 4 missile, 4 armor presser, 4 sets of ammo for all of the previous. The equivalent of 3,404 mech/ASF bays, 86 dropship bays, all advanced computer-driven/automated. Data cores. Complete SLDF Army Field Library as standard, with computer science/engineering additions. Complete SLN Navy Field Library as standard, with shipyard additions. Project Star files, Project Lakura files. Helm Data Core, unencrypted. What the Oak has acquired non-industrial gear, plus warships. Warships. 2 new Granges, 1 needing repairs and new computer core load, 1 Belknap. 2 McInnes, 2 Texas, 3, technically, if you count Praetorian, 1 Monsoon. 2 new Certus, FSN Pleiades with a new Grange is being recovered. 1 Kamagur, 2 Avatar, 2 Black Lion, 3 Cameron, 1 Congress, 2 SOV. Soyuz. 4 Volga, 4 Karux, 2 Potemkin. 4 Essex, 3 Lola 3, 2 Naga, 1 Whirlwind, 3 Carson. 1 Samarkand B2, 4 Vincent, 2 Vigilant. Jump ships to date. 6 Monoliths, 14 Star Lords, 14 Invaders, 15 Merchants, 4 Scouts. Drop ships to date. Argo, 11 Behemoth, 3 Vengeance, 5 Colossus, 4 Titan, 4 Achilles, 4 Fortress, 7 Avengers, 9 Overlords, 8 Unions, 13 Mules, 2 Aqueduct, 3 Mammoths, 9 Elephants. 1 Lee Vehicle. Mechs, 220 Royal Mechs, 640 SLDF Mechs. ASF, 162 Royal, 394 SLDF ASF, 48 Vulcan 6N, 48 Rogue ASF. Vs. Combat, 342 Royal, 1543 SLDF. VTOL, 432 Royals, mostly Cobras, 248 SLDF. Support, 4,324 10-ton or smaller /J series, 455 Royal Auxiliary Support Vehicles, various types, 170 Bradley Super Heavy Support Vs, various types. What? 12 Yamaha Ninja 2750 model sport motorcycles, 2 Ferrari Wolf Spider Super Convertibles. Industrial Mechs, 892. Exoskeleton 96, 6-man, squads of Star/Rico powered armor, Space Marine, 4, 6-man, squads Nighthawk, 1011 squads of SLDF support exoskeletons. Small craft, 418. Spare parts. 420.25 kilotons normal, 535.75 kilotons advanced technology. 380.5 kilotons of naval spare parts. Other oddball gear. 12 SLDF Blackheart sensor disruptors. 7,200 personnel SLDF infantry kit, armor, Mauser 960. 480 support pulse lasers, 480 support PPCs, 240 SRM man-pack. Launchers, 240 HMGs. Oak share. 2.4 billion spills a year for 20 years to the Oak, 3.6 billion a year for 20 years divided between various people in the Oak. Titles of nobility for Catherine Steiner, E. Kessler, Evie, Mark Winter, Case, Asha Blackwing, Praetorian, Hans is working on it, somehow, GRY saved, Kumin Ahmed, URI Farrow, Evie Cook, Natalia Kirkup, Mikt Messana, Albert Sheldon, Tim Nichols, Mehitaval Mari, Morgan Blackhand, Sophia Rios, and a fair number others. For 22 months, March 3016 till end of 3016 receive, 2 Marauder 2, 2 Altus, 2 Victor, 2 Marauder, 2 Archer, 2 Rifleman, 2 Merlin, 2 Griffin, 2 Shadowhawk, 2 Hunchback, 2 Centurion, 2 Enforcer, 2 Phoenix Hawk, 2 Valkyrie and 4 Locust Mechs, 2 Stuka, 2 Vulcan. By piecing together bits and pieces here and there, it's hilariously a win for Hansa. He get those bits out of his warehouses, 4 Eagles, 4 Hellcats, 4 Lightnings, 4 Tomahawk, 4 Sparrowhawk ASF, 2 Behemoth, 2 Devastator, 4 Partisan, 4 Manticore, 4 Bulldog variants, 4 Vedette, 4 Condors, 4 Pegasus, 4 J. Edgar Combat Vs. 4 Kestrel and 4 Peregrine variant VTOL. Houston stations, all. Castle Watchtower stations, Sierra, Romeo, Papa, Oscar, Mike, Kilo, India, Golf, Echo, Charlie, promise of a copy of Bravo and Alpha, 13 Snowdens. Industrial equipment. Planet-based fabrication units, Reed factories. 2 general part making, 1 electronic part, 1 laser, 1 PPC, 1 frame, ASF/SC/mech, 1 Myanmar, 1 heatsink, 1 autocannon, 1 missile, 1 armor presser, ammo for all of the previous. The equivalent of 1,601 mech/ASF bays, 28 dropship bays, all advanced computer-driven/automated. Warships. Technically Praetorian, Kikyo considers him part of the command council and he owns shares of the holding company, so, if you squint. 4 Karuks, 2 Vigilant. Jump ships to date. 3 Monoliths, 9 Star Lords, 7 Invaders, 7 Merchants, 2 Scouts. Drop ships to date. Argo, 5 Behemoth, 2 Vengeance, 4 Colossus, 2 Titan, 2 Achilles, 2 Fortress, 3 Avengers, 3 Overlords, 3 Unions, 6 Mules, 1 Aqueduct, 2 Mammoths, 4 Elephants. Mechs. 93 Royal Mechs, 313 SLDF Mechs. ASF, 52 Royal, 77 SLDF ASF 48 Vulcan 6N, 48 Rogue ASF. Vs. Combat, 160 Royal, 773 SLDF. VTOL, 136 Royals, mostly Cobras, 88 SLDF. Support, 785 10-ton or smaller /J series, 309 Royal Auxiliary Support Vehicles, various types, 97 Bradley Super Heavy Support Vs, various types. What? 12 Yamaha Ninja 2750 model sport motorcycles, 2 Ferrari Wolf Spider Super Convertibles. Industrial Mechs, 446. Exoskeleton 48, 6-man, squads of Star/Rico powered armor, Space Marine. 2, 6-man, squads Nighthawk, 535 squads of SLDF support exoskeletons. Small craft, 167. Spare parts. 160 kilotons normal, 160 kilotons advanced technology, 80 kilotons of naval spare parts. Janos share of helm, not counted in the totals above. 322 mechs, 20%, Royal 3/2/1/1 split, Assault/Heavy/Medium/Light. 734 combat vehicles, 20% Royal, half are APCs, rest is mech weight. 265 ASF, 20% Royal, equal split between weight. 351 industrial mechs. 506 industrial exoskeleton squads. 217 small craft. 200 RASV, 100 Bradley, 1,334 other support vehicles. Non-advanced spare parts, 165,250 tons. Advanced spare parts, 275,250 tons. Naval spare parts, 180,500 tons. At least 20 regimental sets of infantry gear. Last generation bay equivalents, Mech 3000, 24 dropship bays. What Katrina buys from Kikyo's share of helm. 12 dropship bays, 1000 mech bay equivalents, 60 KT naval spare parts, 60 KT advanced tech spare parts, 60 KT normal spare parts, plus additional mechs, ASF and AFV. Hansa gets what's left from what the Oak has found. Oak. Share you hear his laughing, don't you? Team Banzai by 3019 has a Star-Lord, 2 Invaders and 2 Merchants, plus 2 Colossus, 2 Excalibur, 2 Fortress, 2 Titans and 4 Overlord dropships, plus 2 Monarchs and 4 Mules. They are also fully advanced tech, and 2 regiments with attached armor battalion and infantry battalion plus other assets.